London today, what is surely destined to become one of the great events in British sport.
Chupa of Ethiopia heading for victory. It's one of the greatest pieces of running that we've ever seen. Shoulders burning, fingertips pushing. The London Marathon belongs to Eliud Kipchoge.
The hand of friendship after 26 miles.
A sight to behold every single year.
Welcome to the Virgin Money London Marathon, where runners of all shapes, sizes and abilities are about to embark on this historic 26.2-mile journey. Now, they've all got many different reasons for running. Maybe they want to inspire others, maybe they want to raise money for great causes, get fit or just have fun. One thing's for sure, they're all taking part in a day that is amongst the most special in the sporting calendar. And for one of the finishers today, and it could be you, Mr. Snowman, a place in history awaits.
A race in which to take part really is more important than to win. And they're going to finish together. Beardsley of America ties with Siemens. Fastest time by a woman.
Ratcliffe storming on.
Number 6.
I have been doing my exercises, weightlifting, salsa dancing, Zumba.
It's nice to have a challenge.
It's been hard, but it's been worth it.
There's the physical side of it, but it's really believing you can do it.
I'm running to make sure that kids have a voice.
This that's in my arms, my daughter.
You know that every step you're running is going to be helping young people.
To raise as much money as we can, that's it.
The best in the world we're here, but he is the champion. The biggest win of her career.
Best of luck to all those incredible runners, just over 35,000 of them there at the start at Blackheath. So many have arrived already. In 90 minutes' time, the masses will begin their long journey. That is after the elite wheelchair races, IPC athletes and the best men and women in the world have got underway. What a fantastic day we have in store. And the sun is even daring to peek through the clouds as well. The rain has stopped. It promises to be another emotional, historic and inspirational day. And I'm at the bandstand here in Greenwich Park, a fantastic location because behind me, everyday runners, just like you and me, are getting ready. They're warming up, they're taking on board their last-minute snacks and high-energy drinks. And one of them, as I said a bit earlier on, could be the millionth finisher of this incredible race. Or maybe it could be this man here, Chris Finnell. And what a moment that would be, because Chris is one of the 12 ever presents, 12 men who've started and finished every single London Marathon. You crazy man, you. You must absolutely love this race,
I
Chris.
absolutely do love it. It's a tremendous event, and I couldn't imagine all those years ago taking part and being here again today and taking in the atmosphere and the tremendous atmosphere and the great way that the race has evolved over the years and raised money for charity.
And what changes you must have seen as well from that early race, which was, you know, very almost unique of its kind. These big city marathons we take for granted.
Yeah,
now.
so there were only 6,500 runners. There were very few women taking part, and of course charity hadn't become the backbone of the event that it is today.
And so you're here with your son Nicholas,
I am indeed.
who is taking on the kind of family tradition, if you like. Nicholas, are you kind of pressured in your family? Is that how it goes? You have to do this at some point. It's a rite of passage.
I think so. A rite of passage is a good way of putting it. So I'm the youngest of three. My dad's done it, my other two siblings have done it, and my mum's done it. So it was only natural that it's my turn.
You're raising money for charity as well?
I am indeed, yes. So I've a charity. The connection was someone local to us put an advert in the paper, and this advert is this charity is the Orchard Vale Trust. and it seemed like a great opportunity to raise money for them.
Now, the obvious thing to say would be, is it going to be a foot race down the mile for the two of you? But actually, you could be quite far apart.
Yeah, embarrassingly, I'm 22 years old and I'm going to get beaten by my aging father.
That's certainly the plan, and he has strict instructions to not overtake me if he goes badly.
You'll be somewhere under 3 hours and you'll be somewhere under 4 hours.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, well,
Hopefully.
meet up later on, and best of luck to both of you. Enjoy the day. It's going to be fantastic. We are going to be following the stories of many more inspirational people throughout the day. This man, Ben Smith, is running 401 marathons in 401 days, and we've been with him on his epic journey, with the finish line still many months away. She's double Olympic gold medalist, but Dame Kelly Holmes is entering new territory today. We'll speak to her just after 9 o'clock. A whole host of celebrities are running, and throughout the morning, we'll meet some of them as they line up for the face race. The best women and men in the world are here. We'll mark your card as to who's likely to win, with Olympic places the prize for the leading Brits. Paralympic hero David Weir's looking for a record 7th win. He gets underway at 8:55 alongside all the men and women wheelchair racers. And we'll meet some inspiring people running for a reason close to their heart, and with one goal in mind: to finish. So that's what's coming up, and here are those famous landmarks that the runners will pass today. After 6 miles, they get to the historical Cutty Sark. And then around halfway, they'll see Tower Bridge. At around 18 miles, it's the business end as they make their way through Canary Wharf. And then in the shadow of the finish, it's Big Ben. And then the greatest sight imaginable, the finish on the Mall. And it's looking beautiful and bright through London today. They're the landmarks they're going to see. But at the start, a hive of activity. I'm delighted to say Colin Jackson is not that far from me today, and he's managed to find a pretty decent back three who'll be defending their honour, no doubt. Good morning, Colin.
Good morning, Gabby. And you're right, I have got some wonderful defenders here. And now, gentlemen, you're going to be running a little bit longer than 90 minutes. I can assure you that. Clark, first of all, to you. Tell us to me about it. What is it going to be like for you out there?
I am so nervous, Colin. It's absolutely ridiculous. You know, I'm a novice first time, and I've heard about the brick wall. It sounds like the Great Wall of China we're going to be climbing today, but I'm looking forward to it. I really can't wait to get involved in it.
And who are you going to be running for?
For the Bobby Moore Foundation for Cancer Research. You know, 50th year since he lifted the World Cup, and Stephanie's really inspirational in the way that she does, so I can't wait to contribute.
Brilliant stuff. Now, Gary, as manager for Birmingham City, are you kind of the norm for a manager? Are you all pretty super fit?
I wouldn't imagine most of them are super fit, in all fairness, but I didn't finish playing that long ago, so I got a slight advantage. I don't know how much that advantage is going to help me today, but I'm looking forward to it, running for an excellent charity, Liam Smiles, in conjunction to meningitis now, so raise plenty of money, and I'm sure there are people there are going through more pain than I'm going to go through today.
Excellent stuff. And Danny, yourself, we were chatting off camera there. You're a little bit more experienced than these guys at the distance, so tell us why you're running as well.
Again, I'm doing the Bobby Moore Fund. I've been given the great honour of 1966 as well, obviously 50-year anniversary since Bobby Moore lifted the World Cup. I'm just hoping the crowd get me round. Everybody's got to turn out. Everybody now sat at home, get out on the streets, come and support us. It's going to hurt. You know, I've done one before. Wasn't particularly planned, that one, and trust me, it's going to hurt.
Guys, I've got lots of faith in you. Enjoy it out there. You'll have lots of support. All the best.
Brilliant. Yeah, it certainly is a race of two halves. That's all I can say, boys. Here's how the timetable is looking today. There's so many races starting at different times. So to mark your card, at 8:55, the women and men's wheelchair races go off. And then at 9 o'clock, IPC races for the other Paralympic classes. At 9:15, the elite women's race. And a stellar field has once again been assembled. And for the Brits, Olympic places is their aim. And then at 10, the men and the masses start. Again, an incredible field, including last year's winner, Kipchoge. He'll finish at around 2 hours, 5 minutes. Some of the masses will cross the line in 8 hours plus. It doesn't matter at one, but it's all for incredible causes, incredible reasons that these athletes are out here. And starting the race at 10 o'clock will be the astronaut Tim Peake, so look out for that. It should be out of this world. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Now, if you want to get in touch with us, and that's what's happening at the start right now, they're in fine voice there, inspiring the runners who are getting ready to race and sending your good luck messages to friends or family, or you want to comment on what you're watching, well, you can. Just text 81111, or you can get in touch through the BBC Sport Facebook page or via the hashtag #GetInspired on Twitter. Now, every year the London Marathon has an official charity, and this year it's the NSPCC. And to mark 30 years of their relationship with Childline, we have Team Childline who are running, and they're alongside me here now. Guys, you're all looking very buoyed, very good, and the smiles are big. Whether they'll be like that in a few hours' time, who knows? But I know you've all had your own reasons for wanting to run with Team Childline. So, Rosie, tell us your relationship and how you first became aware of Childline.
Childline supported me, and then I'm now trained as a Childline counsellor.
So you use the services?
Yes, yeah, and then I'm now trained as a counsellor and a volunteer as well. So we're running the marathon together as Team Childline today.
How many children are helped by Childline, Amelia?
Well, on average, a child contacts Childline every 25 seconds. And in the 30 years that Childline has been opened, it's helped nearly 4 million children. And last 2014-15 alone, it helped nearly 300,000.
And Nathan, I guess, you know, when it was started, there was a reason and absolutely a need for Childline to be open and for children to call. Are you surprised 30 years on, you know, the demand is still so great and it's still so important in so many children's lives?
I mean, it's obviously very shocking that there are still this many children that need help, but I think that shows the real importance and value of Childline and why it's there, and also why we're all running today.
Absolutely.
You know, to raise awareness and help those
that children face these days are so different as well to 30 years ago even. Amelia, I know you've used services and you're delighted to be part of this team, but are you a team? Are you all going to run together for every single step of that 26 miles?
So we're not necessarily all going to run together, but we're sort of, most of us are running in pairs or in threes. So but we've not trained together, so we've kept in contact using WhatsApp, and we've met up and stuff. So we're very much a team, and we're definitely Team Childline.
And has it been quite inspiring training together and pulling each other through when those dark winter days, you know, those dark nights?
Definitely.
Yeah.
It hasn't been easy, but it's so worth it. And we know that we're doing it for a charity that we all believe in. So yeah, it's been inspiring for us as well.
I can't believe it's 30 years.
No.
Remember those original adverts and you know, publicity around it. So, guys, well done. And we will speak to Dame Esther Ranson, of course, a little bit later on, who's the founder of Childline. We wish you the very best of luck. We'll be monitoring you along the way. And Colin Jackson has two runners with him whose faces you may recognise, who are also running for the NSPCC today.
Absolutely. Two very famous faces from Hollyoaks. We have Kai and Nadine. So tell me a little bit why you're actually running for the NSPCC.
We've been working with the NSPCC for the past year, doing our child sexual abuse storyline at Hollyoaks, and they've helped us with the research, and we got to meet some young survivors. They came into work and talked to us about the trial process, so they've really helped us with the storyline, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. They've been totally inspiring. It's been a hard-hitting storyline that has really hit home. We've had some amazing response from people watching this story, and support from the NSPCC. Myself and Nadine went in to see the Childline doing their work in the offices in Liverpool, and it was so inspiring, which made us thought, well, let's give today a go.
Well, Kai, you've definitely run a marathon before, so will you see taking Nadine through?
Yeah, for the first couple of miles, and I might leg it then, yeah.
Nadine, do not wait for him, right? Take my advice. You just take it and go for it. Guys, I wish you all the best today.
Thank you, bye.
Brilliant stuff.
Well, the masses are arriving. Imagine the nerves jangling out there. Excitement, anticipation for many of them. It's their debut. They don't know what they're going to experience. Well, I can tell them they're going to experience pretty good weather. We were warned earlier in the week of snow. None of that. Throughout the morning, as you can see, it's going to be pretty consistently dry. A little bit of light rain earlier on, but that seems to have gone away. And sun even peeking through at 10 o'clock. Temperature's not getting up too high, though. Nobody's going to be too worried about that. It's not really going to get above 10 degrees. Should get there about 1 o'clock. The elite runners will be home and dried and in the bath by then, though. So at least no rain, pretty chilly. The layers may stay on a little bit longer, but not bad conditions at all. Well, I have two more incredible runners next to me now who are running for very different reasons and very different inspirations to you at home, I'm sure. Grace Harvard, you are running, you tell us your story after 2 incredible years in your life. Tell us what happened 2 years ago.
So 2 years ago, I was involved in quite a serious road traffic accident. I broke 28 bones, split my liver in half, My spleen was bleeding, my kidneys were failing, I had a fifth of my bowel removed and lived with an ileostomy for 5 months.
You were broken?
I was very broken. I spent a month in an induced coma and 3 months in St George's Hospital. I then spent a further 2 months in and out between my local and St George's before going into rehab in St George's sister hospital in Queen Mary's in Roehampton, which my charity covers both hospitals, so I'm running for both of them today.
Can you believe 2 years on that you're here and about to start this incredible
No, it was
race?
actually 2 years today that I got moved out of intensive care onto the ward, so no, I can't.
And when you see the crowds here today, are you under any doubt that you can get through this? You know, inspired
I'm
by...
going to do it 100%. Whether I walk, run, crawl or roly-poly, I'm going to get over that finish line today. So
Amazing.
I'm not putting any pressure on myself. I just want to embrace
Doesn't matter, time
every
doesn't matter.
moment.
Yeah, just get there and enjoy this atmosphere, special atmosphere. Garth, tell us your story. You're running for Parkinson's and you yourself succumbed to Parkinson's when you were in your late 30s.
So I'm running for the Cure Parkinson's Trust to raise money for research for Parkinson's disease. I was diagnosed 8 years ago with Parkinson's, so I'm raising awareness really for the charity, for people with Parkinson's as well, and to try and get fitter as well over the last year to achieve this race.
Tell me a little bit about how it affected you and manifested itself in the first place.
It started, like I say, about 8 years ago. I was getting a cramp in my foot or a dystonia, and I fully anticipate that to happen again today. So my right leg goes extremely stiff and twists and bends, and it could happen 50 yards into the race. It might happen on the 26th mile. There's no rhyme nor reason to it, basically. So that's one of my symptoms, but there are a multitude of symptoms, unfortunately. And
does running help? Is it helping you to manage the symptoms?
Running has definitely helped me. My walking has improved, my gait has improved, my attitude has improved. So yeah, exercise is very, very important to people with Parkinson's
Whatever
disease.
happens, you're going to get through it today, though, aren't you? You're going to get to that finish
definitely.
line.
Yeah, definitely. 6 hours or 1 week, I'll finish, definitely.
Hopefully not 1 week. Best of luck, Garth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much as well, Grace, and best of luck to you. Just two of the many inspirational stories and figures that you'll hear and see about today. And Dave Weir is certainly one of those, isn't he? The Paralympian and wheelchair racer who has won 6 of these London marathons to date. He's going for an historic 7th. It's eluding him so far, but he is one of a very impressive field in that men's wheelchair race, the women's too. So to talk us through the names, here's Phil Jones.
Magnificent 7th. Can this finally be the year for David Weir? 6 times a Paralympic gold medalist, the best of British, has also won the London Marathon title 6 times. But the last came in 2012 when he equalled Tanni Grey-Thompson's victory record. American Joshua George beat Weir by just a second last year and described himself as the most hated man in London. He also took the world title into the bargain. George returns to defend his title. Switzerland's Marcel Hug was champion here 2 years ago and this past week won the Boston Marathon, beating Weir into 4th. Hug's a multiple world champion of outstanding quality. Brilliant and dominant, Tatiana McFadden leads the women's wheelchair elite. The American has claimed 15 marathon wins over the last 4 years. A 4th straight London title is a goal today. Switzerland's 2013 world champion Manuela Schur has finished 2nd to McFadden in London, Chicago and New York the last 2 years and was runner-up once more in Boston last Monday. She again carries the major threat. Britain's Shelley Wood saw her hopes punctured last year. But Blackpool's shining light is twice a winner here, including 2012, when she also won marathon silver at the London Paralympics. The pedigree pushers are ready and raring to race.
Baroness Tanni Grey-Thompson and Steve Cram are down on the mile for us today, part of our fantastic commentary team, of course. And Tanni, Dave, I saw him during the week at Excel when he was getting his race number and registering, and he said he was tired after Boston. He came 4th there, and he couldn't really read into that too much about his form. Can you read anything into his performance there, and is this 7th win going to come today?
It could come today, but it's going to be a tough race for him. He doesn't normally race Boston Marathon, where probably the other top 10 guys are used to doing marathons so close to each other. But actually, he's probably going to be hoping for a little bit of rain. Wet conditions really suit Dave Weir, so it's going to be close. I think he can do it, but he's going to have to watch out for Marcel Hurg, Ernst van Dijk and Kurt Fernley, who are probably going to try and race against him and work together.
And in Paralympic year, and with Rio looming, a few months down the line, is it difficult for the wheelchair racers to be peaking at various times in the season, or is this something that now he's fairly adept at?
Wheelchair racing is much more like cycling than running, so they can quite easily do 10, 12 marathons a year and sort of go and race on the track and then come back on the road. So it's unusual that Dave is choosing to do so many races this year, but actually I think he kind of really needs that going into Rio. He needs a lot more race practice than he's probably had for the last 2 or 3 years.
And Tatiana McFadden, she's chasing your record.
Tatiana McFadden is amazing. She did really well in Boston last week. She's very strong. It's hard to see who's going to come close to her. London's quite a flat course. She doesn't like going down very steep hills. So if the women are going to break her, they're going to have to do it very early on in the race.
And Stephen, the elite race, it's very interesting for the British athletes because this effectively is a trial for Rio. So just explain to us how it's going to work.
Well, it's pretty straightforward, Gabby. There's a qualifying time for the men, which is 2 hours 14, for the women, which is 2 hours 31. And you have to have the qualifying time and finish in the top 2 here to guarantee selection. Now, 2 men, Callum Hawkins and Scott Overall, already have that time, so they'll be trying to make sure they only finish in the top 2. They'll be guaranteed selection. And the same in the women, really. Sonia Samuels and Ali Dixon from Sunderland Strollers, they have the qualifying time within the period. So again, if they finish in the top 2, then it's pretty straightforward for the selectors. They can take 3, so there's a whole bunch of other British athletes who are hoping to come here today, get inside those qualifying times, and hope that tomorrow, when they pick the team for Rio, when they pick the marathon team, that they'll be selected.
And it is loaded, isn't it, the elite race, Steve? I know you're going to enjoy a really high-quality field. Thank you both, Steve and Tanny. We'll hear much more from them throughout this morning, but the wheelchair races are about to go off. So let's head down and say a very good morning to Rob Walker.
Yes, good morning. Yes, good morning, Gabby. Hello, everybody. We are so excited about this, one of the greatest days of the year as far as marathon running and marathon pushing is concerned. Here is the lineup for the men's race. Well, it is going to be so difficult for Dave Weir to make it a magnificent 7. Not impossible, but Josh George is the defending champion. Dave Weir wears 36. 6-time the Paralympic champion. But they will all be out to stop him making history here. And speaking of history makers, Tatiana McFadden going for 4 in a row here in London, although her winning streak was brought to an end by Wakako Toshida recently. And the Japanese athlete, 9 times now a winner in Tokyo, will fancy that she can put McFadden under some kind of pressure. So, just the last few seconds ticking by. Dave Weir has said he's fitter this year than he has been in previous editions of this race. He hasn't won this since 2012. There's Tatiana McFadden, the most successful female wheelchair racer in history. Multiple world champion, multiple Paralympic champion, going for 4 in a row here in London. Crowd realise they're witnessing some great racers here. So, Wakako Toshida inflicted the first defeat on Tatiana McFadden in 3 years. Can she do something very special again? Or can Shelley Woods make it a 3rd victory here in London? Double Paralympic silver medalist coming back to form.
In the men's event,
the defending champion said he was one of the most unpopular people in Britain last year. Josh George, 4 times a winner in Chicago. He faces a huge challenge to defend his world title that he won here 12 months ago. Marcel Hurg, multiple world record holder, multiple world champion, A little bit tactically naive last year at the World Championships in Doha, but a huge performer. And listen to the reception for the Werewolf.
For Great Britain, David Weir.
6 times a winner, 6 times a Paralympic champion. Can he make it the Magnificent 7? This is going to be one of his toughest challenges to date. And they're underway. This is without doubt one of the most eagerly anticipated wheelchair races we've had in the 36-year history of the Virgin London Marathon. Dave Weir has it all to do here. Finished 4th in Boston last week, although that was his first outing on that particular course, and they do say you need to push Boston 3, 4 or maybe even 5 times to give yourself a chance of winning. So you can just see how quickly the field is stretching out, and there will be some tactics here. We saw it all those years ago. Is it really almost 4 years since Dave Weir completed those 4 golds, winning the marathon? Well, on that occasion, they tried to work together, the best of the rest, to deny Dave that 4th gold. It didn't work then, but we've got some very, very experienced and very in-form rivals to put Dave under pressure here. Ernst van Dijk is pushing really well. It's not just about Kurt Fearnley. Marcel Hug. Hug leading at the moment. Long, long way to go, and there will be some real cat and mouse here. So, we've been speaking about Dave Weir, aiming to become the most successful wheelchair racer in London Marathon history. We were catching up with him earlier this week. He's been a man in demand, as you can expect, in the lead up to this race. And he's been speaking about what it's going to take to win.
It's going to take beating Marcel, Kurt and Ernst at the moment. They're the 3 guys that are really pushing well at the moment. I've had a really good winter, actually. I've had a solid, you know, a lot of mileage, back in the gym. You know, I don't know if it's because it's the Olympic year and you just get that buzz again. But yeah, I feel really confident.
So, Tanny, we've got you back in the commentary box. This is a huge, huge task for Dave. We don't want to play the chances down, but equally, we shouldn't underestimate the size of the challenge at hand, because some of his biggest rivals are in cracking form.
Well, Marcel Hug's had renewed confidence in the last 18 months. Probably 2 years ago, a lot of the other male athletes used to just let Dave make all the decisions on the road. And you can see here Ernst van Dijk, Marcel Hug, Kurt Fearnley from Australia. I wouldn't be surprised if they try and race a little bit together, certainly in the first 15, 16 miles, to make it a real challenge for Dave Weir.
Marcel Hug leading at the moment. Remember, he won this 2 years ago, but last year, when he was in really cracking shape, he dropped out, had a puncture somewhere around about Tower Bridge. We kept looking for him 12 months ago, but he's got some unfinished business as far as this race is concerned, and he will be disappointed by how he performed on the track in Doha at the World Championships last autumn.
I know, it's really difficult because the guys are racing week in, week out, and you know, they want to come out and win. The biggest challenge actually for the guys today might be how much it rained in the earliest hours of the morning. It's washed up a lot of grit onto the road, and it'd be a massive shame if any of the lead men didn't get through to the finish line. Marcel's just indicating he'd like someone else to come through to the front. There's a big difference if you're sitting on the front, you're taking a lot more of the wind, and obviously Marcel doesn't want to do all of the early running.
Yes, it's really intriguing to watch the tactical battles unfold in wheelchair racing. A lot more changes of lead than you have in the wheelchairs compared to the able-bodied runners who are still preparing to do battle. So we have a number of IPC Athletics World Cup races. T51 52s, these are wheelchair athletes with the least amount of upper body function. It'll be Santiago Sanz against Ray Martin. Ray Martin, a very talented youngster from the United States. He'll be the favourite for that one.
Good luck, all of you. We are 30 seconds away from our next start. Stand by.
Meanwhile, here are the rest of the IPC Athletics World Cup event athletes. We have a mixture of visually impaired and we have arm amputees as well.
10 seconds.
Many of these athletes running with guides. And actually, that's a story for another day. The relationship between the guides and their visually impaired athletes is incredible. They run in sync. It's the epitome of teamwork. So some of these athletes are completely blind. Some have very limited vision, which gives them the option of running with a guide. And then you will see a few wearing sunglasses who have just enough vision to be able to run on their own, but still something under 15 to 10% overall. It's a great feature of the London Marathon now that we have an opportunity for some of the leading Paralympic athletes to compete on the same course as the able-bodied athletes. They don't have too many chances to run in front of such huge crowds. Brilliant to see. You just get a glimpse there with his arm in the sling. Derek Ray represents Fife, and we'll be keeping our eye on him as the morning progresses. So, Serena Moreno, T11, T12. 11 is totally blind, 12 is visually impaired. Could this be Moreno's chance to seal a gold? A multiple silver medalist in the Paralympics and in previous editions of the World Championship, and the Colombian will fancy his chances here. So this is the women's race, visually impaired and blind athletes. Great representation for the Japanese. Nishijima was 5th last year. She's 60 and she's still running just outside 3 hours. There's hope for us all. T13, visually impaired. Dos Santos will start that one as the favourite. Tim Prendergast will have plenty of friends. A New Zealander who now lives in Maida Vale represents Woodford Green. 45 and 46, these are the arm amputee or equivalents. DeLello will be hoping to recapture the title he won in fine style a few years ago. And watch out for Derek Ray of Great Britain, as I was saying, represents Fife. He was able-bodied, 303, and lost the use of his right arm with nerve damage in a motorbike accident, and he's absolutely flying. He's down at 240 these days. So, a magnificent day. It is one of the world's great marathons. So, back with the glamour boys as far as the world of wheelchair racing is concerned. Ernst van Dijk, he's in cracking form actually, 2nd in Boston this year. A big sprint for the line. He's had some good performances in London over the years, finished on the podium 2 years ago and in 2013, and he will certainly be one of the men hoping to put Dave Weir under some pressure.
Well, Dave Weir at the moment is having a very safe race. He's not coming to the front. He's letting Van Dijk and Fernley from Australia take the lead. And what you've got coming behind is the pack. They look like they've broken the main pack, but with this very gradual downhill, what they need to be careful is if they're caught, it start messing up the race for the lead athletes. But you see, they're all looking over their shoulder. They all want a bit of a break from the wind, and it might help them a little bit if they've got a few more people helping them along.
Hoog just at the back of that quartet of athletes. Really interested to see how Marcel Hoog copes here today, because he's brilliant when he's the favourite and when he hasn't got anybody else to compete against. His string of world titles in Lyon were fantastic, but Dave Weir was having that year off. But when he's in a race, Marcel Hoog, the silver bullet, he's 4th just towards the right of picture there. When he's in a race with loaded opposition, he can sometimes spend too much time focusing on the other athletes and not on his own race.
And especially the speed they're going. You know, at the moment they're probably getting close to 30 miles an hour coming down the hill. you know, the sprint speed is almost identical. Sometimes it's who's got the most nerve and who goes first. Now, this is really interesting because Ernst is actually probably the heaviest man in the pack. He weighs close to 80 kilos. He's normally very quick going down the hills, and sometimes Ernst takes a few risks. He has crashed on London a couple of times in the past, but this is very interesting how hard and how easy, actually, sorry, Dave is going down the hill, and he's making a little bit of a distance on them, but it will come back together as soon as they hit the flat.
So there's the angle from the helicopter. Clear skies at the moment, just looking out from our commentary position, so the helicopters will be flying high. And actually, this view gives you an indication as to just how fast these guys are pushing, albeit that it's ever so slightly downhill. They're not hanging around, these boys. We'll be expecting the winner to come home around about an hour and a half. Very, very fast pushing indeed. In fact, to give you an indication as to just how fast these racers are, Dave Weir said to Tim Hutchings in the press conference earlier this week that they can get up to speeds of 45 miles an hour. Now, someone's gone down there. Well,
I think that just shows, actually, on the slippery roads where it's slightly wet, you have to be so careful on some of these turns. They'll all have made decisions what tyres to put on this morning, whether to put on slightly slicker tyres or ones that are a bit more puncture-proof. And just the slightest hit on the road, you can go out. I'm very lucky that it didn't take more athletes down in that crash, because they're going really quickly at this speed. And those are quite tight turns. If somebody's trying to cut into the curb, that was... And there he goes.
Well, yeah. And he was on his own, so it was lucky, as Tanny was saying, that nobody else went with him. Early drama in the wheelchair race. Plenty more to come. It's cat and mouse at the moment. All of the big names are right there in contention. Long way to go.
Will be the masses at 10 o'clock.
So the wheelchair and IPC races are underway, and if you want to watch continued uninterrupted coverage of those, and indeed all the elite races which have started, press the red button. The red button will be dedicated to those all morning. But the masses are gathering, and we are just under an hour away to the start. I'm sure you at home will know someone running today. It really is one of the best sporting days there is. There you go. The countdown clock will tell you exactly that we are coming up to 53 minutes away from the start, and the lady beside me can't wait to get going. She's won Olympic gold medals, achieved more in her sporting life than any of us could dream of, but Dame Kelly Holmes, I get the feeling that this is as nerve-wracking as all of those. You've got huge support though, Cal.
I've been trying to switch off, you know, like blank everything out, but you kind of can't
really do that here, can you?
Can't. No, looking forward to it. This is the best thing, being with like all these people, and that's what I've been interacting with. No, it really is. It's so exciting, you know, because everyone's got an energy. They're here for the same reason. Everyone seems happy,
and you can absolutely master 800 and 1500 metres, no problem. 42,000 metres, though, that's a bit different. How's the training gone?
I think a lot of people heard that it hasn't been brilliant, although the last 5 weeks I've kind of, you know, just had some steady runs. I just find that whole process of the distance, you know what I mean? I'm trying to get into my mindset, not to go off too fast, because that would be the tendency to be like floating the first bit, and then that would be gone, you know, hit that wall. But yeah, you know, and I'm not used to actually running with people, because I run on my own in the countryside. So I think I'm kind of feeling a little bit sort of anxious about how I'm going to be with that. But
you are doing it for some great causes, and they're going to keep you going when you hit those various walls along the way.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I got my nails done. Look, I got the red for Ezzy Izzard. I told him, because he ran with red nail varnish on his 27.77.
Right, so he's your marathon inspiration.
The Union Jack for the Queen, of course, and Purple for Prince. So they're going to keep me going.
Tell us about the charities.
Oh yeah, 5 charities. Myeloma UK, my mother was suffering with that. She's just in remission. I want to get awareness for that. Hospice and Weald, a local charity. My coach Dave Arnold passed away there 2 years today. I won my gold medal. Pickering Drop-In Cancer Centre, which is a centre of respite.
But you only need to say those 5 times, you'll be finished.
I know. Mind and the Dame Kelly Holmes Trust. So if anyone still wants to sponsor me, please. I'm trying to get £250,000. Virgin money given Kelly's Heroes.
You have very much dug deep into your contacts book, haven't you? And one of your close athletics friends, Paula Radcliffe, has been giving you some really good tips. I mean, it's not what you know, it's who you know. You've certainly got yourself a good training partner. What's Paula told you then?
Oh, Paula's great, you know. I mean, she's obviously saying to have fun, but also, you know, she's talking about the hydration. Don't just drink water, drink salts. Just so many things about the mental attitude. Try and pitch into it. You know, half of it you take because you think, oh, that's good advice, and half of it you think, you're world record holder, Paula.
So you know a thing?
It just doesn't apply to this thing. But no, she's
Paula
great.
can run this rather quick, so, as you mentioned. I know you don't want to give an absolute time, but give us a ballpark area so we make sure we don't miss you.
Oh, I'd definitely like to run under 3:30. That's my personal target.
Well, James Cracknell's got you down for something closer to 2:45. It could be a foot race between you two
in
Olympians.
my dreams, and I woke up.
Best of luck, Kelly. I know you've got plenty of people to run with, that's for sure. Well, Paula, you'll be hearing a little bit later on, of course. She's part of our commentary team for the elite races. The elite women are going to go off in a few minutes' time. So here's Phil Jones again to talk you through the runners and riders.
Ethiopia's Tigist Tufa won the women's London Marathon title last year, ending a run of 4 consecutive Kenyan wins. She's back to defend her crown. Her teammate Mer Dibaba won the World Championships in Beijing last year and now wants London glory. Another Ethiopian, Aselefek Mergia, knows all about that, albeit belatedly. She became the 2010 champion after the top 2 were disqualified for doping. Mary Katani lost out to Tufa last year, but she's twice won the title and is the second fastest woman of all time. The reigning 2-time New York Marathon champion leads the Kenyan challenge. Her compatriot Priska Jeptu also triumphed in London in 2013. She won Olympic silver in the capital the previous year. Twice a long-distance world champion, Florence Kiplagat's London best was a runners-up spot 2 years ago. Kenya's world record holder for the half marathon returns to try to top that. Jemima Somgong completes the leading Kenyan quartet. She's finished second in the Boston, Chicago and New York marathons. Gathered in London once more, a women's elite field of a standard so supreme.
It's going to be a fascinating race, loads at stake as well. So let's go over to our commentary team. Brendan Foster, Paula Radcliffe and Steve Cram. A very good sunny morning to you.
Good morning to you, Gabby. Yes, it's fantastic. The sun is finally coming out, and I hope everybody keeping warm down at the start. And if you're watching this wherever you are in the UK, you're in for a real treat, because the women will set us off on what promises to be a fantastic day's racing, as ever, at the front, as well as the 37,000 or so who'll be starting at 10 o'clock. So it's the elite women who get to go first. You can see there some of the British names who'll be trying to make their way into the Olympic team. More of that once they get going. So it's a big day for, of course, the international field, but a massive day for the British athletes as well. This is Priska Jeptu, 2011 and Olympic in 2012, of course, silver medalist and winner of London Marathon back in 2013. Oh, I had one of them earlier. That looks good. Now, famous name there, Dibaba, but it's Mary Dibaba, who became Ethiopia's first world marathon champion, first female world champion, unbelievably, last year in Beijing. Watch out for her. Many people tipping her to do well. Florence Kiplagat, regular visitor to London, has not won here. This is a 5th attempt. World record holder in the half marathon. Another great athlete from Ethiopia, Mergia, the winner in 2010. You just heard Phil Jones talking about that. 3 times winner of the Dubai Marathon and was 4th here last year. For many people, the favourite here, Mary Katani. Only Paula Radcliffe has covered the marathon distance quicker than this young lady here. I say young lady, 34 years of age, now huge experience, Mary Katani. But last year it was this lady, Tigist Tufa, who won the London Marathon, much to the surprise of most people. Finished 6th at the World Championships and then followed that up with a 3rd in New York in November. So great field there. And let's not forget the British athletes. Sonia Samuels and Ali Dixon do have the qualifying time under 2:31. Susan Partridge was just outside it in Chicago. Freya Ross hoping to make the team as she did in 2012.
So a big day for the British women as well. Only 2 can guarantee their selection today. Would be Sonia and Ali Dixon, because they already have the qualifying time finish in the top 2, and they'll be definitely selected. But as I said with Gabby earlier, 3 can catch the eye of selectors here today. So waiting for the last countdown. The Blues start on Shooters Hill Road down in Blackheath. Lots of support for them. And they probably have the loneliest trek of the day. The streets in London ahead await them. Ideal conditions really for marathon running, particularly for the elites. It's cool, but there's not much breeze. The sun just trying to come through. Around about 7-8 degrees, perfect. So the London Marathon elite women underway in 2016 Olympic year. The great champions are here, and those who are wanting to make their own mark and try perhaps to guarantee Olympic selection, as well as complete a great London Marathon on this pretty fine Sunday morning. Joining me in the commentary box, as ever, it's a morning. We'll speak to Paula in just a second, but also, first of all, to Brendan Foster. Brendan, well, you've been here many, many years, we all have, but every year the excitement seems to ratchet up. A great field again, and great British interest as well today.
This is a particularly good one, Steve, as you mentioned. This is Olympic year. The British athletes in that second group with a pacemaker are aiming for a race between them, and I would think the first 3 there would have every chance of being selected for the Olympic Games. At the front, we're looking at a race, a competitive race, and similarly the Ethiopian athletes, the Kenyan athletes, also looking for Olympic selection. So we've got 2 races virtually here. We've got an elite race to try and win the race here, and as we come into the shot, here's the British athletes all running together. And as Susan Partridge said earlier this week, this is easy. You just got to look at your competitors, and the first one across the line is almost certainly going to be going to Rio. So the race for Rio is that second group.
Well, Kota Hokanui has gone to the front of this fascinating men's wheelchair race. It was the big 4 for quite a while, and then they decided just to slow up, and you can tell, even if you're not an expert in wheelchair racing, just how steadily they're taking this section. They put a real injection of pace in about a mile or so ago. It was looking pretty fast with the likes of Ernst van Dijk and Kurt Fearnley and Marcel Hoog and Dave Weir. And then all of a sudden, Marcel Hoog sat up, stretched his shoulders, and a chase pack closed down. And it's Kota Hokanui taking them through one of the early iconic landmarks of the London Marathon. Any of you sitting at home who've run the London, it's always a nice feeling when you see Cutty Sark. It's 6 and a bit on the clock. You see loads of people in the crowd, and you suddenly think, OK, the race is unfolding. So we're around the quarter way through this race, but it's Hokanui who has taken up the reins here in the men's race, but is very, very tactical, Tanny. It looked like the big 4 were going away, and then the second group caught them up, so there's a lot more tactics to unfold in this race.
Well, Britain Simon Lawson has just gone through in the second pack, and I think it's probably a slight surprise that some of the Japanese athletes weren't closer to the front in the first 10k, but that is the fastest part of the course for the wheelchair athletes, and especially down Shooters Hill, which is very quick, where we saw them going down at about 30 miles an hour. It'll be interesting now. This road is actually quite bumpy, so it sort of breaks up people's pushing technique as you're coming round, so I'll be expecting to see a few more breaks at the front of the pack.
Well, there they are at Cutty Sark, and a few miles back down the road, about 5 miles to be honest, all the way back through Greenwich. Quite part of the route in terms of spectators, but a really important first few miles to set you up for the rest of the race. And here we have the British women, and let's just talk about these for a minute or two with Paula. Charlotte Purdue making her debut, Sonia Samuels, who has the qualifying time in the yellow, Ali Dixon right over on the far side on the curb next to Freya Ross, Susan Partridge in the pinky vest, if we describe it that way, Paula. But it's an intriguing race. Brendan set it up perfectly. This is not just about times today. This is about position and watching the other British athletes. They have to run under 2:31. Top 2 will be guaranteed selection.
Absolutely, and the only 2 so far with the qualifying time are Sonia Samuels and Ali Dixon in the sunglasses right on the far side there. The other girls need to run a faster time and finish in the top 2. So the options are there for Ali and Sonia, if you like, to control the race, just to ensure they finish in the top 2, whereas the onus is on the others to try and run the quicker time. They are being helped, we should point out, that all the pacemakers are in the black and white striped vests, so they are being helped by 2 British runners, Carol Jones and Charlotte Arter, in that pace group, and then there is another pace group set to run 2:22 to 2:26 pace, which is a pretty wide margin, so I guess they're going to look a little bit to the girls who are meant to be in that group for guidance at what pace they should run at. But these first few miles are really just about getting into it, just relaxing into it, seeing how the body feels, hoping that everything feels as it should do and is backed up, backing up the training that they've all done, and just letting the nerves settle a bit, check who's around you, and not get too carried away in the early stages.
Charlotte Purdue closest to the camera. This is a big day for her, Bren. It's her debut, great junior career, lots of injury problems, and she said, though, I think this is my distance. I've waited a long time for this, but this is the distance I've always felt as though I was destined to run.
She did say that, Steve. She's always wanted to run a marathon, and the interesting thing, she's been a talented young athlete all the way through. She's had some serious injuries en route, but she looks as though she could be a very, very good distance runner. Now, can she translate it to the marathon? Well, that's what she's here today to find out. That's what we're here today to find out. But it's really interesting from my point of view to see that whole group of British athletes. So they're actually racing. We're looking at other athletes in this competition who are looking at best times and fastest times. We're looking at a real race here, and I think it's going to be fascinating, and they're all there. And I just was watching Susan Partridge at the back of just behind the leaders, and you could sense she's pretty anxious to get amongst the pacemakers and get moving. She's a very experienced runner, was the first Briton home in the Commonwealth Games in 2014, and there she is, just behind the black and white stripes. I won't say any more about the black and white stripes, don't worry.
More of that later. It was interesting, Paula and I were at the press conference earlier in the week, and Susan and Ali Dixon and Freya and Sonia were on the stage, and at one point Susan said, so yeah, I think we'll all be running together, won't we, girls? And kind of looked at everybody else, and there was a bit of a chuckle amongst the audience, because particularly Sonia and Ali sort of looked at the floor as though, well, we're not going to let you know what we're doing, it's up to you. And it really is up to Susan, isn't it? She's the one who doesn't have the qualifying time, just missed it in Chicago, rather unluckily, really. She has done it in the past, so the onus is on her.
Yes, it is, and I think she also learned lessons in Chicago. She also said in the press conference there that she didn't realise she was as close as she was to the qualifying standard. Well, hopefully today she's got in her head those times that she needs to be hitting, and she will be able to work that out, and also that she won't go too quick, too early, which is a danger. Sometimes Susan can be a little bit too aggressive in the first half and then pay for it in the second half.
Well, she'll be relying on Charlotte Arter and Carol Jones. They're the 2 of them there, setting a good pace. I'm not sure how far those 2 pacemakers will be able to go. They'll be right on the verge of their own half-marathon personal bests to get to halfway at the time that's been requested, around 2:28. I think 2:28 is probably a bit quick, perhaps, for Susan to aim at, but you can see already the intent is there. Susan Partridge at the head of the British contingent, the others just having a little look behind, and they themselves are probably already about 15-20 seconds behind the lead group.
Actually looks as though she's running well, Susan Partridge, with that leading group. She's been away in Boulder, Colorado with her coach Steve Jones, who's still the British record holder, which he set in 1984, 2 hours and 8 minutes. It was the world record then, and Steve Jones, former winner of this event, a very good coach, bringing on these athletes. And now we're looking at the leading group, and we're looking at some of the talent. DeBarber in the purple vest, just behind those 2 leaders. That's the world champion. Won it last year in Beijing, and has every intent here to run fast and run well.
Well, early stages for the women. They went through the first mile in around 5:25, and then they have a couple of quicker miles coming up fairly shortly, so it's really only after the first 5k that things start to settle down.
Meanwhile, you can get an indication there as to how far further up the course the leading contenders are in the men's wheelchair race. And it's Marcel Hug who is leading at the moment. There's a group of around 8 or 9 of them. There is Hug with that distinctive silver bullet helmet. And it's all got just a little bit tactical here. From the British perspective, Dave Weir is tucked in behind his great rival. They've had some epic battles over the years. They've been, and their rivalry has been, a fabulous advert for wheelchair racing. But don't forget about the likes of Ernst van Dijk and Kurt Fernley. And remember, Dave Weir was beaten into 4th place in Boston. Dave's just on the right of picture there. He's got the long white sleeves. Hug's leading. Dave was 4th in Boston at the start of this week. So a win here is by no means a given for Dave Weir, and you can see there they take different lines across the various roundabouts. Still cat and mouse here in the men's wheelchair race.
And don't forget, the elite races continue live on the red button if that's what you'd like to see. But if you've just joined us here on BBC One, in half an hour, over 35,000 people of all ages, shapes and sizes will be racing 26.2 miles for so many worthwhile causes and reasons. So as you watch this most physical of all challenges unfold, from the elite flyers to the 80-year-old triers, some of whom you may well know, it's worth remembering everybody here has their own special reason for running.
When he was just 5, Stuart Eggleshaw lost his mother to pancreatic cancer. Today, the 44-year-old from Mansfield is running for the charity Smiles and Cancer Research UK after beating his own health battles. Following a car crash in 2012, he lost a staggering 22 stone and 9 pounds through the Body Magic programme that promotes healthy eating and exercise. He's making his marathon debut. Heather Duff was 12 when she ran the mini London Marathon in 1999 and promised herself she'd return one day to complete the full adult course. 2 years ago, the 29-year-old from West Lothian was diagnosed with a rare form of cervical cancer. So rare, in fact, it was only the 19th reported case. Now in remission, Heather will today fulfil her marathon vow while raising money for Cancer Research UK. Oren Lewis is running in honour of his son Daniel De Gale, who, aged 6 in 1999, received a life-saving stem cell bone marrow transplant. Daniel beat leukemia, but after further health complications, sadly passed away in 2008. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the African Caribbean Leukemia Trust, created in Daniel's memory by his parents, Oren and Beverly. The 58-year-old from Bromley hopes to raise £20,000 for the charity on his marathon debut and as a tribute to his son.
Well, your stories are all so inspirational, incredible and so different. And Oren, when you're out there today, keeping Daniel's memory alive and also the money that you raise for such an incredible cause will keep you going through that 26.2 miles.
Definitely. It's all about keeping Daniel's memory alive. He's going to inspire me through my tough moments, which I'll have many of. And the 20 years of the charity to try and raise £20,000 in our 20th year, that's what it's about. And to inspire many other people to fight ill health and to those who can give the gift of life. So if people want to go to our website, virginmoneygiving.com/Oren Lewis, please support me. I need all the help I can get.
I'm sure many people will be inspired and will do just that. And Heather, you are an example of a lady who life sometimes takes your journey a different way. When you set out as a kid thinking, I'm going to come back here and run the full marathon, you didn't realise that it was going to be quite such a tough old journey to get here.
No, like you say, I always said to myself at some point I was going to run the full marathon. I never accounted at some point I'd have cancer to overcome before I got here. But that was 2 years ago, and it's been a long journey, but I suppose what it's taught me is that anyone can get cancer, and to get to this point was a huge personal challenge, but a great opportunity for me to give something back to cancer research, because I genuinely believe if it wasn't for cancer research I wouldn't be here today.
And again, when the miles get tough, You can dig deep in.
Yeah, that's what I'll be thinking of. Thinking of everyone out there that's being affected by cancer. So, yeah, I'm just ready for it now. I can't wait.
Stuart, the visual images we've seen of what you have achieved are phenomenal. And can you believe that that person who had so much weight to carry around, and I imagine walking down the road must have been a struggle, is about to embark on 26 miles?
It's an absolute shock, Gabby. You know, thinking about it, when I was walking 50 yards, having to stop and recover and get breath back. But then now, today, in front of this, you know, amazing people here, I'm joining in with them rather than sat on television thinking, I'd love to do that, but I can't.
Well, you're going to be out there with all kinds of incredible people, all kinds of pace. It doesn't matter what time you finish, though, Stuart. The fact you're here is an incredible achievement.
Well, it is, and as Heather said, you know, it was that thing that shows I can get through adversity, I can do this, and I'm here today.
If you can, then others can too. Best of luck to all three of you.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Well, if these amazing people don't inspire you, then I don't know who or what will. And you can send your good luck messages to friends, family and loved ones. Just get in touch with us. All the details are on the screen now. Don't forget, you can text us on 81111. So the runners are gathering at the 3 starts here, and among those running are a fair share of celebrities. We've picked out 10 for what we like to call the face race.
These are the stars of the face race today. Dame Kelly Holmes won double gold at the Athens Olympics. 3.5 hours is her golden goal today. If Nadine Mulcahy can handle being part of the McQueen clan in Hollyoaks, she can certainly tackle the marathon in sub 5 hours. Game of Thrones actress Natalie Dormer hopes her latest blockbuster hit is a marathon finish of around 3 hours 45. Former footballer Clark Carlisle has tackled Countdown, Question Time, and now this. 4.5 hours is the goal. BBC newsreader Sophie Rayworth hopes Seventh Heaven comes in her 7th marathon, courtesy of a sub 4-hour time. Radio 2's Chris Evans won't exactly need to be in top gear all the way round to reach a 4.5-hour target. An early start's not a problem for Good Morning Britain's Ranveer Singh, who has sub 5 hours in mind on a marathon debut. TV judge Robert Rinder has some marathon pedigree, thus his 3-hour target. The Gogglebox gang will be glued as Basit Siddiqui makes his London debut, aiming for a 4-hour finish. Distance is no object for British astronaut Tim Peake, who'll become the first man to run a marathon in space using a treadmill on the International Space Station. And these are the face race runners to watch today.
Surely I've got the best job of all this morning. Look at these smiling faces. Off the TV, they're not terrified at all. First of all, that's it. Please tell us. Your family will be watching. Normally you're a bit of a critic, though, aren't you, on Gogglebox. How do they think you're going to do today?
Fingers crossed I should be doing all right. I know Dad's going to be sitting there watching, and he's going to be bragging about the fact that he's not out here doing it. I'm going to get him doing it next year, definitely.
Well, your experience, you've already got one under your belt.
I've done one marathon before, but I was a lot fitter then. That was before Gogglebox. I spend most of my time sitting down watching TV now, to be honest. So, yeah, I'm not as fit as I used to be.
Ranveer, how about you? I know you're up early in the morning for Good Morning Britain.
It's hair and makeup, by the way. And also, you can't run in Spanx, can you? So that's a shame. Anyway, this is me, I'm afraid. I'm excited and I'm nervous, actually. But I've just thought there's 64.5 million people in this country. And today we are going to be in the 1.5% of people who have ever done it, 1 in a million. And I'm so excited about being in that group.
Brilliant stuff. And Ashley, how about yourself?
I'm very nervous, excited. My family are watching, and my first ever marathon. I just want to complete it, get through it. I'm doing it for an amazing charity as well, so can't wait.
Now, will you run together, do you think, or you're going to try to think? What do you think?
I am so slow. These guys will be so ahead of me. I'm telling you. I'm going to be running probably with Ivor, who's 88, who is the oldest runner here. That's who I'm chasing today.
Brilliant stuff, guys. Lots of luck. I'll see you on the course later.
Give us a piggyback, won't you, if you see us? Cheers, Colin.
Colin and the guys down at the start, and well, if you're not there already, you better get a move on. Not long to go. 10 o'clock for the mass race, of course. And London again, even on a day like today, looks beautiful from the helicopter at the first water station. The elite women, and this, of course, always a scenario which can cause consternation for some if they're not organised. I know Paula is always
animated about people at water stations, but early stages of the women's race, 1 or 2 already seem to be struggling a little bit, but they're going at a decent pace, sort of low 2:20 pace. Katani is in there, and the 2 pacemakers, though, just trying to force it along a little bit, and I'm not quite sure they're all that keen. And they will be watching Katani, won't they? She's the one who the others will be waiting to see. If she goes with it, they'll go with it. If she doesn't, they'll sit behind her.
Absolutely, she is the one to watch, I think, coming into this. Incidentally, she's also the only one who I didn't see take a drink at that first drink station, so maybe she didn't notice it or missed a bottle, or maybe she just felt that she didn't need to take one that early. But certainly within that group, she's controlling it, but she's also not really showing any real willingness to go with the pacemakers, who are a little bit up ahead there, and a pretty good pedigree for the pacemakers. Pacemaker 1, Helle Kiprop, is actually the world silver medalist from Beijing, so she raced in the race that we saw, won by Mara Dibaba, but Mara not wanting to cover that at this moment.
Now, it was a great finish in the Bird's Nest in Beijing. Dibaba winning when she got onto the track at the end, so will we see a sprint finish, if you want to call it that, in the marathon this year? This is the women. Incidentally, Priska Jeptu is already off that lead group, but so far the British women, 1 or 2 other international athletes, Van Zyl, Sarah Hall, I think, is still in there, are all locked together at the moment. Susan Partridge and Charlotte Purdue at the front of that British contingent.
Yeah, Charlotte Purdue moving up now through that group. She took a little bit of time to settle into it. It is a big step for her to take that step up towards the marathon. So young and coming off the background of pretty serious injuries in the last couple of years. But she seems in good shape. She's very happy with the way that the preparation has gone. Very happy with the amount of volume and intensity that she's been able to absorb in the training cycle coming into this. And she will always race aggressively and give it 100% out there.
If this was a shorter race, if it was a half marathon, you'd think Charlotte Purdue in good form would be a favourite. But the question for her, the question for us, and the question for the rest of them is, can Charlotte Purdue stay with this pace on her debut marathon? But I think lots of good track runners who step out to the marathon and do that conscientiously actually do run good marathons. So Susan Partridge in that group, alongside Susan Partridge is Freya Ross, who ran, remember, in London in 2012, stepped in and run the marathon for Great Britain on that occasion when Paula was unfortunately injured and dropped out, and Freya Ross on the outside there took Paula's place. Now, I remember she was telling me she was at work on the Monday and she was running the marathon at the weekend, and she hadn't had a chance to tell everybody that she was going to do that because it was a bit of a secret that you were injured at the time. So she just left a note on her computer saying out of office, and when you read the out of office, it says, I shall be away for a few days. I'm running the Olympic marathon.
The British women then are already around about a minute or so behind the leaders. We have them, Kitani taking water on board this time. And it's not particularly warm today, obviously, but I think it is very good conditions for quick running. As long as the wind doesn't pick up in the later stages, we're expecting a little bit of a breeze to pick up, but nothing too bad. So Kitani, you can see they're now starting to force things a little bit. You can see the others, the group's a little bit more spread out now. The cadence has just picked up a little. Dibaba, Tufa, Sumgong, Kiplagat, Mergia and Tedessa.
Meanwhile, the wheelchair racers, led once again by Kota Hokanui, are coming up to Tower Bridge. Once you've done Cutty Sark, Tower Bridge is the next major target. Crowd usually on both sides of the bridge. It is a magnificent sight, and you know when you get to Tower Bridge that the race is really about to begin. You've knocked off the first 12.5, and this is where the training begins to pay dividends. And Marcel Hug has gone to the front now with Kurt Fearnley behind him and Dave Weir in third. Those three haven't been among the leaders in the last couple of miles when you've been away watching the elite women's race. But of course, with elite wheelchair racing, Tanny, the lead does change more frequently than it does with traditional able-bodied athletes. And the big three have decided to make their presence felt at the front. But look at Hug. Every time he makes a move, he's looking over his shoulder to Kurt Fearnley, who's looking over his shoulder to Dave Weir. they all know they all know who's in contention here for the big title.
Well, Dave Weir's running a very smart and tactical race. He hasn't really gone to the front too much, and they're always watching to see where he is, so they're obviously fairly concerned about the sprint finish. The climb up and over Tower Bridge is a bit steeper than you think, and then the run off down the other side is very nice as well, so they're all looking in great position right now.
So they will snake round to their right-hand side. And this, perhaps, is the beginning of a fascinating second half of this race. Hokanui was involved with setting the pace, but the big three are out front in the elite wheelchair race.
The sun is out, the choir in fine voice here, and we're getting ready, just about 20 minutes away from the masses and the men's elite runners taking to the streets of London. Conditions a little bit cold, maybe no world records in the elite men's race today, but there are plenty of people going for their very own world records out here, and I've got just a few of them with me, so if you could tell me exactly what the record is and what you're doing.
So yeah, hi, so my name's Lee from London Fire Brigade, and we are London Fire Engine. There's 5 representatives of different different people from the Fire Brigade. So we've got fire cadets, life local intervention, we've got a firefighter, and we've got Ruth from marketing, who's our commissioner.
What's the record?
The world record is 4-person in a costume, and the current record is 6 hours and 23 minutes.
And you're going to smash it?
We're going to smash it. We're absolutely going to smash it, yeah.
I bet you've had fun coordinating your training session.
It's been a little bit wild, but we think we're ready. Yeah, we're raising money for the Firefighters charity, so really worthwhile charity. And can I give a big shout out to the water station, London Fire Brigade Water Station?
You've just done it. Well done. Best of luck, guys. We won't be missing you. Tell me your record and who you are.
I'm hoping to set the world record, setting the world record for the white appliances. The white appliances. So it's any kitchen product weighing over 25 kilograms. Hoping to set a 5-hour record. It weighs 26 kilograms.
It's real as well. It's not plastic.
Yeah, it's real. Yeah, and raising money for polycystic kidney disease, which my 4-year-old nephew has. So it's anything to help find a cure. Yeah.
How did you decide on which white good?
It was just there in the kitchen. We had nowhere to fit it in the kitchen.
Best of luck. Okay, what are you?
Morning. I'm Ian Bates. I'm running a Guinness World Record for the fastest 3-dimensional dinosaur.
And how long is that going to be?
It's going to take probably all day, but hopefully within 7 hours we'll be happy.
He's a very handsome man under that.
I'm hiding.
Best of luck. Put your best foot forward. Tell me who you are and what's your record?
My name's Jill Punt. I'm running for Cancer Research UK, and I'm the fastest animal, hopefully, running the marathon today.
Show us your head. A bear, yeah?
Absolutely. Although sadly it has to be an animal.
Very pretty costume.
Thank you, Snow White.
Snow White?
Fastest book character. My name's Lisa Wilkinson. I'm running for Action on Hearing Loss.
Best of luck. And I know who you are, sir, but you tell us what it is.
I'm Jonathan Scott, and I'm a fastest marathon dressed in a replica astronaut suit.
We met the other day, of course, at Excel, but you're not just dressed as an astronaut. You have quite a lot to do with them, don't you?
Yeah, well, I'm lucky enough to work as part of a team for the European Space Agency, who's helps prepare Tim and the other European astronauts for their missions to the International Space Station. And we've also helped him prepare for his marathon today.
Absolutely. Tim Peake, of course, starting the race out there in space. What an incredible way to get this whole thing going. And running the race at the same time. Are you hoping to beat him?
Maybe. I'll let you know at halfway and see how we're doing.
Okay, thank you so much. Best of luck, all of you. I think you're absolutely brilliant, but I'm glad I'm wearing a coat. Let's get back out there on the course.
Well, you can see there where the wheelchair athletes have reached and where the elite women are. They're not too far away from Cutty Sark. I've gone through a very swift actually just gone through 5 miles, the elite women. Very quick through miles 3 and 4. It is a quick part of the course. Paula Radcliffe, they went 5:11, 5:2. So really meaning business. And Mary Katani has now pulled them under 2:20 time. She's done that before. Mergia has done it before, but a few others are going quicker than they ever have done.
Yeah, so I think Keitany took a little bit of time to settle into it, let the first 2 miles tick by, and then decided she was ready to start racing, ready to start running quicker, and moved through on that slightly downhill 3rd mile with a 5:11, but then a 5:2 on the next mile, which is not so downhill, and definitely looks as though she's maintaining that pace and starting to already ask questions of the girls in this group who are in single file there behind Mergia. They're just looking back and a long way back down the road. I can't see Jeptude back there at all. And then the next group behind are not even in sight. So she is really pushing on. They can't even see the pacemakers ahead of her though, so they must be a little way up in front, and she's not really getting, well, doesn't need that much protection because it's not very windy out there at all at the moment. But as you mentioned earlier, I think they are anticipating a little bit of a pickup in wind towards the end of the race, and certainly as time they get along the embankment.
Well, the elite women are now at Tower Bridge, and Tatiana McFadden is now back in the lead. Early on, we saw a break from Wakika Toshida, who brought Tatiana's 3-year winning streak to an end earlier this year. So Tatiana just allowed her Japanese rival to take 10 or 15 seconds out of her, but now she is back at the front where she believes she belongs. There she is in the long white sleeves. She's got the ponytail as well. Big opportunity this for Tatiana to go 4 in a row. Manuela Shah is up there. She's a really, really high quality opponent for Tatiana, but McFadden confident enough to let them go early on. But she is now back with that lead group, and it's a different dynamic to that which we've seen the last 3 years, where she's been way out front on her own. 4 together at the front of the women's elite wheelchair race. Aaron Pike, he's been at the front for a couple of miles. We did have Van Dijk and Fernley and Marcel Hoog and Dave Weir, but Aaron Pike, a rather surprise leader. Plenty of drama still to come in this race.
Uninterrupted coverage of all the elite races. Press your red button now for that. Also, if you want to get in touch with us here at Virgin Money London Marathon, you can via all our social media platforms, or text 81111 to send your messages of support. Well, the atmosphere is building down at the start. It's getting a bit tense as well, as runners of all ages and abilities begin to line up on the grid. And Colin caught up a little bit earlier with a group of familiar faces, with its leader hoping to reach, well, not just top gear, but any gear will do.
Yes, I am here with the Radio 2 running team. Good morning, all. Brilliant stuff. And of course, with their fully fledged member here, Chris Evans, Mr. Top Gear himself. Chris, last year you ran, and you ran around 4:53?
4:53, yeah.
Which is a very respectable performance.
Thank you, Colin, thank you.
Tell us, how's training gone with the team so far?
Well, the team are brilliant. We've got some, literally some Virgin Money London Virgins. We've got a couple of veterans. We've got a 14 marathoner over here. We've got a guy who did a 200-mile race just 8 weeks ago. This is Jules over here. But a great mixed bunch, all got different secret agendas that they're not really letting on. As far as I'm concerned, my watch says Sunday the 31st, 3:46 a.m, so I can't get a signal. So, honestly, there's my excuse. But everybody's in Feinfeld. They've given loads of money to Children in Need, and they're doing this. They've been up to Steve Cram's training camp, and they're doing New York as well. And honestly, lovely bunch of people.
Tell me, is there anybody here I should specifically watch out for, or you're all running together as a team? What do you think?
Watch out for the dark horse, my wife, who is giving nothing away. I've no idea. We live in the same house. We have the same children. I've got no idea what she's up to, but something's going on over there. But people don't like to let on, do they, really, about their own agenda? I don't know. What do you think? What do you all think?
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited. I'd like to get a half-decent time. I'm just hoping my wife doesn't punish me, because she's never run in her life until January, and I just slipped her in on your auction.
Yeah.
Well, listen, guys, all the best. I'll be on the course. I wish you all the best. Truly, I do. Well done.
Colin. Thank you.
Well, I'm here now with a very special man indeed, 33-year-old Ben Smith from Bristol, who's running the 26.2 miles today. But that's just one small step on an incredible challenge.
For most people, doing one marathon is the pinnacle, the ultimate ambition. But in September 2015, Ben Smith took the first steps on a journey that will see him run over 10,000 miles, or more accurately, 401 marathons in 401 consecutive days. Ben was bullied at school to such an extent he suffered a nervous breakdown and tried to take his own life. 3 years ago, depressed and overweight, he started running, and he hasn't looked back. Now he's travelling around the UK raising awareness about the impact of bullying.
Do we think bullying is good, or do we think bullying is bad?
The challenge will take him from Land's End to John O'Groats, meeting and running with masses of people along the way. London will be marathon 237 for Ben.
Let's go then!
Only 165 to go for this incredible marathon man.
The stories just get more and more amazing, the people more and more inspirational. Ben, you are a phenomena. To do what you're doing, undertake it, at any point have you thought this is a crazy idea, enough is enough?
Crazy idea, yes. Enough is enough, no. I think when you're extremely passionate about something that you want to achieve, you know, and it's in your heart and you wake up every morning happy, I think it makes it a lot easier.
Absolutely, you're putting a smile on a lot of people's faces, but you're out there with quite a few more people than you've run with so far.
Yeah. It's a little bit overwhelming this morning. I've been up since 5 o'clock and, you know, there's some amazing people here. I've already heard some incredible stories and I don't think I'm going to be able to get through it today without crying.
No, well, you certainly brought a tear to my eye when I saw your story yesterday. Tell us a little bit about why you're doing it.
I was badly bullied at school for 8 years of my life, and unfortunately that led me to try and take my own life when I was 18. I'm very passionate in ensuring that this doesn't happen to kids anymore, and hopefully with the £250,000 that we'll raise from this project, it will go to support the two charities, which are Stonewall and Kidscape, in tackling these issues.
But you've gone out there as well on your way and talked to kids, which I think is so important, so you've got a dual attack.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's important for our kids to grow up in a society where they know they can be who they want to be. You know, it took me 18 years to figure out who I was. Let's not make sure the same problem happens with them.
Do we have a time?
I don't know, it depends on how much fun I have.
It doesn't matter, does it?
No,
Just go out there and have a great time today. Well, whatever time you do, Ben, it won't be up there near 2 hours or so, which is what the elite men are going to be doing. And they're kind of sprinting for just over 2 hours. It really is an impressive field as well. Here's Phil Jones having a look at the elite men.
Eliud Kipchoge is the sixth fastest marathon man of all time. His record since 2013, 6 marathon starts, 5 wins, 1 second place. He defends his London crown. Wilson Kipsang was defeated in a sprint finish last year. Twice a London Marathon champion and the course record holder, he's back to resume the Kenyan duel and aims to be just the 4th man in history to win a hat-trick of titles here. Another Kenyan, Dennis Kimeto, is the world record holder, the first man to go sub 2 hours 3 minutes for a marathon. But he hasn't won a race since that staggering record run in Berlin 17 months ago. He was 3rd here last year. Stanley Biwott is a 4th Kenyan of outstanding pedigree, the reigning New York Marathon champion, where he beat Kipsang. Biwott was 4th in London last year, runner-up the year before. Ethiopian distance legend Kenenisa Bekele makes the big comeback after an injury-wrecked 2015. A princely 3 Olympic golds on the track, he's also a world cross-country king who hopes he's ready to reign on the roads. Eritrea's Germe Gebrselassie is the reigning world champion, a sensational teenage winner in Beijing last year, the youngest marathon gold medalist in history. He makes his London debut. The men's elites, another stellar cast on show through the streets of the capital today.
It's going to be a great men's race, of course, doubling up as Olympic qualification for the British athletes as well, so we'll be following them very closely. The start is minutes away too for the masses. Just over 35,000 will begin their quest, and one of them will become the 1 millionth finisher and earn a place in history. Who that will be and what time, who knows, because the London Marathon organisers will announce that in a couple of weeks' time. They want to be absolutely sure of that important person, so we won't know until then either. But what a landmark it is for one of the greatest races in the world, a race which the best want to win and so many want to take part in. It all started 35 years ago on March 29th, 1981. 6,747 runners were accepted to take part and 6,225 crossed the line on Constitution Hill, with the elite men's race being won in a tie between American Dick Beardsley and Norwegian Inge Simonsen. Since then, the race has grown so much, both at elite and mass participation level. Chris Brasher, the race's co-founder and former Olympic steeplechase champion, died 13 years ago. And sadly this year, the London Marathon's other co-founder, John Disley, passed away in February, aged 87. John was born in Gwynedd, Wales, and competed for Great Britain at the 1952 Helsinki Olympics, winning a bronze medal in the 3,000-metre steeplechase. A PE teacher, he also set Welsh records at 6 distances. But his legacy, like Chris's, will always live on with the London Marathon. It's now fitting, before the elite men and masses begin their race, everybody will pay their respects to John, a visionary, an innovator, and a true gentleman.
Ladies and gentlemen, in February this year, the London Marathon's co-founder, John Disley, CBE, died aged 87. He was an Olympic medalist and a pioneer of mass participation in sport, who, along with Chris Brasher, dreamt and delivered this incredible event. He also designed the course you will run on, which today will see the 1 millionth finisher complete the race. To commemorate his place in athletics history, in the company of his wife Sylvia and daughters Emma and Kate, let us now all join together in applause to remember this remarkable man. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A great tribute to John Disley. We are now a few moments away from introducing you to the final elite lineup, and you can see the masses, 39,000 runners getting ready to get underway on the 2016 Virgin Money London Marathon.
A wonderful moment in respecting the memory of John Disley, and lovely to see his wife and daughters here today as well. The men's and masses start to the 36th London Marathon is almost upon us. Over 35,000 runners are ready, so let's hand over to our commentary team: Rob Walker, Baroness Tanni Grey-Thompson, Paula Radcliffe, Brendan Foster and Steve Cram.
Well, thank you, Gabby, and a fitting tribute to John Disley. There was a wonderful memorial service held in the city on Thursday, which so many people attended, as indeed did some of these elite athletes. A great man, and a great tribute to him and his great work. So there's some of the names going through. We'll be introducing the top names in just a moment for the British men as for the British women. A big day, Olympic selection at stake for them. Scott Overall and Callum Hawkins already have the qualifying time. Chris Thompson, good to see him back.
Starting with the 2015.
So this man here became the youngest ever world champion in Beijing last year. Germe Gebrselassie from Eritrea could be the youngest winner ever of the London Marathon were he to triumph today.
22 times a world champion, 3 times an Olympic champion.
One of the greatest distance runners of all time, Kenenisa Bekele. Injuries have curtailed his marathon career, but could he produce something special today?
The reigning New York City Marathon champion from Kenya, Stanley Biwott.
Won New York, his first really big win in the autumn. Second here in 2014, Stanley Biwott of Kenya.
Twice the winner of the Virgin.
He knows how to win here in London,
and
from Kenya, is the Olympic bronze medalist, is the course record holder, Wilson Kipsang.
The world marathon record
2 hours,
from Kenya,
2 minutes and
Dennis
57
Kimetto.
seconds. The incredible world record held by Dennis Kimetto, which he managed to do in Berlin just over 18 months ago.
Champion from Kenya, Eliud Kipchoge.
Great track career, and then he moved on to the roads and is having a wonderful marathon career. He's only ever been beaten once, and that was in a world record race in Berlin when Kipsang broke the record before Kimetto. Eliud Kipchoge, last year's winner, coming to try and get the victory here today. And what about the Brits? Chris Thompson there has done the time in the past. Callum Hawkins has the time this year with Scott Overall as well. So the British men will be following their story as they try to gain selection for Rio.
26
well, they're lining up with all of the thousands of others as well. And in a year when the millionth finisher will cross the line, it's apt that this most powerful and greatest of human races begins with a start which is out of this world.
And join Tim Peake at the International Space Station.
Houston, contact with a 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End of test.
Hi, I'm ESA astronaut Tim Peake on board the International Space Station. It's a huge honour to be asked to be the official starter for the 2016 London Marathon.
2 minutes, 25 seconds.
I'm really excited to be able to join the runners on Earth from right here on board the space station. Good luck to everybody running, and I hope to see you all at the finish line.
Astronauts report it feels good.
10, 9, 8,
Ignition sequence
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Liftoff for the London Marathon 2016. The elites on their way from the blue start, cheered by those in the grandstands, and I'm sure by everybody watching around the world and indeed in space. Tim Peake will be setting off on his own quest to complete this most traditional of distances. And in a weekend when we celebrate the 400th birthday of Shakespeare, perhaps his words are pretty apt. Now bid me run, and I will strive with things impossible. 36,000 and more setting off on their great journey. And this year will be the year that the 1 millionth finisher will cross the finish line in the London Marathon. The blue start and the green start will come together after around a mile or so. The red start in Greenwich Park, there they are on the right of the picture. Then they will head on their path towards a meeting point at 3 miles when all of the three starts come together. There they are in Greenwich Park. It will take a good few minutes for most of them to eventually cross the line, but it all happens incredibly smoothly. The organisation is ever all of the planning, ensuring that everybody will get their turn. Well, Brendan, it's a sight that never fails to inspire all around the world. It's a very special year for a very special event.
It certainly is, Steve, and I've sat here 36 years in a row watching the London Marathon, and that was the most dramatic yet, a start from outer space. And what a week it's been so far in London. We've had the Queen's 90th birthday celebrations. We're having the Shakespeare 400th anniversary celebrations, and today the biggest mass participation marathon in the world will celebrate its millionth finisher. What a day, what an occasion, and who would have thought all those years ago when 6,000 runners lined up here at Greenwich Park that we would be looking at an event where 1 million people have taken part. And if you think back, when they were watching the first marathon in 1981, only a few hundred people in Great Britain had actually ever had any experience of running a marathon. Nowadays, people watching today will see that colourful sight, and over 1 million of those people will have actually experienced the modern phenomenon, which is the marathon. The crowd's excited at the start, the runners hopefully not too excited at the start. They've got to gauge it, they've got to take it carefully, they've got to start slow, and some of them slow down from there. But I must say, these are great conditions for distance running, Paula.
They are very, very good conditions for distance running, a great course and a great place to do it. And So much buzz. They're out there at the start, but the whole way along the route and around here at the Mall, waiting for these runners to finish their journey today, to arrive at the finish line that little bit stronger.
Can I ask you the question? Where would you rather be now?
In the fitness that I'm in right now, I would probably be rather sitting here, but I always want to be out there running.
Well, there are thousands and thousands of stories that have helped people get to the start line. There's so many running for charity. It'll be another record year for charity. And Hugh Brasher, the event organizer, telling us all earlier in the week that just continues to grow and grow and grow. A couple of friends of mine out there, Graham Loden, who's running for the BRDC Benevolent Fund, only his second marathon. Liv Cleary running for pancreatic cancer. Dan Smith out there. We've seen the Children in Need group. We'll be following them with Chris Evans. But so many great stories. We'll try and bring you as many of them as we can, as well as the story of the elite race, of course.
In 36 years, this has become a real British institution. It almost heralds springtime in Britain, the London Marathon. And this is what 40,000 people looked like. 40,000 people with the same intention, with the same idea, and that's to get to the finish line. If you think about the hours of training that have been undergone to get here, that's millions of miles, millions of hours, thousands and thousands of people doing it. And if you're not inspired by this, then what would inspire you? There it is. But I think, when I think back, you know, the difference between the first marathon and how it's changed, look at the first thing that strikes me is the colour. We saw some shots of the first London Marathon. It was grey, it was raining. Today it was damp early on, but it's good now. It's nice now, and the colourful array of runners here, fantastic. This is a modern phenomenon, a wonderful event, a great event, the London Marathon.
Well, good luck to all. And we'll be scrolling some messages across. Nice outfit. Well done. I hope he wore his coat on the way there. Good luck to David Beardmore out there for the British Heart Foundation, raising £10,000. It doesn't matter whether you're raising 100 or thousands of tens of thousands. Well done to you all. So we'll take a few minutes for all of those to cross that start line in Greenwich Park as they come out, exit, turn left, and then they get running. The official start line just outside of the gate. At the blue start, they're still making their way towards the start as well. Overseas competitors, our celebrity competitors in the blue start. A lot of the club athletes, the big club competition, all the running clubs throughout the UK are all there as well. And the green, the blue, as I said, those two starts come together fairly quickly after about a mile or so, mile and a half down the road, and then everybody comes together after about 3 miles. Well, let's have a closer look at exactly where they're heading. We're at the finish line, waiting patiently for them. The 26 miles, which has become very familiar to a lot of them. For some, they've never been here before, making their debuts. People come from around the world. So as I've said, they all come together at about 3 miles through the quickest part of the course, and then heading towards Cutty Sark, where the big crowds will be gathered at around 6 miles. Always a popular place. Through Rotherhithe, through 8, 9, 10 miles, and then they'll be able to see Tower Bridge in the distance as they know halfway approaches. And they cross Tower Bridge, big crowds here, and then head out back towards Canary Wharf as they've managed to get through the halfway point. 15 miles and through one or two of the twisty-turny parts of the course, and then they start the long run for home. Back towards the Tower, and then along the embankment into the last 2 or 3 miles. Some of the great sights of London ahead of them. You can see Big Ben from a long way down that embankment, and then to Buckingham Palace and into the Mall here, just passing in front of us, and the 250 metres or so to the finish line.
Meanwhile, making her way round the course steadily, hoping to hone in on a 4th consecutive title, Tatiana McFadden, closely followed by Manuela Schär, so a great race developing as far as the elite women are concerned in that wheelchair confrontation. Early on, there was a lead for Toshida, but Tatiana McFadden just a couple of moments ago moving through towards Canary Wharf with Manuela Schär for company. Well, while her race is going very well indeed, disappointment for the double Paralympic silver medalist Shelley Woods, having to bring her race to a premature end around about Tower Bridge. A great competitor. It did look as though her season was progressing reasonably well with a win in the Lisbon half, but she was only 9th in Boston and said, I didn't have a great race. So that is a sad end to the aspirations of Shelley Woods for a 3rd London title. And you never know when a puncture and a flat tyre is going to cause you problems. Well, that was certainly something that happened to Marcel Hug 12 months ago, but it's so far so good as far as Marcel is concerned here. Talk about cat and mouse, Tanny. We've been watching this whilst we've been enjoying the pictures of the mass start. So many have taken a turn at the front, but once again it's Hug. And as far as these guys are concerned, this is absolutely pedestrian. They are pushing well within themselves. This is turning into a very, very tactical race.
The pace is so up and down at the moment. Hug keeps trying to make a few breaks, so does Kurt Fernley. But right now, this is totally playing into Dave Weir's hands because he's, you know, in a great position. Oh, Hug's just decided he's now going to put a bit of a kick in. You just see the sudden change of pace. They're probably only pushing about 11, 12 miles an hour. They'll be picking up to about 18, 19 now, but Dave's completely covered it, and there's no issue there at all for Dave Weir.
Well, and I guess the only pattern, if we can gather any pattern at all, is that whenever there's been a break off the front, these 3 guys have responded in the fastest manner. It's been Hug, it's been Kurt Fernley and Dave Weir, and that could indicate that when the definitive break comes, it may well be those 3 battling for the title, and they've all won it. So just beginning to gear up to a big finish, but there's a long, long way to go as far as the able-bodied athletes are concerned.
Lead of the women's race, Mary Keitany still very much setting the pace, but not as quick as she was earlier on. And after a few very quick miles leading up to sort of 10k, they've slowed down. I'm very relieved Paula Radcliffe sitting next to me, so keeps getting worried about a course record, etc. But the last couple of miles, it's really pegged back.
Yes, after setting fast pace through to 5-6 miles, Keitany sat right back in the pack. I don't know whether she just decided to back off and see if anybody else wanted to take the pace on. Tedesca moved to the front. Mergier came up to do some work out the front, but it slowed right down to a 5:32, 5:41, and then a 5:34 mile, which has seen first Sumgong go back to the front and pick the pace back up again, and then Keitany respond to that. And so now we're looking at the trio of Kenyans back at the front after a brief spell of Ethiopians trying to lead the race.
The interesting thing, though, when they have a class field like that, there we're looking at the British battle for Rio. Who's going to come out on top here? Freya Ross at the back of that group, Susan Partridge at the front of the group, the 2 Scottish athletes, surrounded by Charlotte Purdue, Alison Dixon and Sonia Samuels, those 3 English athletes, 2 Scottish athletes, and between those 5 you're literally looking at the 3 athletes who may represent Britain in the Olympic Games this year. A big prize for these athletes. There's that leading group at 15k, 52.46 for the pacemaker, and literally behind them is that group of athletes. So this is an interesting race, this one. Who's going to come out on top? They've lost their pacemaker, which is a bit of a problem. However, they need to keep going at a strong pace, otherwise the fast time, the qualifying time, is going to be missed.
Well, what's happening, Brendan, is that Charlotte Arter is actually running at the pace she was asked to, and they've just dropped off sort of 2:28 pace, these 5, and we knew that would happen, because if Susan isn't going to run 2:28 pace, certainly Sonia and Ali don't need to go with that pace. Freya's still in there, Charlotte's still in there, so I think the pacemaker is keeping to what she was asked to do, but unfortunately she's now running on her own, and these 5 are locked in a proper race, a real race. Meanwhile, back at the start, that's the blue start. They still crossing the line. I just wanted to mention one very special case. Marcus Ginn was meant to be running this year, but he sadly lost his battle with cancer on February the 11th, aged 36. The organisers sent his number to his family, 1,900,812, or 19,812, sorry, would have been his bid number. And Newmarket joggers are out there today running in his memory. They're all wearing Run for Marcus wristbands. And so many people, you can see the messages being scrolled across our screen, are remembering loved ones, running for causes very personal to themselves, or sometimes running just to help other people.
And Alex Haslam running for NSPCC, and John Philpott, number 556-282, and a big group of over 100 runners from City Runners Club. They've got their runners out on the course, but they're also manning the feed station at mile 23. A great job by a great young club, City Runners Club. And Brian Burnett, radio commentator from Scotland, number 56127 from BBC Scotland, and running the race today instead of talking about it, which is what we three feel here today.
Good luck to Victoria French out there, coming down from Sunderland. She'll be cheering Ali Dixon on, I'm pretty sure, as well, at the front of the race. And the Mercedes F1 team are running for Air Ambulance today. Dan Milner, Roger O'Connor Boyd, Dan Markland, David Jones, Tom Fanthorpe, well done to them. Going a little slower than their F1 racers, but I'm sure setting a good pace today.
The costumes are great, you know, because when you do look back, that was the thing that arrived British style, because the first London Marathon, it was 6,000 athletes and runners trying to get to the finish line, and suddenly when the event took off as it did after that first occasion, Elvis is there, and the costumes came out in force. And if you look around the world, not all the mass races in the world follow this British style, but I think we take it to a real extreme. And I remember early years watching a guy clumbering under the tube station with a ladder, and it was, you know, we talked to him. I said, what are you doing? He said, well, I'm going to run the London Marathon. What on earth do you want to go to the London Marathon to carry a ladder on your back? And that sets the tone. That's what they do. Look at them all. The colourful costumes.
It's always so incongruous when you see them out of context. We were driving here this morning along the embankment. There was nobody there. People putting out the barriers and water stations. And then there was this lone guy walking, I presume, to a tube station, dressed as the Jolly Green Giant. And it just, bless him, he didn't have a care in the world, but because he wasn't surrounded by these thousands of others, he did look a little odd.
Do you think they go home in the costumes that they run in, Steve, or do you think they get changed quietly at the finish and go home with a suit on?
Oh, he's been in a scrap already. Showing his guns, the Hulk rules. I hope he's doing that at the end as well. We'll find out a little bit later on. But more people than ever registered at the Expo over the last 3 or 4 days, which means we may well have a record number of finishers. That remains to be seen. But all eyes will be on that millionth finisher, which, as Gabby was saying earlier on, will be announced in a couple of weeks' time.
They're having a party at the start, but think about it, they're taking their time to get to the start line, and when they cross the start line, the transponders will record their starting time, and that will give them their own particular times en route. The modern technology they use these days is fantastic. As we look down overhead, what a beautiful shot of London itself.
Yes, we're a long way from the start line here, and so too are the elite male wheelchair racers. We just saw Kota Hokanui about 15 seconds before you joined us, putting a little sprint in at the front. But once again, it's the dominant triumvirate of excellence of Hoog, Fernley and Dave Weir in first, second and third, with Kota Hokanui in fourth. 1 or 2 others still in touch. But as we said the last time you joined us, every time there's a break, it's the same 3 who get to the front. And I guess the question, Tanny, the way this race is panning out at the moment, does this play into the hands of Dave Weir in search, after all, let's not forget, of that magnificent 7th title that would make him, on his own, sorry about this, the most successful wheelchair racer in London Marathon history? Is this the way Dave would have envisaged the race panning out in an ideal context?
At the moment, this is playing right into Dave Weir's hands. So in Boston last week, Hogan, Fernley and Van Dijk attacked really early and they made it very hard. But Boston is a very hilly course. It's quite different to London. And Hook's just been putting in some short, sharp sprints, 20, 30 metres, not actually damaging Dave Weir at all. So I guess Hook at the moment is starting to think of his tactics. There's only a few miles left. They're going to be on the embankment shortly, bit of a tailwind, really nice road surface. At what point are they going to kick? Because what they probably don't want to be doing is waiting for that final right turn. But you see, quick look over his shoulder, seeing where everyone is. Dave Weir is tucked in a great position right now and looking very comfortable.
Hokanui is the athlete just towards the right-hand side, wearing 27. Dave's just looking up, sitting up, stretching his back out, looking over his shoulder. And again, it's just worth pointing out, there is Hokanui there, just to the right-hand side. It doesn't always work out Dave's way when it comes down to a sprint. Hoog beat him by inches, as it was 2 years ago. Josh George the same last year. We should mention Aaron Pike on the left of picture there, the black outfit and the black chair with the beard. He's massively outperforming himself at the moment. He's had a couple of little goes off the front. So I guess Dave has been dominant for such a long time, which is indicative of the fact that he's won this on 6 occasions. It was inevitable there might come a day where that dominance has been challenged and questioned, and so he really is going to have to earn this record-breaking 7th the hard way.
They're not going to make it easy for him, and that final turn, as you come into the finish, you can actually push people out quite wide. I mean, probably 2 or 3 years ago, Dave had a much quicker acceleration and top-end speed, but sort of this season, back into last season, it's very even. So it's actually about how far the nerve can hold out and who's going to try and go first. But Hoog's controlling everything at the moment, you know, but he's got to be thinking he has to make a break soon, because you don't want a sprint finish. They've got the whole width of the road, but with this number in the pack, it could be a challenge to a sprint finish. And Ernst has crashed a few times in the last couple of 100 metres as well. So, you know, you've got to make sure you have a really clear line for the finish.
So Hoog still driving the pace. Fernley's in second. He's wearing the sleeveless vest top. Dave Weir in third. He's got the long white sleeves on with that distinctive stripy helmet. Pierre Fairbanks going well. He's just drifted off to the right-hand side. There he is, the Frenchman, 44 years of age, still going strong. He was 4th in last year's race, and he's clearly decided he doesn't want this to come down to a real burn-up in the closing stages. Bronze medalist last year in the World Champs over the 100 and the 800, so no disrespect to the Frenchman. He's deciding he can't afford, perhaps, to leave it until the very closing stages of the race, and no sooner has the Frenchman gone to the front, Marcel Hoog has closed him down, and that means Fernley's right behind, and so too's Dave Weir.
It actually looks there like Pierre Fairbanks is having a little bit of a problem with his right glove, so the guys now use a heat moldable plastic, and you see him keep trying to fix it. Without that strapped tightly onto him, he's not going to be able to sprint, so I guess he tried to get to the front to give himself a bit of clearance.
So this men's race is heading towards a climax. At what stage will they make the move? And I guess the other point about Dave, he's a 6-time Paralympic champion. Whatever he does in Rio, it's surely never going to eclipse the 4 golds he won in his own city, especially finishing off with that 4th gold on the roads, which was a very, very special win for him. Does it get to a point where he's struggling for motivation?
No, I don't think so. I mean, Dave really wants the 7th London Marathon win, and you know, he said previously he'll keep going till he gets it. But right now, definitely top 3. I'd put him in this position because they're onto a really nice bit of the course now.
So Pierre Fairbank leads. All the main contenders are there. It may well come down to a sprint for the title. Dave Weir is still in the hunt for the magnificent 7.
Tower Bridge and the elite women in the sunshine. Pace has been up and down very fast through miles 4, 5, 6, 7, that sort of period. Then it's slowed down. It's now settled into a sort of steadier pace, and you can see the athletes looking around. Sungong just having a check, seeing who's in that group. Keitany, as ever, been pretty much leading things. Nothing much has changed there over the last 3 or 4 miles. And they have just let the pace drop a little. And Paula, you know, that's going to be an interesting thing, because it looked for a little while as though Keitany really meant business today. For whatever reason, she's decided to back off.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit intrigued as to what that reason might have been. She looked as though she was running really well, really full of running early on, pushed that pace and then settled right back, and obviously nothing too serious. Maybe she just had a little bit of a stomach cramp, maybe because she missed that drink at the first drink station, or maybe she just decided that, okay, today was a day where she doesn't really want to run fast, she wants to concentrate just on winning the race. But she sat back to see, was anybody else prepared to keep the pace pushing along? The answer was no, so then quite happy to settle in around that 5:30 mark.
But there's still something about that group of athletes. They're so good. The world champions there, last year's winners there. Keitany was second here last year, and sometimes you sense there's a bit of, unless they really personally want to go for a record time, you sometimes sense there's safety in numbers. And I think settling into that group for Mary Keitany, who's an outstanding athlete, the second fastest marathon runner ever, I think she's happier and safer there with that group of athletes around her, because she knows there's some talent there, some real talent there. And the other thing that's on her mind, because selection for the Olympic Games for Mary Keitany could be as a result of her position today vis-a-vis the other Kenyans. So you got the bunch of East Africans, you got 3 Kenyans and 4 Ethiopians, or sorry, 4 Kenyans, 3 Ethiopians in that group. That could be the Olympic team for both of those countries if this race goes well enough, and so they're settling in there. It's an extremely interesting race from every point of view. I think fast times have almost gone out of the window, and who's going to win this one is more the measure. But that's a very talented field of very good athletes, and the British athletes are similarly running in a group of 5 down the road a little bit from this leading group.
So from a huge pack of leading elite women to our lone leader in the wheelchair race, Tatiana McFadden, going for 4 in a row. Remember, every single year she's won this title, she's broken her own course record. She saw a 3-year-long winning streak coming to an end earlier this year at the hands of Wakika Toshida. But Tatiana McFadden is looking good for London Marathon title number 4. The American has this race under control at the moment.
Well, things really warming up in terms of the British women's race as well for these Olympic spots, but it's warming up, but they're slowing down a little bit. They've let the pacemaker go. These 5 women locked together, Susan Partridge with Ali Dixon and Sonia Samuels, Freya Ross and Charlotte Purdue, all still together, and this already has become a tactical race. It's still got 14 miles to go, Paula, but nobody really wanting to push on at this point.
No, and that's the danger that we were talking about in the elite women as well. When they're so important to be in the winning position or the first 2 positions, you don't want to risk too much early on. You don't want to risk going out a little bit hard and see whether you can hang on. You want to make sure and conserve your effort, and these women now are really looking at each other, and it is going to be a huge test of nerve. And the reason that Ali Dixon and Sonia Samuels don't want to run fast is not just because they don't want to run a personal best and they don't want to lead the others to a time. They want to try and save a little bit of energy for Rio, and hoping that they'll qualify and finish in those top 2 positions with the time already run in Berlin.
I think the incentive for Ali Dixon there and for Sonia Samuels would be to go to the front and slow it down even more, because it's going to be pressure here, because we're looking at the 5 British athletes here. We're looking at the wheelchair athletes coming around the bend there, but the athletes at the front are very interesting in terms of where they are.
Yes, we are now into the closing stages. There are so many still in touch here, still in with a chance of taking this title. So, Pierre Fairbank had been leading. Dave Weir is still there, but this is going to be very, very tough indeed in the last 1 mile. Who's got the strength? Who's got the drive?
And Sambetta has decided from the USA that he needs to make a break early, that he doesn't want to wait for the sprint finish. He's been off the pack for most of the race, and in the last 2 miles has caught back up with the lead pack. Working very hard now, and Hug, great position behind. Kurt Finley from Australia, and Dave Weir in 4th place. Dave has hardly ever come to the front of the pack, but you know, the chairs are 6 meters long, so if you're going to come out and try and break to come round in the sprint finish, you've got a long way to come round. So you know, Dave Weir needs to be probably thinking about moving out a little bit now to make sure that he has a clear run through, because if Sambetta kicks, it takes a while for that to respond back.
So James Sambetta, the 29-year-old, 6th in the New York Marathon a couple of years ago. He's played a very, very canny race and a very canny game. Sat at the back of that lead group. He is in control at the moment. They have put an injection of pace in. All the rest have begun to be spat out the back. It's Sambetta leading, Hoogs in 2nd, Fernley 3rd, Dave Weir's in 4th, and Van Dijk, the hugely experienced, talented South African, is in 4th. They are gearing up for a huge charge at the finish line. And I tell you what, Tanny, Dave's still got a chance here as he moves up wide on the outside past the shoulder of Kurt Fernley. Weir is beginning to mount his challenge here, but Hoogs blocking him.
Well, yeah, he just moved across just ever so slightly, didn't actually impede him in any way, but Dave needs to make sure that he has a clear run round, because actually it's a slight climb as they make the final couple of turns. They will potentially have to use their steering, but every push they miss, they can lose a half a second.
Round the final corner then. Dave Weir is in a great position here, but Marcel Hug is leading. Weir driving those shoulders on, working those fingertips. The big three are going for it here. They've all won it before, but who's going to take the title in 2016? Weir's trying to come wide on the outside, but Marcel Hug is holding it at the moment. Marcel Hug looks as though he's in the driving seat here. Fernley in 2nd place, Hug takes it again, Fernley in 2nd, and Dave Weir finishes 3rd. He is still on the hunt for that elusive 7th title. Marcel Hug copied and followed every move, and when the moment came to strike, nobody, not even the great Dave Weir, could respond. Hug has taken the title as he did 2 years ago, and that is a very, very important stepping stone on the road to Rio for the man from Switzerland. The only colour medal missing from his collection is a Paralympic gold, and he's laid down a marker to Dave Weir and all the best of the rest that he is the man in form moving ahead to Brazil in a few months' time. It's Hug who strikes the psychological blow here on the streets of London. That was class.
Attack.
That was a fantastic race for Marcel Hug. I mean, sort of 4 or 5 miles from the end, he looked like he was just trying to play games. He wasn't making any decisive kicks, but when it came to that final sprint finish, he actually still looked like he had a lot left in him. Beautiful race for Marcel Hug. That will give him so much confidence to go into Rio and the rest of the road racing season.
Well, and I guess you can argue it the other way from Dave Weir's perspective. Yes, of course, he'll be disappointed not to have won on the streets of his home city again, but a huge motivation for Dave if ever he needed it. He's had a little reminder here that those 6 gold medals, well, they were hard-earned, but if there's to be a 7th or an 8th in Brazil, he's got some real work to do over the coming months, Tanny.
He's going to have a strong track racing season, and I think at the moment, you know, it's not ideally where he wants to be, but it's massively motivational for him. He'll go back, he'll have a couple of days off training, and then he'll be back on the track within about 2 weeks. So, you know, I wouldn't write off his gold medal chances just yet.
Dave just going off for his interviews and just to get some sustenance on board. Plenty more to come from him this year, but the title and the elusive 7th win still yet to be in the possession of the Werewolf. And still, they're moving over the start line.
Well, that's back at the start, but the race has really been forging on in the elite men. It's been a cracking pace. They're actually running an incredibly fast pace. And through the first 10K, we were covering the wheelchair race, of course, but while that's been happening in the men's race, they've gone through 10K in an incredibly quick time, 28:37, which, well, is incredible, to be honest.
It's sub 2 hour 1 pace, so they're currently on 2 hours 40-second pace, which is incredibly fast, and you can see the damage that has done to the field, strung out way behind, but there's still, for the pace that they're running at, there's still a fairly large group still going with this pace.
Well, I think it's incredibly too quick. There's one of the greatest distance runners of all time, Kenenisa Bekele, on the outside there, and having run the first 10K at that sort of pace, I think people like him and some of the others are going to pay for it. This is going to be a race. You take a picture now and you take a record of where they are now and who's in that group, and the only thing you can say for certain is that it's not going to be like this towards the finish. These athletes are going to pay for that. Some of them are not in the kind of shape to run at that pace for this far, and the pacemakers have clearly got carried away. But Wilson Kipsang in the green vest, the course record holder here, well, he's traveling faster than his course record today, and right next to him with the yellow headband there, Eliud Kipchoge, last year's winner, and behind those two, Kenenisa Bekele, and we just wonder what kind of shape he's in, whether he's going to be able to go. But I'll tell you what he wouldn't have done. He wouldn't have wanted to go this quick for this early, especially when he's not sure exactly of his condition. So lots to change, and that's for certain.
Well, a little earlier on at the drink station, it looks like Kipsang who took a fall, and Kimetto just having a look at him. Yeah, so this happened a little while back, and we've obviously seen him back in the group and looking fine, and there he is, no problems at all. And if any of you are watching the World Half Marathon Championship in Cardiff a couple of weeks ago when Kamworo fell at the very beginning, Kamworo's a training partner of Kipchoge, and he still got up and managed to win in brilliant style at the World Half Marathon Championships. So Kipsang taking a bit of a tumble there, but he looks absolutely fine. Now, the British race, very interesting. We have a group which does have Callum Hawkins and Scott Overall, the two who have the qualifying time already in the bag, but they're behind Johnny Hay here, who's started pretty quickly, gone through 10K in 30 minutes and 40, which is a very fast pace for a man who has yet to have run anything like that. Really embarking on his marathon career. Arne Gabius, the recent 2:8 runner, breaking the German record in Frankfurt recently over on the far side there. Sergei Lebed, very familiar figure. So Johnny Hay, great company there, but he's not the lead British athlete, because ahead of him, and almost 30 seconds ahead through the first 10K, Sigai Tuwelde, Eritrean, who has been based in Scotland for the last few years, ran great in the Great Scottish Half Marathon in Glasgow back in the autumn, ran a personal best for the half marathon then. He is the man who actually is eligible to compete for Great Britain now, wearing 35. There he is, all in the blue, is currently the lead British athlete, and he's running very quick, I have to say. He's gone through first 10K, I would suspect probably a little bit too quick. It's a massive risk he's taking. Yes, Olympic selection at stake, Brendan, but surely going through 30 minutes and 12 seconds through the first 10K for him is a bit quick.
It is a bit quick, running there in the famous Shettleston Harriers club vest. He has been based in Glasgow and trained and run well in Scotland over the last couple of years, but he is biting off more than he can chew here, I'm pretty sure. But he's not the only one, because up at the front they're going so quick that I'm pretty sure there's going to be an awful lot of changes happening there. And as we look here, we've been going 37 minutes in the men's marathon, and the London Marathon organisers have done a superb job getting all the runners off and on the course and on the way. Nick Patel, the chief executive, said the start is the key part of this race, that we can do it smoothly and clearly, and they've done that. They're now onto the course, and it's a very good course, but really they were waiting for it till yesterday when the course was finalized, because they've been building the superhighway, the cycle superhighway, and it was only finished yesterday on some of this course. But they've done well in conjunction with Transport for London, and these guys are really burning up that course.
So very interesting in this elite women's race, because Tatiana McFadden does not have it all her own way here. Wow. She's going to really have to earn this 4th consecutive title.
Well, I think at this point McFadden might have thought that she would have broken Shah. She didn't have it all her own way in the first 10K, but she's just got stronger and stronger. And even a mile ago, there was a significant gap. Shah's a very strong sprinter. She needs to sit on a wheel. Tatiana's not used to being in the position where she has to sprint in the final stage of the marathon, so it's going to be interesting to see how confident she is right now.
Well, her first 3 titles in London were all at a canter, and it was all about the time. But Manuela Shah is on the back wheel of Tatiana McFadden. Now we find out what the Americans got when it's wheel to wheel, shoulder to shoulder. Shah is trying to come wide on the outside, the athlete from Switzerland, and she's closing. The questions are being asked, but now McFadden begins to respond. She is the world's greatest wheelchair racer, but this year they've started to make her really work for these titles. Digging in, gritting her teeth. Now she looks up and she realises the daylight is there between her and Manuela Shah. McFadden makes it 4 in a row, but that was the hardest one we've seen her win so far. And all credit to Switzerland's Manuela Shah for coming right back into that race. And McFadden knows that if she's going to take all those gold medals in Rio, she is going to have to work so hard for them, because they're no longer prepared to let her win at a procession. That was a proper race.
Well, Dashido Keiko took her out in the first 10K. McFadden was 15 seconds down, and it's interesting that Shah didn't give up at any point. She kept going, and even with a mile to go, felt that she could pull her back in. But McFadden's looking a little bit tired. This is her 3rd marathon this season, but you know, she's looking in amazing position. She's got a massive schedule ahead of her in Rio. She's going to be racing every distance on the track and the relay, so she needs to be in Rio in the best shape she can be.
And this is great for wheelchair racing, because it's not necessarily the best advert for a sport when you simply see a procession or a time trial. You need to know that there are 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 other world-class women capable of putting the favourite under pressure, and they are capable, and they've ran her close today.
And also, we just saw the back of McFadden's chair there. She's carrying a big pack of water with her. That probably weighs an extra kilo. So, you know, it's probably not what she ideally wants to be racing with. But at the moment, she is unbeatable. And there's Keiko Dashido just coming across the line. She is, you know, she's going to make it really challenging for McFadden this season.
Keiko Dashido, who set the early pace and perhaps just paid the price for that over the last couple of miles. She has beaten Tatiana McFadden earlier this year in Tokyo, but not to be today. McFadden reigns supreme and is now a 4-time London Marathon winner.
Well, we can see the progress of the 2 elite racers. The men are through 8 miles. The elite women now getting to the important part of the race. Through the Canary Wharf area. Keitany, though, still where she's been most of the time, just leading that group. Nothing much happening there. The pace has been pretty steady for the last few miles. And Keitany maybe just now beginning to think about pushing things on a little bit. That group has not changed since about the 2nd or 3rd mile. 5:41 for that previous mile. So they're through 16. DeBarber looks comfortable. Goodness me, what a great race it was in Beijing when 4 of them looked as though they had a chance of winning, and then came onto the track, and DeBarber was the one who came through for the win. Sumgong, who's been rumoured to have been training very well recently. Florence Kiplagat, we know she missed quite a bit of training earlier on in the winter. The last few weeks apparently have gone well, but this is the time of the race when you find out those who've done the preparation. You can, if you've missed a bit of your training, you can sort of get to 18, 19, 20 miles, and then it all starts to unravel. And that's the part of the race we're coming to.
That's exactly right, Steve. That's exactly what's happening here. And if you look at them, they're watching one another, and they're also running for a place in Rio. And both the Kenyan selectors and the Ethiopian selectors haven't made it clear to these athletes what are the criteria for selection in the marathon for Rio. The British athletes have, and Susan Partridge is the first one to come under pressure. The group of 5 Susan hasn't got the qualifying time this so far. She's drifted off the back of the pack here. So there are 4 athletes here, and if you look at them, they're there now pulling away, and Susan Partridge going through a bad time.
Yeah, there was just a little bit of a pickup by Ali Dixon. They'd started to run pretty slowly, and you can see there that was halfway. They'd slipped outside of the 2:31 time, and I think probably a mile or 2 into that, Ali Dixon was thinking, well, okay, I feel comfortable here, and nobody's pushing the pace, nobody's getting into that Olympic qualifying time bracket, and there was just a little bit of a pressure applied by Ali. Susan then not able to respond. But look at Charlotte Purdue on her debut, running alongside the 2 who have the Olympic qualifying time already. Sonia Samuels in the yellow, Ali Dixon on the far side. Freya Ross still trying to hang on, but a good run from Charlotte Purdue at this point.
Yeah, she's acquitting herself really well so far, and she's also shown that she's not afraid to get alongside them, to push the pace on. I don't know whether she's getting information out on the course or whether she has in her head already the split times that she needs to hit to get that qualifying time, because they have slipped outside of it now, so she needs to be able to get alongside the other 2 girls and keep the pace moving. Freya Ross just starting to slip a little bit back, and small bits of daylight opening up there that I don't think Freya would normally want to allow to happen unless she was struggling to go with this.
Well, there's Sonia Samuels. Great race in Berlin, a big personal best. Just missed a drink there. Hopefully that won't be too significant. But we chatted to Sonia earlier in the week, and she said that she was expecting today a different sort of race.
I think when you run a city marathon, it's more about getting a new PB, going as fast as you can. But this is going to be a lot more tactical. It's about watching other people, what their moves are, basically crossing the line in the first 2 positions. I pretty much run right up until the race. I mean, obviously the volume, I'm not doing as many miles, but then I've got more time to think about things. So it's more mentally, it's tougher in these last weeks, because you're not running as many miles and getting out. It's like you've got to find something to occupy yourself.
Well, it certainly is that type of race here, and it's going to be an attritional last few miles with a lot at stake here. The chance to go to Rio. Ali Dixon missed out in 2012. Sonia so would wish to be part of the Olympic experience. Ali, 37 years of age, you'd have to think maybe her last chance to go to an Olympic Games. Charlotte Purdue just starting out on her marathon career, running very, very well there. The selectors, I'm told, meet tonight. They will pick the team tonight. It has to be ratified by the British Olympic Association, so will be announced on Tuesday. But at this point, the 2 who have the time, looking good, looking comfortable. Charlotte Purdue could run herself into an Olympic spot here, Brendan.
Yeah, but it could be controversy here, because if she misses the time, then they're going to have that debate as well. And at the end of the day, you're looking about Rio, you're looking about athletes' dreams, and here it is being forecast already. Susan Partridge has dropped off. Freya Ross, who ran the last Olympic Games for Britain, is off the pack. So here you've got 2 athletes who've qualified, and Charlotte Purdue, the class over the shorter distances. Can she keep going and run well at the marathon? There's Freya Ross coming back into it. Remember running a good race in London in 2012. She's been injured for the last couple of years. And can she come back and run well again today? But this is interesting. This has got everything about it. It's got drama. It's got times to worry about, positions to worry about, and then selectors to worry about.
Well, I guess it's some sort of dubious honour to run another marathon in the heat and humidity of Rio. But the Olympics is special, and that's what these 3 people are striving for.
There is a truth to sport.
Jessica Ennishill is back on top of the world.
Peaty wins the gold. Nicola Adam has just made history.
Oh, that's a huge jump.
Laura Trump, world champion.
It's a golden crown. Montman streaking away. So the elite men, big group, despite the fast pace being set, all of the main contenders very much in there. We saw, if you're just joining us, Wilson Kipsang have a little bit of a tumble at one of the early water stations. It wasn't affected too much. It doesn't appear to have been affected too much, but a good fast pace been set in the early stages. There's Kipchoge, the man who won last year, the big pre-race favourite. Kenenisa Bekele is still there despite this fast pace. Lots of question marks about his form coming into this, but he is still there. Just slow down a little bit the last couple of miles, a 4:47 and a 4:45 through mile 9 and mile 10. But if I tell you that Kipsang's course record, which is 2 hours, 4 minutes and 29, which they just missed last year, they went through this point 47:21 when he did that. This time 46:32, so 50 seconds, 49 seconds quicker through the first 10 miles, and 46:32 for a 10-mile run. Brent, you would, in years gone by, you'd win plenty of big 10-milers with that sort of time.
Well, you certainly would, but I'll tell you something, it's got to change now. They're going too many of these athletes going far too fast, following the pacemaker, which is clever, following Eliud Kipchoge, the best marathon runner in the world at the moment. Eliud Kipchoge wants to win here today, then he wants to go and win the Olympic Games. Well, we saw Eliud try to win championships on the track. We saw him come very close to winning the Olympic 5,000 meters in 2004. We did see him win the World Championships at 5,000 meters in 2003, ahead of Kenenisa Bekele. And over those years, Kenenisa Bekele went on, won the Olympic Games, 3 times Olympic champion. Now he wants to be a track runner. Sorry, now he wants to be a road runner. He says he's done enough for the track, but again, this pace is very, very fast. And if Kenenisa Bekele says he's in 90% shape, well, if he's running at this pace and he's 90% shape, he's sorry to say, but he can't keep going like this.
And just to give you an update on the British men, they've split up really, so we'll try and cover them as much as we can. But Tuelde is still going very quick, 45:44 through 10k for him, and that's well under 2:10 pace. There he is on the in the blue and the Shettleston colours, and he's going very, very quickly. Would be a big surprise if he were to come in a 2:9 or 2:8 or something like that. That's the sort of pace he's running at, 2:9, maybe a bit inside that. Now a little bit behind him, Johnny Hay is in a group on his own, and he's about 15 seconds behind Tuelde through the 15k point. And then another group about another 30 seconds behind Johnny Hay, Callum Hawkins, Chris Thompson, Scott Overall, really the pre-race favourites from a British point of view. So they are a good 45 seconds behind Tuelde. And again, the question is, Paula, as Brendan was making the point, it's a big risk, a high risk strategy here to go off at this sort of pace.
It is very high risk. Obviously his training's gone really well. I'm not sure where he's been preparing, whether there are runners around him that he's maybe been away training with, but certainly to come in, on the one hand, when you come in on your debut, you've not really got anything to lose. You do want to run hard and see how your body responds and how you cope with the distance, but he is taking a big risk. He is going with a group rather than putting himself into no man's land, which might have been the case had he sat back off this group. So maybe that was the decision he took, to stay with a pack around him and just to go with it as long as he can. But the look on his face says that now it's starting to hurt a little bit.
Well, this is back at Cutty Sark, the masses through 6 miles through the first 10k or so, and continue to put your messages in. We'll be seeing lots of these, of course, pictures after the elite races have finished. We'll keep an eye out for all of those who we are following. We saw Danny Mills earlier on wearing 1966, of course, the anniversary year for the Bobby Moore Fund. He's joined for that same cause by Mark Ellender, Paul Millard and Colin Elton. But Danny, we hope, going well. But we will be following all of our celebrities right throughout the day.
And the funny thing is here, they say, well, I'll turn up with Cutty Sark, I'll watch you through Cutty Sark, then I'll go under the tunnel and across on the other side. And if you look at the crowds coming up to Cutty Sark, it's impossible to pick them out. But my niece is in amongst them, Katie Lovell, number 25,047, running with Greg Pilgrim, and they're running for the Macmillan charity. Good luck to Katie.
Bryn Barlow is out there, running for Coco, his debut marathon. Inspired when he was watching last year. He's raising a couple of £1,000. I hope it's going well for him so far. It probably is, because they're only 10k. for those who are doing this for the first time. There'll be a half of them are probably already at this point thinking never again. But they all come back, you know, they all come back.
They all come back, Steve. We were just watching that elite group. We saw Eliud Kipchoge and Kenenisa Bekele together. And they're the second and third fastest 1,500-meter runners in this field. Who's the fastest 1,500-meter runner in the field? Some athletes in this field who's run 3:31 for 1,500 meters.
Well, it's not me. I mean, you've thrown that one at me, today's quiz question, just because you know the answer.
Well, I know the answer, but you do that same with me. So there you are. There's the quiz question. The athlete who's run 3:31, the fastest 1,500-meter runner in this field today. He's British.
Well, I'm going to have a think about that. You have to come back to me.
I'll let you think. I'll tell you the
Okay.
answer. I'll tell you the answer.
Right.
Does,
let me have a think.
Does Seb count if he's jogging around supporting Harry, his son?
Seb's not, but he's the fourth fastest. So the other one is the next fastest after Cram, Coe, Ovett and Mo Farah.
Is Peter out there, is he?
Peter Elliott isn't out there. No, is the Yorkshire Terrier. John Mayhock's out there.
Oh, John.
John's trying to run 3:30 for the marathon to beat his 3:31 for the 1,500 metres.
Yeah, but he hasn't got the other 1,500-metre boys to sit on and kick past at the end, does he?
Well, good luck to John and all of those out there. Meanwhile, in the elite races, men are still progressing very, very quickly. The women have slowed down a little bit, though, rather dramatically. And we can see there the group is gathering here. Katani now not at the front. Sumgong looking fair to come to a. Kiplagat is still there. Dibaba for me has looked very quiet, just tucked in the middle. Nergia at the back of the group as well. And last year's winner wearing 101, Tufa, is still very much involved here, partly because the pace has slowed. And Paula, a little bit surprised at that. We'd heard different rumours about different people not being in maybe greatest of shape. I know for Mary Katani, she had a bit of a cough during the week, and just at the back of that group that you wouldn't normally see her there at this stage of the race. If she was feeling good, she wouldn't be there.
No, so that indication is that she's probably just feeling a little bit off and just enough to sit back at the back of the pack, but still stay in touch. So she's just keeping an eye on what's going on and not really controlling it too much. Sumgong, for me, is probably the one who looks the most comfortable right now. Kiplagat, we know that she isn't in the shape that she has been in previous years when she's come out and run that very, very fast half marathon time in Barcelona in January, February time. She was about 4 minutes down on her usual time there, but she said that was with a view to performing much better here and that her marathon base was much stronger than in previous years.
And we're looking into this leading group. And the interesting thing, the race now has changed from a time trial and who's going to run a fast time, who's going to run close to 2 hours 20. It's turned into a competitive race. And that's the right thing to happen, because these athletes are looking for a time on the one hand, but they really are looking for selection for the Olympic Games in Rio. And here's the men's race is exactly the same. Once again, the Kenyan athletes and the Ethiopian athletes don't know the criteria for selection, but they know a big win here for Eliud Kipchoge would get him on the way for the Olympic Games. And I'm watching Kenenisa Bekele, one of my all-time favourite athletes. And as we said earlier, they were running a bit quick, and if Kenenisa is, as he says, only 90%, then he's going to be struggling soon. But he's running well. Kipsang ahead of him, the former world record holder for the marathon in the green vest. Kipsang suddenly moves up alongside the pacemaker, and he's talking to him now. Maybe he's telling him, slow down because we're going too quick. Well, I just wonder. But pacemakers in the black and white shirts with no reference to my football team, being told to do by Kipsang. Well, he is the president of the Kenyan Athletics Runners Association, so he's probably allowed to tell them what to do.
And he does control his own training group as well, and it looked as though very much there he was the one who's controlling that pack, running up to the front. But to run up through 12 miles and say now's a good time to look at your watch, guys, and make sure that you're running the right pace is leaving it a little bit late.
Well, the Shard looking resplendent in a little bit of sunlight as we look down on Tower Bridge. The elite men still forging on at a pace which is way inside course record, right in world record schedule. They do run quicker here the first half. I know we talk a lot about negative splits for men's big races these days, but the second half in London often ends up being a little bit slow for all sorts of reasons. They will be approaching halfway. but this is quick. Biwott is there. Kipsang maybe conducting things, but Kipchoge, of course, he's the man, he's the master at the moment. And Kipsang may well be in charge of the athletics union in Kenya, but Kipchoge is a big star. And actually they come from two different rival counties. You know, you've got Kipsang down in Kapsabet in Nandi, near the Nandi Hills, in his group down there, and then you've got Kipsang. They're all at the Kilu Resort Hotel in Iten, his hotel. There's a massive group watching this in Kenya live, and they'll all be cheering for their different camps. Yes, they're cheering for Kenya, but they all have their favourites.
That's right, but there, look at that shot there, the crowds on Tower Bridge. The Met Office promised us snow today. Well, it's obviously cleared away pretty easily. The sun's shining now, and the London Marathon has defied the weather forecasters. And it's a beautiful day now. It's still cool, but these are good conditions for running, and the crowds have turned out like never before. These are huge crowds. Look at this. This is only the halfway point. And that leading group of men, an exhibition of distance runners from Kenya, Ethiopia and Eritrea. Great athletes amongst them. Former world track stars, Eliud Kipchoge and Kenenisa Bekele. Former world champion, world record holders in the marathon, Kipsang. The current world record holder in the marathon, Kimeto. And they're turning now towards the halfway point. And we have a competitive race. And the early pace tells me that this is going to disintegrate in terms of the group. That group is going to whittle itself down. At the moment, there's 2 pacemakers and about 8 athletes amongst them. And Lema of Ethiopia is following them across Tower Bridge, getting cheered on by the crowd, but he's running in a difficult area there. He's in no man's land between the lead group and then the British chasing group.
Well, talking of the British group, wearing 35 there, still in very good company. Some good athletes around him. Tuelde, the Eritrean, now eligible to run for Great Britain. We're told he's been training in Ethiopia, possibly.
I think possibly Eritrea, actually, because I think he turned down selection for the World Half Marathon because he was away training there, and the rumours are that he was training with Gebrselassie, the reigning world champion, who is way up ahead on the really fast pace there. So if he has been training with him, then he is in good shape, and no wonder that he is able to stay with this group and to be running at this pace at the moment.
Well, let's just pop back to the front of the men's race here, because it looks like things might be just breaking up. It was a water station, and Kipchoge has just taken the chance. It's really incredible at fast pace, and look, we've lost Kimeto. He's gone out of that group. Bekele, incredibly, is still there. Biwott is still there. Rogasa, this enigmatic Ethiopian who sometimes runs brilliantly, sometimes runs terribly. And Kipsang's trying to hang on. But this is incredible what's going on here. You know, that group has to break up at some point. It hasn't been broken up because someone's slowing down. It's broken up because seemingly Kipchoge using the water station. They will settle down, Brendan, but look at Gebrselassie there. You know, that's not the right thing to do, to kind of sprint onto the back of the group again.
You don't do that. You don't accelerate like that in the middle of a marathon, but they are approaching the halfway point. In fact, there they are halfway. 61 minutes at the halfway point. So that's world record pace for the marathon. Now, if the second half has been like it is in other events, the second half they come back quicker, but I can't believe they're going to do that today. Eliud Kipchoge wants to win this one. He won it last year. Kenenisa Bekele has run a great half marathon so far, 61 minutes. I think his coach and manager Jos Hermans would be very happy to be able to get Kenenisa Bekele to a half marathon in 61 minutes, but he's got another half marathon to go. Can Kenenisa stay with it? He's an outstanding athlete. He has been for many years. We've seen Kenenisa come back from injury like he's doing today and run phenomenally well, but can he do that over a marathon? Well, I'd have to question that, but Eliud Kipchoge looks to be the man in position. He's followed every single move, and he used to do that on the track as well. He used to follow every leader on the track. He's doing it on the roads. He's doing it brilliantly.
Well, that was the fastest ever first half of the London Marathon. 61:24, a record for the first half of the race. The second half yet to come, and this is what it looks like. They head towards Canary Wharf, and then you can get slowed down in this section, really, because you want a rhythm, but you get some twisty, turny corners through here. And for the elite athletes particularly, that can slow them down a little bit. Then the long run for home, we said earlier on, along the embankment. The last 2 or 3 miles, so crucial. We saw what happened last year, a breakaway by Kipchoge and Kipsang when they came through Blackfriars Tunnel, and then Kipchoge was the man who just had enough down Birdcage Walk to the finish. Well, I'm just wondering how Tim's getting on. Tim Peake, well, you talk about the loneliness of the long-distance runner. Nobody could be more lonely, but we're with him, and he's watching pictures, and he seems to be going pretty well. At about 70% body weight, that harness just holding him down onto the treadmill. And Paula thinks this is cheating at altitude training here.
No, running at 70% body weight, it's easy.
You tell him, I'm not. You tell him, I'm not telling him.
And he doesn't need to worry about missing his drinks.
Why didn't you do an interview with him when you were watching that, Steve?
He's got better things to do. He's concentrating. Well, good luck to him, and he's probably wondering what's going on down here. Not much in the women's elite race. This is unusually at this point where we might expect 1 or 2 to be attempting to break away. Just for a brief moment, Tufa came to the front. Dababa's been very happy just to sit in there, the world champion. Been more than happy to just watch others. Sumgong has never been too far away. Katani for the last 2 or 3 miles, happy and content to sit at the back of the group, but they just continue to move along. You see they're 5:40, that's quite slow now. And the women are gathering themselves for a finish here. This is not about a time today. This is about winning the London Marathon. And as you can see, 7 women still in with a very good chance of doing that. So behind them, of course, the subplot, if you like, this year is about selection for Rio. The Kenyan teams will be selected very shortly after this is what's considered to be almost a trial for them as well. Now, here we have the 3 together. It's between these 3, and let's just to remind you that 2:31, the qualifying time. Sonia Samuels in the yellow, Ali Dixon on the far side, both have the qualifying time. If they finish in the top 2 here, they get guaranteed selection. Charlotte Purdue does not have that qualifying time. This is their first ever marathon, and they've slipped outside of that qualification time, which is going to be obviously an issue for her. She's running very well, but at the moment, that 2:31 there, you can see in the caption, this is a pace which is a little outside that.
Yes, it is, but I think, though, if Charlotte were to finish as the first British finisher, the British selection team do have the right to select her under the Olympic qualifying time, which is around about 2:40, 2:45, when she will be inside that. They have done it before, I think, in the past with Lee Merriam. So there is that possibility, but I think really she has to be well clear of the 2 who do have the qualifying time to stand a chance of having that.
So if she finishes 3rd, Paula, what were the selectors, would they not select her then?
I'm not a selector, and I don't even dare to say that I would be able to think how the selectors might think. I think the safest way here would be for her to run that qualifying time and to finish as the first British, or in the top 2 British finishers. And at the moment, in that pack right now, I would say the experience of Sonia Samuels and Ali Dixon is more likely to tell.
Well, we'll have a look at the masses, but I just want to give you an update on the British men at halfway. They went through in 65:13 for Johnny Hay, who was about 45 seconds still behind Tuelde. And just the time is important there, because behind them, Callum Hawkins, Scott Overall, Chris Thompson, all running at around 2:11 pace, 65:37 for them through that pace, through that section. So Johnny Hay is going quick, much quicker than I think we might have expected, but particularly Tuelde, he is going very, very quick indeed, heading for something sub 2:9 at this point. Well,
good
all,
luck.
I was going to, sorry, go ahead, Paula.
Sorry, I was just going to get some good lucks in there. So good luck to all of the ASME UK runners running out there today. I'm patron of that charity, so good luck to everybody running for there. Team Bex, all in pink vests. And number 785, Chris Patterson, who ran with me for much of the first half of last year's race, went, as we both did, far too fast in the first 5 miles and unfortunately paid for his personal best. So he's going to go off much steadier today. So good luck, Chris. I hope you get your personal best this year.
And also Vanessa Taylor, number 6374 from BBC Scotland, and Pete Harrison, who's trying to run sub 3 hours, number 29,895. Good luck to them too. They're on their way and they're making good progress.
Well, your messages scrolling through. Big crowds now. It's not a bad day for spectating if you're well wrapped up. A perfect day for running a marathon. Temperature spot on. It's going to get up to about 10-11 degrees. A little bit of a breeze just starting to pick up here at the mile, and we're expecting that to be in their faces a little bit along the embankment, but not too much, to be fair. Might cool 1 or 2 people down. All of the colour and the pageantry of the London Marathon on display. And for these people, well, we may well see these finish within our whole programme. We're on air, of course, until about 2:30 on BBC One and BBC Two, so stick with us through the whole of the morning into the afternoon.
And this is the spectators' journey as well. They come here, they wait, they watch their loved ones, they watch their training partners at Cutty Sark, and then go on the circuitous route around London, seeing them. The expert spectators can see you 4 or 5 times, and they perfect it. They get it off to a fine art. And as we look overhead there, we're looking at a really talented group of athletes, and amongst them, the world record holder, former world record holder, Kipsang, last year's winner, Eliud Kipchoge, the New York Marathon winner, Stanley Biwa, and then amazing and delighted to see the great Kenenisa Bekele at the back of that group. Well, he's a phenomenal athlete. He's outperforming what you would think he would do. His coach told me last night that he was going to hopefully finish in one piece, finish in good shape. He is a former Olympic 10,000 metre champion. He'd love to run the marathon, because the marathon for the Ethiopians, that's the race to win in the Olympic Games. He's won the Olympics 3 times, but he'd love to win the marathon. And he's running himself into that position, looking over his shoulder. He's got 3 Kenyans around him. His Ethiopian teammates aren't troubling him at all today. And there's the British Johnny Hay, second British athlete back further down the field.
Well, he's third now, Brendan, because that's Callum Hawkins who's just gone past him. Callum Hawkins judging this well, and I think Callum's the one that we all thought would be the man today. He's building a good reputation, just 23 years of age, and a marathon career probably ahead of him. He's been a very good junior athlete, cross-country and on the track, and he's made the move up. His older brother Derek is also in the race here today. Mum and Dad are down watching. His dad coaching the pair of them now and doing a great job. And it looks to me as though Callum has judged this really well. Johnny Hay went off hard. Tuwelde is still ahead of Callum Hawkins, but of course Callum has the qualifying time. If he finishes in the top 2 British athletes, he guarantees selection for Rio. He looks strong. He looks as though he's judged this well up to this point. And Paul has a long way to go. And Tuwelde, who's still a fair way ahead of him, if he has gone too hard, it won't be too long before Callum Hawkins will start to close that gap. And who knows, it in a few miles' time may well be the leading British athlete. But at the moment, Tuwelde still the lead British athlete. Callum Hawkins now gone past Johnny Hay. And you can see there, Scotland's fastest marathoner since the 1980s, when they had a few decent marathoners.
And he is an exciting talent for the future as well, Callum Hawkins, and he races with an aggression that's nice to see, and I think that's what's happened here. Maybe he's got a little bit of information about the fact that Tuwelde and certainly Johnny Hay was ahead of the road, up the road ahead of him at this point, and he's worked his way back through there, and now eyes ahead, moving forward. He's obviously a plan to get to halfway feeling good and then to push on the pace from there.
Well, that's right, and he's also now running for a position as the first Scottish representative, because Tuwelde, he's now living in Glasgow, representing Great Britain in the Olympic Games, but also he'd be able to represent Scotland in the Commonwealth Games. and you don't want to run as well as Callum's running today, not be the first Scotsman. So that would be great for Callum. But he looks good. He looks comfortable, and like you said, Paula, he's running with a bit of aggression. He's running with a bit of liveliness there. He's running confidently. He's looking good, and he's moving neatly through the field. Now he's put himself in a good position. He's already got the qualifying time. He needs to finish in the first two Britons. He's well on the way to Rio.
And perhaps on the way to Rio in the women's race, Sonia Samuels and Ali Dixon, because Charlotte Purdue for the first time is struggling to stay with the two more experienced athletes. The two who have the time know that all they have to do is finish in the top two British spots here. It doesn't matter how fast or slow they're running. They're not running the qualifying pace today. They've slipped off that a little bit. It doesn't matter for those two. Charlotte Purdue in her first ever marathon has acquitted herself well so far, but now that's going to be a tough run in from this point.
She's run really well in her debut marathon, Charlotte Purdue, especially when she's come back from these injuries. I think she's going to have a great future at this distance as she matures and learns a bit more about it and comes a little bit less injury problems towards the race. But these two athletes now, if they realise that gap's growing, they can relax. They're literally running here for selection, and an automatic selection. They don't even have to wait on the selectors tonight. They've already got the qualifying times, finishing the first two Britons, and you're in the team. Brilliant.
Well, those two going very well, but there have been changes in the men's race at the front. Nothing happening at the front of the women's race. Big group still there, but we've watched this pace take its toll on some big names, and Kenenisa Bekele's gone, but so has Wilson Kipsang. He's just dropped off this little group. There was a water station just about half a mile back, and when we went to it, Kipsang went backwards there. There's Kenenisa Bekele, but Kipsang almost seemed to give up at that water station, and that gap has suddenly become a big one. The three of us, I would say, are all surprised to see Kenenisa Bekele still there.
Very surprised. I mean, I think I heard some rumours that he hadn't been able to do much training longer than an hour in build-up to this, so he's already well into unknown territory, if you like, for his training coming into this race. But he's hanging in there and he's staying in touch. Much better at this stage than Wilson Kipsang is in the green further back down the road. I'm just looking at the experience of Eliud Kipchoge, though. Every time he makes a little bit of a surge, he makes a little bit of a break, it's just after a drink station. And what he does is he grabs his bottle, he runs a little bit quicker, but he holds on to the bottle, and then he uses the time later to settle and get his drink.
Well, drama in the men's race, but as I was just saying, nothing much was happening at the front of the women's race. A few minutes ago, this happened. Water stations, Paula always talks about them. Get yourself set up, find where you want to go, and look at that. Sumgong, look at her watch, takes down the pre-race favourite Katani. Merger also going down. Sumgong's banged her head there, and they were going along so easily, so serenely. And for these three, these things happen, of course, but usually it's to do with cutting across each other. It looked like Sumgong was looking at her watch and was looking for a line into the water station. She grabbed a drink. She's responded better than the other two, and actually she's got herself back onto the group. So Tufa, Kiplagat, Dibaba, Kiplagat, look at her looking around. See, where's Katani? Well, Katani is now about 50 meters behind this group there, and Sumgong's done brilliantly to get back.
She has done really well, considering how hard she obviously hit her head as well when she went down. And you don't want to see anybody ever fall in a race. But there it seemed like there wasn't really too much reason. Yes, I think she was trying to pick her line to get in towards a drink station, but there was still a good 100 meters or so to be able to get yourself into position and find that. And she took down two other runners there. And I think for Mary Katani now, her race might be pretty much over. And if you look at Florence Kiplagat there, was looking around, there's not a lot of love lost between those two women. Florence Kiplagat came and took the world half marathon record away from Mary Katani. Mary Katani would dearly love to get it back, and certainly feels that the marathon is her territory and that she is the better runner than Florence Kiplagat over the marathon distance.
Yeah, but you know, that particular lack of discipline, really, because three athletes falling on the approach of the water station, means that the Olympic dreams for some of these athletes could actually be thrown into disarray. And that's sad, because these athletes aren't looking for confrontation. They're not looking to push each other or bump into each other. They run with a convention when they're running between the feed stations, but I think it seems to, you know, you've talked about it many times before, Paula, you know, maybe there should be a bit more of a convention here, or maybe there should be some service to these top athletes from the side of the course, because that is really unfortunate. It spoilt a great race for Mary Keitany. It may have even spoiled the Olympic Games for Mary Keitany.
Well, the lights haven't gone out, I promise you, and there we can see the chasers, if you like, further back down the women's field, but looking good at the moment in terms of Rio selection for Ali Dixon and Sonia Samuels. There'll be a little bit of a personal grudge match between these two. They've had some great races together in Berlin. Ali Dixon was ahead of Sonia for quite a long part of the race, and in the latter stages Sonia came through, and Ali, both of them got the qualifying time, as we said, and a personal best as well. Today it's not about the times, it's about Olympic selection first, but now it starts to become about who becomes top Brit on the day. They won't do anything silly for the time being, but they're getting in that stage of the race where they'll start to feel confident, and there's just a 2-3 metre gap there from Ali Dixon, the Sunderland stroller. Dad ran a pretty good marathon in his day as well, Dave Dixon. And continuing the British story, Scott Overall moving well through 25k. He's got Johnny Hay in his sight ahead. He's checking his progress. Scott seems to be moving pretty well. We saw Callum Hawkins moving through well, going past Johnny Hay with his sights on Tewelde ahead of him. And again, just to reiterate, if you're just joining us, Scott Overall and Callum Hawkins do have the qualification time, but they need to finish in the top 2 British athletes to guarantee their selection. And Scott seems to be moving through nicely now.
A lot of action in the men's qualification and the women's qualification for the British athletes for Rio. Similarly with the Kenyans and the Ethiopians and the Eritreans in the men's and women's events. It's interesting to see Scott Overall. It'd be great for him to be selected again for the Olympic Games. It's a hard road for these athletes. Marathon running standard has moved so much further forward, and people like Scott Overall applying himself and running good times, but not quite good enough to be on international terms. But the Olympic Games for Scott Overall will give him a great opportunity, give him a great boost at this stage of his career. And there's interesting things happening both at the front of the men's race and the women's race.
Front of the men's race first, Kipchoge, Biwott, and the incredible Kenenisa Bekele. All of the talk was about Kenenisa Bekele is not in great shape coming here. He might not even last the distance. That was the talk around the hotel. Well, so far he's proving everybody wrong. In fact, I was chatting to somebody who was just going, he's not an elite runner, who was just going out for a casual run, and said, I saw Kenenisa Bekele running along the embankment a couple of days ago. God, he looked terrible, he said. And I said, well, you know, a couple of days before, you're just out for a relaxed run, you're not doing any real training. But he is going well at this point. Kenenisa Bekele following Kipchoge, Biwott. Biwott won the New York Marathon last year, beat Kipsang and others, and he's run well in London before, hasn't always judged it right, Biwott. I remember one year when he looked like he was going well, went to the front, I think about 3-4 miles here, was that the year Kebede went on to come away and win it. Kipchoge, though, to me, look at him, look how controlled he is, look how relaxed he is. He's not bothered about the sort of pace they've been running, he looks great.
He looks really, really good. He hasn't even decided that it's time to lose the hat yet. He's still keeping that hat on, making sure that he stays warm, and I don't think he's really made any huge move in this race yet. He still has plans, I think, probably ahead, and I think Biwott is definitely shadowing him. I think he looks up to Eliud Kipchoge as the top marathon runner in Kenya right now, and he's quite happy to sit on his shoulder and to cover his moves and stay with him as long as he can.
You'd have difficulty not looking up to Eliud Kipchoge as the best marathon runner in the world, but look behind in 3rd place. I'm staggered, I'm delighted to see the great Kenenisa Bekele. Lots of trouble with injuries over the last couple of years, rarely been in a position to get himself fit, can't even run in spikes in training these days because of his calf muscle injuries that he's had. And his manager, Jos Hermans, who's been his coach for many years as well, telling me that if he gets to the finish line and he's able to run on, then I think he can have another 3 or 4 years in his career. As to this position here, if Kenenisa can just hang on here, we may see the appearance of the great Kenenisa Bekele at the Rio Olympic Games, and that would be absolutely wonderful to see. He's not sure he can run on the track at 10,000 meters anymore. he's not sure about that, even though he'd love to. He's coming back from injury. He's coming back from time out of the sport. He's closing that gap a little, but a couple of times in his career, as Eliud Kipchoge throws the cap to one side and says, the race starts now. And Kenenisa Bekele in third place. He surprised us at the half marathon when he came back. He won the Great North Run against all the odds, similarly to this. He came back on the track against all the odds, ran the fastest 10,000 meter in the world a couple of years ago. He's had injuries, but he is a great athlete.
Well, we need to update you on the British story because they're all so spread out. We have been following Twelder's progress, and we've seen Scott Overall, we've seen Callum Hawkins, but Chris Thompson is in the mix as well. And Chris Thompson, we think, is ahead of Scott Overall in the chase with Callum Hawkins to catch up to Twelder. Don't forget, just 2 spots can be guaranteed today, but they could take 3, particularly if they all keep going at the sort of pace now. They're running well. It's great to see 3 or 4 British men going well today. So Twelder, the Eritrean, former Eritrean, now eligible to run for Great Britain, based in Scotland, wearing the blue and yellow of Shettleston Harriers. He leads the British charge at the moment. He's being chased down by another Scot, Callum Hawkins, not far behind Chris Thompson and Scott Overall. Well, it really is turning out to be a great day at the London Marathon. All sorts happening in all sections of the races. And look at this in the women's elite right at the front. Sumgong, despite falling, despite banging her head rather heavily on the road, she's got up, got to the front, and is now forcing the pace along the embankment. Last year's winner, Tufa, who waited last year until the latter stages to come away and win. And talking about leaving it late, at the World Championships, Mare Dibaba on the inside won the World Championships in Beijing on the track in the last 300-400 meters. So it's down to 3 women here, 1 Kenyan, 2 Ethiopians. Brendan always says when it comes down to a sprint between Kenyans and Ethiopians, who normally wins?
It's normally the Ethiopians, but I just watched Sumgong. She looked over her left shoulder and she thought, oh my goodness, there's the world champion. And she looked over her right shoulder and she didn't actually say, oh my goodness, but she thought, oh my goodness. And there's last year's winner, so she knows now she's just got to keep driving. 2.6 miles to the finish, a tenth of the race remaining, and we've got it down to a real few athletes. We've had unfortunate circumstances here, because some of the athletes who would have been in this group have had that accident at the water station, but now it's down to 3. 1 Kenyan, 2 Ethiopians. You would think these 2 Ethiopians would be also thinking, by finishing the first 3 here, that's me going to Rio. Sumgong, if the Kenyans ever announce their selection policy, might be joining them.
Yeah, in the press conference, none of the Kenyan athletes had any idea what they might need to do to get selection, so they were all just concentrating on running as well as they can here. And I think right now for Sumgong, she's just thinking about trying to win the race, and she knows that with the athletes sitting behind her, Tufa and Dibaba, and the way that they have raced and won races in the past, she's going to be the one leading the whole way along the embankment, and she needs to try and do as much damage as she can along that stretch before they turn at Big Ben and start to make their way around the last 1,200 meters or so.
Well, for Sumgong, it's got to be a la Paula Radcliffe, because Paula never liked company along the embankment in her glory days at the London Marathon. She always tried to win it by this point, but we're looking at Sumgong working hard in the orange vest, the Kenyan athlete, with 2 outstanding Ethiopians for company. The press truck ahead, people observing this, they'll be fascinated by the content of this race. The race for Britain's places in Rio goes on too, and that's changing in the men's race and getting exciting in the women's race with Sonia Samuels and Ali Dixon running together. And here's the 3 leaders, 1, 2 and 3. It looks like they're going to be the finishers as they head along the embankment. There's the gap, as you can see, and it's a reasonable gap to the next one in the women's race.
Right, 2 miles at the front left to go. Not too far behind them, of course, the British women in their own personal battle. And they're locked together again around the tower. There's Sonia Samuels and Ali Dixon. Ali a couple of times has tried to move away from Sonia Samuels. She's having none of it. This is a real personal battle now. The 2 of them know they are heading towards Rio. They're heading towards guaranteeing their selection. Qualifying time in the bag last year. Top 2 British athletes here in London. So far so good for them, and they look strong, they look confident, moving well. It's just a question of who comes out on top today. So Dixon and Samuels looking good in the women's race. But what about in the British men's race? Well, it's been all changed over the last few miles. Those who started quickly may well come under pressure. These two are at the front, Kipchoge and Biwott. I can tell you that Chris Thompson and Scott Overall are trying to do their best to chase down Callum Hawkins, who went off trying to chase down Tuwelde, and of Tuwelde, who still is leading the British athletes. Here's Chris, and it's great to see Chris back. He's had all sorts of injuries this year, again in his preparation, plagued by injury through his career. He said he's never been happier than in the recent few weeks where he's been able to just get out and run, get out and do what he does best. He's a great talent, Chris. He has run a good marathon, of course. His first one was a bit tough, I think, in the latter stages, his first London. And it's taken him a while to get back here. But can Chris Thompson summon up some of that great ability that he has and keep it going? He's going to hope that, yes, he says, I haven't done all the training I would have liked, but he does have a bit of talent in the bag to draw on. So it's great to see Chris doing so well.
Yeah, Chris Thompson has a lot of talent to draw on, but he has a lot of grit and determination, and he's had to make some tough decisions this year. Decided not to go away to altitude and prepare with Scott Overall. He wanted instead to stay close to the physios and close to the masseurs that he needed to keep his body in order. He had quite a very, very serious Achilles operation, and it's been a long, long road back for him. He was losing a lot of efficiency and a lot of responsiveness in his foot in races, and he needed to stay on top of that. So now I think he's just said that he's here today. He's very happy to be here, appreciating being here, and he's just going to go out and have fun.
Well, we'll keep track of what's going on there. These two locked together, Kipchoge and Biwott, the winner of the New York Marathon in November, the winner of London here last year. Kipchoge has only ever been beaten in a marathon once. That was in Berlin when Kipsang broke the world record, which subsequently was broken by Kimetto. Those two nowhere to be seen here today. Kipsang dropped off a few miles back. Bekele is now suffering a long way behind these two. The pace has dropped, but it's still pretty quick. 4:44 through the 19th mile, and they are not too far away. Through 25k, in fact, they're still on world record pace, in fact, a little bit inside it. So these two are heading perhaps for something historic, if not the world record, a course record definitely on the cards. Kipchoge just missed it last year by a few seconds in winning, beating Kipsang, but these two running brilliantly at this point, locked together.
And in a race, they're racing each other as well. There's a clear competition between these two athletes. There's a fast time on the cards. Is it a world record pace? Well, it is a world record pace. Is it going to be a world record time? Well, we'll soon find out in the men's race as we look overhead. Sumgong of Kenya, Tufa, last year's champion from Ethiopia. The two of them now along the embankment getting brilliant support on this wonderful occasion of the London Marathon, the 36th running of the London Marathon. The world champion Dibaba from Ethiopia has just dropped off the back. You can see her in the there's a motorbike between these two and the third athlete, but this is a fantastic race.
Okay, we'll be obviously following these two to the finish, but so much going on, and we want to try and follow the British race as well. And there's Callum Hawkins now, has moved into the top British spot, moving ahead of Tuwelde. We said he'd started very, very quickly. Callum Hawkins judging his effort really well. You can see now a little bit into the breeze, which is picking up all the time. But Callum Hawkins not only leading the British battle there, that's almost a little mini Scottish battle as well. So the 23-year-old looking strong, looking good. His brother Derek will be further back in the race, and it was always Callum who looked in the best spot to guarantee his spot for Rio, and that's going really well for him at this point, keeping going like that. But I still think there's more to come there. Chris Thompson behind, Scott Overall behind, Tuwelde having set off so quickly. We'll keep an eye on that, we'll watch that, but meantime we are getting towards the end of two great races at the front. We've got in the men's and the women's race. It's down to 2 in the men and it's down to 2 in the women, and they'll be able to see Big Ben as they come along the embankment. Tufa last year was able to start to sit and think about, in the group she was in, to move ahead. Remember, Katani was in the group last year. She's disappeared in that fall with Sumgong. But how impressed are you with Sumgong today, Paula, getting up off after that fall and forcing the pace here?
I'm really impressed with how well she responded to that and recovered from that, didn't panic. Obviously her head was really hurting because she was holding it for a little bit, but she worked her way back up gradually. She didn't sprint back into contention, but then she went straight to the front and started keeping the pace moving, and those damages starting to show now. And Tufa there, a little bit of daylight opening up, and she's responding to try and close that gap to Sumgong, because she knows that if she allows Sumgong to get a big enough gap as they come into the last 1,200 metres or so, that she won't be able to close it.
This is Sumgong's effort to try and win this event. She was 4th in the World Championships last year at the marathon for Kenya. She's now looking as though she's going to run herself into selection for Kenya for the Olympic Games, and she'll be an athlete that we'll have to watch carefully at the Olympic Games. But the yards, the inches now growing into yards, and she's stretching this pace. Tufa tasted victory last year, but she herself said that was a big surprise. I didn't expect to win it. She's come here today a bit more confident, thinking she's going to win it, and now the crowds are roaring them on along the embankment, and they're getting the support they deserve and they need, and suddenly they'll turn off the embankment and past Big Ben. A good time by any standards, but not a record time in the women's race. Too many good athletes all settling down and running together as they switch over to the right-hand side of the road, and there in the shadow of Big Ben comes Sumgong of Kenya, last year's champion. The clock ticking, 25 minutes to 12. And has last year's champion going to give up the race? But I don't think she's giving it up. She's working hard at it. We still may end up with an exciting finish here.
And I think it's a moot point, Brendan. You know, Sumgong has not always finished races well. She's got good positions, but in terms of winning races, she's been found wanting in more than one occasion in the latter stages. She doesn't have the pace, and I think that's why she's doing this. I think that's why she's forcing it. She's aware that Tufa won last year. She's probably aware that Tufa is probably going to be strong in the last half a mile. They're approaching birdcage walk now. Sumgong doing her best to try and get rid of her Ethiopian opponent. Now, Paul, I'm not sure you ever had to pick up a sprint finish. You were always racing the clock in the marathons, but this is so hard to do, to pick up the pace at the end, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I did have to, but not here in London, in New York. And they're a little bit differently because the final 400 metres is pretty steeply uphill. And so to be able to do that, I was more able to test of strength rather than actual speed, because I didn't have the fastest sprint finish, but it's a different type of sprint at the end of a marathon. It really is just maintaining the pace, raising it, and trying to learn as much as you can about your opponent. And she won't have been able, Sumgong there won't have been able to see that glance over the shoulder of Tufa, and had she been able to see that, that would have given her some confidence that she's starting to crack and starting to be able to make that gap grow and grow. She also won't be able to hear very much because she's now entering that last part of the course where the crowds are so thick and so loud that it's really hard to draw on any sounds that you can hear from your rivals and be able to get any information from that.
They were really noisy when it was you coming along here, Paula. They're equally noisy this time because there's a race on. But Tigist Tufa, last year's champion, took a long look over her shoulder. She wandered to the side of the road. She wasn't running a straight line, but now she's got Sumgong in her sights. She's now making this an effort. Sumgong, 4th in the World Championships last year, but never won a big race. Tufa won this one last year. There's not much between them, but is Sumgong, the Kenyan, going to be able to just keep lasting at this pace, stretching it out? It's getting a little bit too much for comfort now. She's starting to pull away a little. The crowd are recognizing this. The appearance in the sun on the mall is going to happen in a few minutes. It's going to be the orange vest of Sumgong, and she comes up here, that she sees the sign, 600 meters to go, and that's really good. She knows exactly what she's got to do, but equally Tufa knows exactly what she's got to do. Is there a sprint finish left in Tufa, or is Sumgong, the strong one, being strong enough today after that fall, which must have done her some damage? That looks like a reasonable gap, but now she's got to apply herself like she does in training, stick to it, run hard and work hard, and the victory in London and the selection for Rio will be hers.
And finally, she's realised that she needs to just drift over to that right-hand side of the course. I think she was trying to follow the bike and maybe hadn't realised that it was going to be a right-hand series of right-hand bends now to come into the finish. So she now has got herself back onto the broken blue line that you can see there and running the shorter line.
Well, she'll turn the corner here, the first corner, as Paula says, and go under the footbridge, Buckingham Palace on her left-hand side. And for Jemima Sumgong, this will undoubtedly be the greatest victory of her career. She's just got another 50 metres and then we'll make the turn into the finishing straight, into the mile, into that most famous of finishes. The sun shining now on Jemima Sumgong. She hasn't won a marathon since 2013 when she won in Rotterdam. And with all due respect to that race, it's nothing compared to winning the London Marathon. So much was at stake today. Selection to run for her country in Rio, but perhaps the pride of beating so many of her more famous compatriots. No Mary Keitany, she fell with Sumgong. No Florence Kiplagat. It was all left to Sumgong from the Nandi Hills in Kenya. Worked so hard, tripped up, banged her head really heavily on the ground, got up, caught the leaders, went to the front, forged her way on, went to the lead, and now running for victory. Big crowds in the home straight cheering Jemima Sumgong of Kenya, who wins the 2016 London Marathon. Just inside 2 hours and 23, last year's winner comes across the line in second place. A great defence for her. And then it looks as though Florence Kiplagat is in third spot, just entering the mile now. A decent performance from her. And then they'll all start to come in. But a surprise winner. There were not rumours, but lots of talk about Sumgong coming into this in a pretty good shape. But so many big names have been left trailing behind her great run today. And goodness me, she'll have a story to tell. I'm not sure how big the bump on her head is going to be. They might not be able to fit the crown round her head when she finishes. But what a great, brave story for Jemima Sumgong. Kiplagat in third place. And then they'll continue to cross the line. Mergia. There she is, just coming through. I think that's going to be in fifth place. Mazorak, she's had a great race. She's come from nowhere, from a long way back to come through for fourth. So this is sixth. Dibaba, the world champion, just crossing the line, looking very, very tired. What a story. Probably just see a little bit of a graze on her head there. Jemima Sumgong is this year's winner, but not after overcoming. Well, we've seen it happen before, but this was perhaps one of the heaviest falls we've seen. Let's just remind you of what happened. Heading towards a water station, people looking at watches, looking for ground. I think she got tripped by Mergia from behind, that's what it was. She caught her legs. Keitany goes down, the pre-race favourite. Mergia gets up and Sumgong holding her head, and you could see how much pain she felt in there, but she was the one who responded. She just got up, got on with it, grabbed her drink, caught up to the lead group, and then, as we've just seen, went on to take a memorable victory, a really brave one. So many people would take a fall like that in a really negative way, and like Keitany, not get up and really contest from that point on.
But you know, Steve, when you trip from behind, you can't do anything about it. She wasn't doing anything wrong. Mergia moved across from behind, clipped her heels as her heel was in the air, and really that was the problem from there. But fantastic performance by Sumgong. A real fantastic recovery. There'll be conversation now about what happened at the feed station, but what happened was very unfortunate. But I think what Paul has been saying is you've got to be so careful. There needs to be a bit of discipline. And this shot will be beamed around in over 100 countries around the world, including the training camps in Kenya, where they'll be celebrating. And this athlete, we'll see a bit more of her later this year. We'll see a bit more of her in Rio. And she'll be an athlete that you've got to contend with. She's got to be going into Rio now after that as one of the favourites.
Great victory in the women's race. What about the men's race? Well, it's been a dramatic day already in the 2016 version of the London Marathon. And we've already seen a world record, a world best for 30K. It will have to be ratified. That was a little further back, just outside 1 hour 30. But we're getting news through that the timekeepers were there, and that the 30K world record we think has been broken in the race. 1 hour 27:13, which is 7 seconds inside the old world record. And Paula, I think they've slowed a little bit, but this is still a really quick race. They were on world record pace for the full marathon distance for so long. They've just slowed a bit because this is now about winning the race. And we'll just watch what happens here as they come through Water Station. And meanwhile, back in the men's, British men, that's Callum Hawkins in the distance, now has about 50 metres, maybe a little bit less than that, but around 50-60 metres on a tiring Tuwelde, who's going to try and hang on to a charge coming from behind from Chris Thompson and Scott Overall behind him. But at the front, this young man here, 23-year-old Callum Hawkins, heading towards first British man home, but also perhaps a personal best. He's running quick, and also to guarantee his spot in the Rio team.
And also, like you said earlier, Steve, the fastest, he's the 4th fastest Scottish marathon runner ever, after Alistair Hutton, who won this race, Fraser Clyne, and the great Jim Alder, very good friend of yours, lives in your neck of the woods, and Jim will be watching this one, and he'll be cheering on Callum Hawkins, a young Scotsman running with aggression in a marathon. That's great to see.
That's what I'm really happy to see here, is Callum Hawkins racing this race and running it to get his time. He's not interested in being the first British runner here today. He's interested in running as fast as his training has shown that he's capable of doing, and finishing as high up in this race as he can.
Well, he's still got a few miles to go, but less than a mile to go for the 2 top British women. And these two, like Callum Hawkins, set out this morning knowing that all they had to do was finish in the top 2 British spots to guarantee their selection for Rio. So for Ali Dixon, nearest the camera, the Sunderland stroller, and Sonia Samuels, the fastest British athlete this year, the Sale Harriers, the two of them have run brilliantly today. They've run together for much of the way. Charlotte Purdue, the debutante, stayed with them for a while. Susan Partridge and others who were hoping to beat these two and to run inside the 2:31 qualifying time, not able to do so. Experience told. These two ran well in Berlin last year. Sonia came out on top on that occasion, and Ali has done her utmost to try and get ahead of Sonia. Sonia's hung on, come back. There's been a little bit of a gap, and it's closed, and another gap, and closed again. Big rivalry here, Brendan. And you know what? They know they're going to Rio, but one of these two is going to come out on top today, and they're going to make sure it's a race to the finish.
Well, the good news is they're both now running themselves into a position to be selected for Great Britain tonight for Rio. The 2 earlier selections, Alison Dixon from Sunderland, Sonia Samuels originally from Wallsend, so the rivalry between the 2 Northeast girls is there to be seen, and there certainly is a rivalry, but it's a pleasant rivalry here in that they're both going to gain selection, they're both going to be on the plane to Rio, they'll both celebrate that, and they're both good inspirations for other distance runners. They've both taken a long time to get to that level. To represent Great Britain in the Olympic Games is a fantastic thing to do, and Sonia Samuels is certainly just putting herself in the position to try and attack in the last few yards, I'm sure.
Well, neither of them would say perhaps they've got the best sprint finishes, but we're going to see one here from one or the other. And Paula, just a quick word on the tactics of the two of them. You know, it was quickish early on. It was on the pace to run under 2:30. They weren't bothered. They sat off it. They let others try and take it on. And they've run a canny race, as we'd say in our part of the world today, the two of them.
They have. They've run a controlled race, and then I think once they both knew that they'd not worked together, but by working together they had managed to establish themselves as the leading two, then it's descended into a race, and now they've both trained hard. They've trained themselves into good shape. I've seen the training that Ali's been doing up in Font-Romeu in preparation for this, and she's in better shape than she was when she ran a personal best in Berlin, and she wants to be the first British finisher today, and you can see that by the way that she's trying to eke out a little bit of a gap from Sonia Samuels there, because she knows that Sonia can maybe close a little bit quicker, although there's not going to be a huge amount in it. I think it's going to be a gritty race down this final straight.
Well, here they come round the last corner. Ali Dixon from Sunderland. The Sunderland strollers will be cheering this one, I can tell you. Sonia Samuels has put up a great battle. Ali has tried 3 or 4 times to get away from Sonia, hasn't been able to do so. Sonia herself's prepared well for this. The two of them have run very well today. And look at this now. The first 2 British athletes who will cross the line here today will guarantee their selection for Rio. What a dream come true that will be for Ali Dixon. 37 years of age, her last chance perhaps to go to an Olympic Games, and she's cemented that decision here with her performance. It's been hard, it's been tough, and I think there's a smile there. Yes, well done, Ali. Great performance from her, great performance from Sonia behind her as well, and the two of them being cheered home by this big crowd. You're off to Rio, Ali, and you're off to Rio, Sonia. Congratulations. A hard day, and it's the longest trial anyone ever has to run, but they've done it.
2:32, and tonight you'll be the formality of Alison Dixon from Sunderland Strollers. I love the way how often you mentioned Sunderland in that particular finish, Steve. But anyway, well done to Alison Dixon, and from Wallsend on the Newcastle side of the river, Sonia Samuels.
And a great run, a debutante, Charlotte Purdue, the third British athlete, has just passed us here in the mile, coming up to the finish line as well. Charlotte Purdue came here today with high hopes to try and make the team, and she's behind the two of them here, just coming up to the finish line. And Charlotte, there she is, wearing a British vest. Well, that's an interesting one, because technically that's obviously a debutante. That's a pretty good first race over the marathon distance for Charlotte Purdue, and that will be an interesting one for the selectors. A young talent, perhaps a future at the event. Will they take her? And here's Chief Selector #1 coming on the microphone.
Well, in my unofficial capacity, we've picked the Olympic team before at the London Marathon, but the selection should be Sonia Samuels, Alison Dixon and Charlotte Purdue. Come in the shot, let's have a photograph of the three of you, and then we can put it in the brochure for the Olympic Games. Just join the shot there, Charlotte, and we'll see, hopefully, 3 British female athletes going to Rio for the Olympic Games in the marathon. Well done, Charlotte, in her debut. Well done, Sonia and Alison, and a great victory for the British athlete in the British race, the first Briton to cross the line in the London Marathon, Alison Dixon from the well-known Sunderland Strollers.
Well done, Ali, well done indeed, and well done, Sonia. And indeed, well done, Charlotte Purdue, and I think I would concur with everything Brent said there. It's up to the selectors, they'll meet tonight. But that's a great first race for Charlotte Purdue over the marathon distance. Of course, the men, the British men, have yet to win their places, but also at the front of the race. Look at this. Kipchoge and Biwott, they've slowed in terms of pace, but they're still running incredibly quick. It's a fast edition of the men's London Marathon. The course record, which they just missed last year when Kipchoge had to hold off Kipsang. They missed it by just a few seconds, but they're close this time. They've been on world record pace. We think they've broken a world record. That will have to be ratified for 30 kilometers, but this is now about winning.
Yeah, and that's the difference here. If one of these guys were a pacemaker, the world record could have been on today, but as it is, it's descended into a race, and both of them want to win it, and neither one wants to take that pace on. I think a couple of times Kipchoge tried to get Biwott to really keep pushing. Biwott wasn't interested. He was more interested in just trying to conserve small bits of energy to be able to try and battle to win the race here today.
But Kipchoge, his best time of 2 hours and 4 minutes and 0 seconds, is on schedule to beat the 2 hours 4, so he'll be very, very happy if he can do that. The fastest time ever in London, 2 hours 4:29. Kipchoge's one of the fastest ever also, but he could be the fastest today, but he's going to have a race. Remember, last year's Great North Run, Biwott was only outsprinted by 1 second by Mo Farah in the last 200 meters or so. So here we've got 2 athletes, 2 class athletes. Hopefully we'll be seeing these 2 athletes in a few months' time in Rio. Eliud Kipchoge, at this point in time, you would have to say he's the #1 marathon runner in the world. Well, he threw his hat off earlier to get down to some racing. He's thrown his armbands off to get down to some racing, and they are competing. They are racing with one another, running faster on the streets of London in this, the 36th running of the London Marathon, the day when we're expecting the millionth finisher later on today to come and finish. And what a performance this is. A great athlete. I remember 2003, 13 years ago, he became the youngest, one of the youngest ever world champions when he won the 5,000 meters in the World Championships in Paris at 5,000 meters, beating Kenenisa Bekele, who's been running against today. And here we are 13 years later. When he wasn't selected for 2012 for Kenya for the 5 and 10,000 meters, he said, right, I'm moving up, I'm going to have a career on the roads. And his career on the roads has been immense. He's only ever been beaten once at the marathon. That's Eliud Kipchoge, and that was to a world record in the marathon. Well, here we're just enjoying this performance as he heads along the embankment.
Yeah, and you have to remember as well that when he ran that 2:4 flat in Berlin, he actually ran pretty much the second half of the race with the insoles of his shoes flapping out the back of his shoes, because I don't know whether he'd slipped an extra pair in or just they weren't stuck down properly, but that had to impact on him. He must have finished that race with terrible blisters, and he must know that he can go quicker than that.
Well, the lesson in technology is there from Paula about the running shoes, but today they seem to be okay. They seem to be handling it well, and he seems to be running well, and he's now starting to think about victory.
Well, they're thinking about victory for the British athletes. They're thinking about Rio. Callum Hawkins is heading towards Rio. The 23-year-old, who was the pre-race favourite from a British perspective, had to work hard to get ahead of Tewelde, who is still in the second place. The Eritrean who now can run for Great Britain. But the news is that the older brother of Callum Hawkins, Derek Hawkins, there he is heading for a personal best. He's on 2:12 pace. And if Derek could do that and catch Tewelde can make the team. Derek Hawkins could make the team. Callum Hawkins is definitely going to make the team. Look at his last mile there. Sorry, that's in the lead race, I think. So Derek Hawkins, though, is heading for well inside the qualifying time of 2 hours 14. This young man is heading for around 2:10, 2:20, that sort of, which would be a big personal best, which would be a great race. But the question is, the man between them, Tewelde, who went off so hard, can he hang on to the second spot?
Well, 3 Scots athletes representing Scotland here today. The Eritrean who's now living in Glasgow, as well as the 2 Hawkins brothers, and the father who coaches both the Hawkins brothers. Well, you've got to say what a fantastic job he's done so far. And we're watching the elite athletes, the flashing sign, they're coming along the embankment. They're the 2 leaders, running faster at this point than anyone's ever run in London before. The crowds are supporting them. They'll be enjoying this point. Eliud Kipchoge's wanting to win this one, wanting to run a personal best. Both of those things are available to him, and we've seen him in races win from a distance out. We've seen him run in short sprints. We've seen Biwott involved in close finishes, being out-sprinted by Mo Farah last year. However, we're now down to 2 athletes. We're now down to 2 Kenyans. We're now down to 2 Kenyans who we think will be in Rio, looking on what's happening today. And we're seeing a fantastic race behind them for British selection for the Olympic Games. And London Marathon, the elite athletes are now doing their thing before the masses do their thing. They're probably at the halfway point now, lots of them. But here we are looking at 2 fine Kenyan athletes who've graced this event over the years. The winners of this event in the last 12 runnings have been 10 Kenyan athletes winning this one, including last year's champion, Eliud Kipchoge.
Well, the big names came today. 2 of them are at the front, but 1 or 2 are going to be passed by Callum Hawkins as he continues to progress. This is the world record holder. That's Kimeto, I think, that he's going to pass. And Callum Hawkins doesn't even give him a glance as he goes past the fastest marathon runner in the world, who just picks up a little bit to try and stay with him. But Callum is having a great race. What a performance from him so far. Heading towards Rio, hopefully, heading towards a personal best and getting big scalps to boot.
And look at him relaxing there when he went past the world record holder. What a boost that was for Callum Hawkins, the Scotsman. And the crowd on the side cheering that, hopefully recognising the fact that his 12th place in Frankfurt gave him the qualifying time. He now only has to be one of the first 2 Britons today, and he's on the plane to Rio, and it's brilliant to see a resurgence in Scottish marathon running, if nothing else, and that's a brilliant run today from Callum Hawkins.
And while we were watching that happening, and he may be passing 1 or 2 others, Kipchoge has kicked away from Biwott, has pushed on, despite this fast pace, despite the record in sight. He, of course, is using his very, very good marathon tactical brain here to think, I'm not leaving this. Biwott is a good athlete, but he's spent. Biwott has got nothing left now, and Kipchoge surely heading towards, if at the very least, a personal best here. A course record, I'm pretty sure, within his sights, but every chance of running one of the quickest marathons of all time here. They were on world record pace, and it's always difficult to tell in these last couple of miles. They're so close. If I could tell you through 24 miles, Paula just pointing out to me, in terms of the course record, a minute and 20 seconds quicker than that which Kipsang set in 2014, and that brings you very close to 2 hours 3. The world record, of course, is just under that. What do you reckon, guys? Paula?
Well, he's got to make up another 10-15 seconds over the last mile, two miles. It's possible. It's definitely possible. He needs to drink that drink fast and really start moving quickly now.
But he wants to run fast times. He's not just, now he realizes he can win this race. He's run the race every step of the way. He's run it as the favourite. He ran next to the pacemakers. He never moved away from that lead position. When he threw his hat off at the halfway point, that was saying, right, okay, let's start now. He's just thrown his arm gloves off and said, okay, let's start racing. He looks good. 4:38 for the last mile. That's strong. Now, Eliud Kipchoge is a student of the sport. He knows all about best times and fast times. He knows all about pace. He knows about winning things. The 18-year-old that arrived in Paris to become the world champion at 5,000 meters, on his way to his second London Marathon victory. And a man who we're going to be talking about at length in Rio, I'm pretty sure. The course record in his sight, his own personal best in his sight, and like you said, one of the fastest marathons ever, as we see the London Eye, and he's cruising along the embankment with wonderful support. A fine young man. He's come through the traditional route to distance running is the route he's followed. On the track, on the 5,000 meters, the second fastest 1,500 meter runner in his year when he was doing that, but here he is now. He's done every distance on the track, now on the roads, and he looks brilliant, and he's enjoying the crowd support.
They started exactly at 10 o'clock with a countdown from Tim Peake in outer space, who's looking down, running his own marathon. And is he watching, like the rest of us, a piece of history here as Big Ben gets ready to chime 12 o'clock. That would be 2 hours, of course. The world record, which he's chasing now, is 2 hours, 2 minutes and 57 seconds. He is running at a pace which undoubtedly will break the course record unless something befalls him in this last mile or so. But Eliud Kipchoge, the man who said just this week, the marathon is all about heart and mind. Yes, you've got tired legs, but this man who can cope with all of that in terms of his mental strength is the one who comes out on top. His farming background has given him, as Brendan said, a real perspective on his running career. Trains twice a day, 6 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. His favourite sessions, he said, are 13 by 3 minutes with a minute interval. Good luck, mate. Well, that's why he's here today. That's why he's running so fast. That's why he's going so well. And Paula, we are seeing one of the best marathon performances. There's a lot of talk about the fastest courses, and Berlin is where they all go to run a world record. We have had world records, of course, here, yours truly included, but this is a great performance.
Yeah, I've always said that London can be a fast course, and London has shown today that it can be a really fast course. Now, what I want to see from Eliud Kipchoge here is on the other side of the road, please follow the blue line, and when it really matters and you're racing against the clock as he is now, to get onto that blue line and really run the shortest line over this last 1,000 meters is really important, and hopefully he is aware of that. Eliud's a smart runner. He really will have studied that. He'll know what he has to do. He will be aware of how fast he's running and how close he is to that. And now he just really needs to concentrate and get as much out of himself as he can, and the crowds really get behind him down Birdcage Walk, around the last few bends and into this finishing straight.
Well, there you are, Paula. He was listening to you. He's following the blue line now. He's on the inside. He's taking the shortest route, but he's taking the shortest route in a glorious performance. You look at this race today, and every step of the way, you would have to pick this man out as a favourite. He ran like the favourite. He was dictating conditions. They were going too quickly. The most efficient way to run a fast time isn't the way they've done it today. They could have ended up a little bit slower in the first part, but he was up to every task. He was there, responsive to every move. He was almost telling people where to run and what to do. He took Biwott under his wing and said, come on, let's run together. And they ran into the ground. They ran Kenenisa Bekele into the ground. But look at this man. He's a fine young man. He's a real student of the sport. Former world champion at the age of 18. A man who's decided that after 2012, when he wasn't picked for Kenya for the Olympic Games in 2012, he said, right, I'm going for the Rose now. But look at his technique, Steve. His efficient technique, his beautiful movement. He's running well, and he's running as faster than we've ever seen before, almost as fast as anybody's ever run before.
Well, with 600 to go, he had to run the equivalent of 4-minute mile pace to get to the world record. Even Eliud Kipchoge at the end of a marathon, I don't think can do that. He is quick. He is heading for one of the fastest times ever in the marathon. It will undoubtedly be a new course record. It will be his greatest race, not only in terms of the victory, but also in terms of time. He's never broken 2:4. He's heading to break 2 minutes and 4 seconds here. He just needs to concentrate over this last few hundred meters. The crowd cheering him on in front of Buckingham Palace, and he'll have one more turn to make. He'll see the finish line. He knows that this perhaps is his greatest victory. It is certainly his greatest ever marathon performance. He's got time to wait. Look how good he looks. Look how serene he is. Look how strong he is, and look how quick he is. Eliud Kipchoge, the winner here in London last year, a world champion on the track when he was just 18 years of age. And here in 2016, he is heading for one of the fastest marathons of all time. He's just missed the world record, but for Eliud Kipchoge, just outside 2 hours and 3, one of the greatest races in history. Eliud Kipchoge wins the London Marathon. He cannot believe it. He's just less than 10 seconds off the world record. I'm not sure that he realized it. Look at the look on his face. He's shaking his head, and he's thinking, yes, I've won. Yes, I've run a personal best. Yes, I've run the course record, but goodness me, that was a chance. He wanted to win. He was concentrating on winning. But Eliud Kipchoge has just become the second fastest of all time on a ratified course. A couple of people ran faster in Boston a few years ago. That's a downhill course. And look at Biwott. He is still coming in tired, but look at the time. Biwott runs a personal best in second place, under 2 hours 4, joining that elite club. What a race in 2016. London Marathon has done it again. Eliud Kipchoge has done it again, and he's saying to Stanley Biwott, I could have done it.
I did not know, and I'm taking it back now because he didn't know. And would you be waving and pointing out 1 in a million finisher? Yes, that's great, but when your hand hits your forehead like that, you've just realized that you've missed the world record by 7 seconds.
And look at him finishing with the technique of a sprinter, crossing the line after 26 miles and 385 yards, and then saying, if I'd only known I could have run faster, I would have run faster. But it doesn't matter, Eliud. You've won again. 6 victories in 7 marathons by Eliud Kipchoge. He now goes to Rio to try to win the Olympic Games. And he's got all the hearts of distance runners around the world behind him. We hope he can do it. He's done it brilliantly today, and a great performance by Biwott. One of the fastest marathons ever by Biwott as well. But Eliud Kipchoge, 18-year-old world champion on the track, and now one of the finest marathon performances we've ever seen. And Dave Bedford, a man who knows a little bit about distance running, congratulating them both of them taking it in great spirit.
Well, I've never seen a man so happy to be disappointed to have not broken the world record. What a run from Eliud Kipchoge and from Biwott, the two of them, after that really, really tough beginning, the really fast pace through 10K in 28.5 minutes, and then maintaining that through halfway fast. And look at this. What a return to form for Kenenisa Bekele. Many of us thought he would have a difficult day today, and yes, these last few miles have been hard. But Kenenisa Bekele, he had a great marathon debut, didn't he, a couple of years ago? He's had so many injury problems, struggling to get the training in he wanted. But Brendan, this is a welcome sight, not only for him, not only for Ethiopian running, but for world running, because he's one of the greatest all-time athletes, and he has come back today and has performed brilliantly here in London.
This is one of the greatest distance runners of all time. No other athlete in history could run a marathon like this of as little preparation as Kenenisa has had. The crowd are being informed that this is one of the great ones. 3 times Olympic champion. Now, will he gain selection for the Olympic Games? A smile comes across Kenenisa's face. It was too quick in the early stages, especially on the way back from such a lot of trouble and injury. But Kenenisa Bekele crosses the line, 2 hours, 6 minutes and 38 seconds. A very respectable time for the marathon, but to do it off as little training as he's done it just shows you how great he is. He is one of the greats. Well done to Elliot, and a sportsman in every sense. The 1, 2, 3 in the London Marathon, they're together. 3 great athletes amongst them. And those two, Kipchoge and Bekele, have shared the podium in events for the last 13 years, all around the world, all around the circuit, every championships we've ever been to. Eliud Kipchoge the winner, B. Watt in 2nd place, and the great Kenenisa Bekele in 3rd place. Well done, Kenenisa. And Jos Hermans, who manages Kipchoge and Bekele, will be a very happy man today, smiling at the cameras. Kenenisa Bekele in one piece. That's great news for the world of distance running.
Well done to those 3. Brilliant performance from all of them in their different ways. And here another young talent, Gebre Selassie from Eritrea, not the Ethiopian one. A 19-year-old, won the World Championship, 20 now, and that's another good performance. Not far outside his personal best, and he's ahead of Wilson Kipsang just behind him. There's Kipsang. Difficult day for Kipsang today. He loves running here in London, but that's not one of his best performances. And Gebre Selassie, I'm sure we'll see him at the Olympic Games. Will we see Kipsang? That's the question, because the Kenyans, with the exception of Kipchoge and B. Watt, the rest of them haven't run very well, to be honest. Now, let's turn our attention to the race for Rio. Literally, Callum Hawkins looks as though he's heading for not only a trip to the Olympic Games, but he's running a personal best here. Strong, clever race. Didn't get carried away early on. We think others have dropped away, the likes of Scott Overall. Chris Thompson is still going, and it may well be the battle for the 2nd spot will go right to the line, but Tuwelde is still ahead of Callum's older brother Derek Hawkins. Callum is well clear, and then the other 2 contesting for the 2nd guaranteed spot, because all 3 men will run inside the qualifying time of 2 hours 14. There's Tuwelde. He has done well after that really fast first 10k to hang on, Brendan. That's a tough way to run, but he's doing well. Derek Hawkins is chasing, but I'm not sure there's enough time. He's about 50 seconds behind.
Well, that's interesting that's happening behind, but Tuwelde is struggling now. He's run a fine race, this young man. Watching the clock, just seeing where he is. And Callum Hawkins, the leading Briton, running very well. But the young man, he's only 23 years of age. He's running a fantastic time here today. He's running in great circumstances. And let's face it, this man, he's got years ahead of him distance running. He was a promising youngster. He's good on the country. We saw him run one of the fastest half marathons ever. But there, Callum Hawkins, if we can find him, there he is. Callum Hawkins looks over his shoulder. There's nothing to worry about. Just relax, just keep it going. Just under 2 hours 10 of running behind him. He's going to run a really fast time. He's going to run a personal best time today, and he's, more importantly for him at this age of 23, gaining selection for the Olympic Games for Callum Hawkins as the first Briton, the first Scotsman here today, and the first 3 athletes today will be eligible to run for Scotland. A resurgence in distance running up in Scotland, and that's wonderful to see. They're doing a great job encouraging young athletes, Scottish Athletics, and he is a product of their system. Callum Hawkins, less than 200 metres to go. Well run, Callum.
Well, here he comes, and it's being announced to the crowd, who are all cheering here in the home straight. What a brilliant performance from him. He's parents came down earlier in the week. I know his mum was very, very nervous. His dad always looks a lot calmer. I remember watching Callum as a youngster running cross-country races up in Scotland, and it's great to see someone come to such prominence. He's off to Rio, he's off to the Olympic Games, a big personal best, and he's the best British athlete in the London Marathon in 2016. 2 hours 10:55. Congratulations to Callum Hawkins. And he's been hurting, he's been sore, but he kept it going and he judged it perfectly well. And now the smiles, there it comes, and he'll have half a thought for his brother, I'm sure. He won't have known how that race is going on, but he's also, apart from anything else, he's beaten the world record holder. Kimetto is trailing in behind him. Well done, Callum Hawkins. 8th place, top 10 finisher. No wonder he's smiling. There is Kimetto, the world record holder. Well, he was nearly the previous world record holder today. He'll be crossing the line and saying, he'll go, he did what?
He'll also talk to Callum Hawkins, and they'll say, and that's, guess who was just one place behind me? The world record holder, Dennis Kimetto.
Right behind this man, about another 50 metres behind us, Tewelde in the blue of the Shettleston Club. You can see him in the distance there. And now has he guaranteed himself a spot? Well, he has, because you only have to finish in the top 2. He's tired, he went off hard, and he's hung on. And this means that the man who came to this country for Eritrea stayed and has become now eligible for the British team, has been coached and trained up in Scotland. And Tewelde now will be heading to Rio, and he's finished just ahead of Callum Hawkins. Derek Hawkins is now about 100 metres from the finish. Derek has run a brilliant race and just hasn't timed it right, but he's going to be inside the qualifying mark. So the question is, will the British selectors look upon this performance from the older Hawkins brother and say, yep, that was good enough? It's not a guaranteed spot for him, but he'll cross his fingers and hope. He finished so strongly. Well done to him. A minute inside the qualifying mark, and that may well be good enough for the British selectors to look favourably upon him. We could have 2 brothers going to the Olympic Games in the marathon.
Should I select the team again, Steve?
Why not?
Well, I think I should. Callum Hawkins of Kilbargan Harriers, Tewelde of Shettleston Harriers, and Derek Hawkins of Kilbargan Harriers. 3 Scotsmen in the team. That would be the selection that I put forward to the selection committee tonight. Hope they're listening.
Well, that'll be an anxious wait for them. A wait which has such a great prize, of course. And here's Sergei Lebed, 9 times European cross-country champion, and looking rather tired. Of course, lots of athletes here today for different countries were running for Olympic selection. The actual time, from an IOC point of view, IAAF, is 2 hours and 19. Likes of Craig Mottram had come here to try and get a spot in the Australian team. Arnie Gabius, we're pretty sure, was wanting to run quicker. He hasn't run very well today. And the British athletes have performed so well, not only in terms of times, not only in terms of what was at stake, but Callum Hawkins inside the top 10, beating so many big names who just got it wrong today. Went too hard, too fast. Here's Tomo, still going well. For a little while it looked as though Tomo could get in the mix. And you know what? In a small way, this is a victory for him. He'll be hurting. But as Paula, we all know he's had so many problems preparing for this. He may well, he said, depending on what happened today, have a dip at the 10,000. I'm not so sure that he's got time to do that because the trial is in about 3-4 weeks' time. But well done, Chris, today.
Yes, well done, Chris. He did say that whatever happened, he would not be finishing this race today disappointed. It was a victory for him to get here. He's fought really hard. He put himself in contention. He laid it all on the line, and he can be proud of the road that he's travelled to get here, and that will continue. And I think we might see him on the start line for the 10,000 metres, because I don't think he'll give up on it just yet. But then he will move on to trying to run a fast race in the autumn in the marathon.
Well, with the amount of training that Chris has done, and it hasn't been enough, he knew it wasn't enough. No athlete ever usually comes in totally ready in the campaign, but Chris genuinely has missed an awful lot of training. And the last few weeks have gone well for him, but ran out of time, literally, in terms of training. And today, 2 hours 15 thereabouts. Strong performance. He gave it a go. Chris always does that. but others perform well on the day. And it was a high-risk strategy, particularly from Tuwelde. To go out that hard and hang on, that was tough. And others gambled that he and others might come back to them. Callum judged it perfectly well. Well, Bren, I've watched not as many as you have, but this has been one of the most exciting London marathons in terms of elite races that I've ever seen. Certainly, I think that I've commentated on. We've had fast finishes, great races, but today had drama everywhere.
We had drama everywhere today in the marathon. We had two Kenyan winners, Eliud Kipchoge with the second fastest marathon in history, and this young man on his way now to Rio is probably the favourite for the Olympic Games. 2003 he was world champion on the track. 2016 he's one of the favourites on the roads for the marathon. We've had three British qualifiers, Callum Hawkins, Tuwelde and Derek Hawkins, three Scots people all there looking forward to selection for the Olympic Games. Sonia Samuels, Alison Dixon and Charlotte Purdue put themselves up for selection too. And a glorious day when the millionth finisher eventually will finish this marathon. And we were promised snow and we got action instead, and we got sunshine and action instead of the promised snow. There's Lee Merrion crossing the line now, but we've had a wonderful day in the elite part of the marathon, and now the mass marathon takes over. And Paula, that was some remarkable performances there, weren't there?
That was some really exciting racing. I think we just about had everything. We had fallers in both races, we had records, we had race outs for Olympic teams. Aside from the snow, yeah, pretty much had everything there. But I think the big standout for me, it has to be Kipchoge getting that close to a world record in a race that, yes, it went out fast, but it wasn't set up ideally for a world record there, and he maximised that. Great race in the women's race.
Well done to all of them. They've given us so much to talk and think about, but the race is really just getting going for everybody else. And so many people, of course, will be chasing their own records out there. For some, just getting to the finish line every year is the challenge that they need to overcome. This at Tower Bridge, they're not quite at halfway point. We'll be trying to tell the stories over the next couple of hours. We'll be following our children in need, 7, Jill and Liam and Helen and Carl, Mark and Wendy, Julian out there with Chris and Natasha Evans. Kitten is out there as well, Vassos Alexander, Graham, Ewan and Jane Hunter, all of the Radio 2 team. And this year, every year, when we think, oh, we couldn't beat this year, we can't come back and tell better stories and more inspiring stories, but there's lots of them to come, so make sure you stay with us. But goodness me, the elite races have given us something to think about. Really was fantastic. Eliud Kipchoge just missing that world record, and the British athletes cementing their place in Rio. Well, yes, they've all trained hard for it. Well, maybe not all of them. Most of them have trained hard for this. And some smiles, and at this point, they've still got a long way to go, but one or two pained expressions as well. And you just got to knuckle down and enjoy the crowds. Fancy dress, all of the charities, and the, I guess, new fads, not that new, but people now knowing to wear their name in large letters, writ large across their chest, so they get a cheer from those on the, standing on the, well, here at the bridge, standing on the pavements. The rest, they're overhead, they're finding all sorts of vantage points.
And if you hear a lot of music as you're coming over the bridge and you watch out on one corner, you might see Kenyan Corner. And that is a bunch of guys out there cheering for Ken Yan. So Ken, Mrs. Yan, and I think it was Max Yan. I hope you're having a good run out there.
So it's not a Kenyan Corner, it's Ken Yan. Brilliant. Love it. Well, Tower Bridge, a very iconic viewpoint in terms of this race and in London generally, but it's also a favourite place to spectate, and people find their place here very early on. Look at all the flags, all the charity flags. And again, a little shout out to a bunch who are running for Hospice UK: Daniel, Robbie, David, Phil, Chris, Andrew, Jonathan, Paul, Stuart, Paul. They've raised, they're all from Clydesdale in Yorkshire Bank, have raised over £5 million for hospice care over the last 8 years. Well done to them out there. So many great causes, and so much money. A world record year. We didn't quite get a world record in the men's elite race, but it's a world record year, we know, for raising funds for charity.
Well, it's all happening here at the finish. You can see behind me there Prince Harry in conversation with Lord Sebastian Coe as they get ready for the presentation. So before we do that, let's just remind you of what has happened on this sensational afternoon so far. David Weir came up short in his bid for a record 7th London Marathon win. Switzerland's Marcel Hug taking the victory. Australia's Kurt Fearnley was second with Weir third. America's Tatiana McFadden continued her recent dominance of the women's wheelchair event, claiming her 4th consecutive London Marathon victory ahead of Switzerland Manuela Schär. And despite a fall at the 22-mile mark, which ended the hopes of pre-race favourite Mary Keitany, Kenya's Jemima Sumgong picked herself up to claim a surprise victory ahead of Ethiopia's 2015 winner, Tigisit Tufa. Bookies' favourite Eliud Kipchoge won the men's marathon title in style, the Kenyan claiming back-to-back victories in a course record time. Compatriot Stanley Biwott claimed second, and Ethiopia's Kenenisa Bekele was third. Ali Dixon and Sonia Samuels rubber-stamped their Rio 2016 Olympic selection by finishing as the top 2 Brits home. Debutant Charlotte Purdue came in third Brit. The men's battle for a spot on the plane to Brazil was equally fascinating. Callum Hawkins eventually came out on top, with the debutant Tshigai Tewelde second to both secure their spots. So just confirmation of that, just 2 seconds separated the top 3 after that sprint finish on the man in the men's even in the men's wheelchair race. The 2014 winner Marcel Hug taking another title in 1 hour, 35 minutes and 19 seconds. McFadden was pushed all the way in the women's wheelchair event to win in 1 hour, 44 minutes and 14 seconds, 1 second clear of Switzerland's Schär. Sumgong came into this race under the radar, but the Kenyan defied her tumble to win in 2 hours, 22 minutes and 58 seconds. 5 seconds behind her, the 2015 winner, Tufa. Eliud Kipchoge, a class apart in the men's race, defending his title. The Kenyan's winning time of 2 hours, 3 minutes and 5 seconds was a course record and less than 10 seconds outside the world record. Stanley Biwott was 40 seconds adrift in second and Bekele third. And there you go, the battle for Britain went down to the finish on the mile. Dixon winning that domestic battle in a time of 2 hours, 31 minutes and 52 seconds, 8 seconds clear of Samuels, and a highly impressive marathon debut from Charlotte Purdue in third. And for the men, Callum Hawkins' time of 2 hours, 10 minutes and 55 seconds was well under the Rio qualifying mark of 2 hours 14. Debutant Tewelde finished second, also doing enough to guarantee himself a GB Olympic spot. And Callum's brother Derek also ran the qualifying time, but he's going to have to rely on the selectors' discretion. And I'm delighted to say that Eliud Kipchoge is here alongside Steve Cram. There was a big high-five moment there, Steve. Congratulations. Incredible run. Did you realise how close you were to that world record?
I realised after 30 kilometers, and I realised I ran a world record for 30 kilometers. Then between 30 and 40, I lost some about 20 seconds.
So maybe for another day, the victory was all that mattered for you today?
Then after 36 kilometers, we were 2, then my mind was divided into 2. On the winning and the time. Then I tried to push it, and 40 kilometers, let us say the record will be for the next time. This was for the winning. But I'm happy I ran the course record.
You're obviously in incredible shape. You look so strong. It looked so easy for you out there. Surely that world record is well within your grasp.
Exactly. That's the
plan.
I'm really happy for the program I have been undergoing. And I'm happy to run a course record. Today, when London is celebrating 1 in a million, I hope this one will be a mark. And also 4 days ago, Queen was celebrating his 9th birthday. Yes, exactly.
Just put into context, if you will, Steve. You could hear in commentary how excited you were about that run from Eliud, but put it into context for us.
Well, I think that's the best run ever. I genuinely, I think most people would think that Berlin is perhaps a slightly quicker route. I'm just not wanting to catch the eye, Dave Bedford over there, but yes, you know, to run this time in London, I think was the best ever. Because London has the best fields as well. Sometimes in Berlin you can attack the time more. Here you have such a stellar field to beat. And when Stanley and Elliot were together, you could tell that then they start racing. And then it was only, you looked like a 5,000 metre runner again at the end there. You know, I remember watching him, as Brendan was saying, when he was 18, winning the World Championships in Paris, out-kicking Bekele, out-kicking El Garouge. And today he used his kick. I was so wishing he could get the world record, but nonetheless, it was a brilliant performance.
Absolutely. We've actually put it into, if you have a little look at the graphic over there, this is the top 5 times of all time. And there you are in second place, Elliot, amongst a very esteemed company. And you say good conditions today because it was very cold at the start. Is it not difficult to get going in those kind of temperatures?
For these guys, you know, this is almost perfect weather. It's not too warm, it wasn't too cold, and these guys know not to be cold at the start. 10 o'clock, the temperature just picked up a little. It was probably a little cooler for the women when they started. And, you know, mind you, the pace early on was so hot, I'm surprised their shoes weren't burning. But, you know, the 28 and a half through 10K, that was very fast. Yeah.
Can you actually soak it up and enjoy the atmosphere when you're out there?
Sorry?
Is it possible to soak up the atmosphere while you're out there, or are you just intent on hitting those marks and your pace?
Actually, let me say, actually, the crowd actually is what pushed me. This is a wonderful crowd in London.
It is.
Imagine. So it's what pushes me. In fact, in every kilometer, except when in the tunnel, where you cannot find some crowd, but all over when you find a crowd whereby they cheer you, you keep on moving.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, we enjoyed it, didn't we, Steve? We loved watching you out there.
And I think the other thing is, I hope the Kenyan team will pick you now for Rio. Will you go to Rio?
Do you think you've done enough?
I hope they will pick me. I'll be able to.
I think you've got a chance. Yeah, you've got a chance of being selected.
Exactly.
Well done.
I will be more than happy when I hear my name has been announced in Kenya. Yes.
I think you put yourself in contention with that run. Congratulations. We all loved it. It was fantastic. Thank you so much, Steve. I'll let you get back to the commentary box as well. So out there on the streets of London, thousands of runners still to come over the line. At some point, it will be the millionth runner, of course, who will cross that line. And so many stories out there that we're going to learn and hear about that are so inspiring. And throughout this afternoon, we'll be meeting up with some of those incredible people. We're going to meet members of Team Childline as they celebrate their 30th anniversary. Fancy running 401 marathons in 401 days? We're going to catch up with a man who's doing just that. The stars of the future take to the streets in the mini marathon. We'll see some of the celebs pushing their bodies to the absolute limit. And we're going to hear from some of the real stars of the day, the members of the public who are running for their very own special reasons. And we're going to be heading out on the course and catching up with our reporters as well. Ore Aduba is at Tower Bridge, which is halfway, of course, that 13-mile mark. Denise Lewis is at Canary Wharf. That's just over 18 miles into the course. At around 23 miles, we've got Colin Jackson at Blackfriars Bridge as well. And then, of course, they'll all be coming up here, up the mile, up to the finish, and I'll be catching up with some of them along the way. Now, every year, the London Marathon teams up with a charity and has official charity partner. This year, it's the NSPCC. And they're celebrating 30 years of Childline. A team of runners have got together, Team Childline. Amongst them, people who work as counsellors for Childline, have used the services of Childline. An incredible charity that has given a voice to so many youngsters over the years. And Rosie and Amelia are going to tell their stories now about a charity that is still lending a voice to those who want to be heard.
When I run, I sort of feel free. I'm mainly running the marathon because of what happened to me and my story, but also for like all the other stories that people haven't shared.
I think the team element is something really special. For each of us individually to run a marathon, you know, I don't think is anything any of us would have ever dreamed of.
I don't really know where I would be if it wasn't for Childline.
I definitely wouldn't be the same person I am now. And, you know, I don't really want to think about like how things could have been. I think I was about 14 or 15, and there's just a lot of things going on in my life that I couldn't really make sense of. I didn't know how to kind of deal with those feelings, and I think because I had really quite low like confidence and self-esteem, I didn't know like if I could speak to people about things, and I just didn't know kind of where to turn.
I've been bullied throughout my time in school. Started online, so like comments which weren't obviously about me, but everyone sort of knew they were about me. The bullying did eventually like become something that happened in school, so that was quite tricky to like deal with. It was quite like lonely and isolating, I guess.
I'd heard of Childline, and I think when I found them online, like the website, I remember just spending hours just looking through. I was reassured that it could be anything, you know, if it's affecting you and it's making you feel kind of low or anything, then yeah, they're there for you.
Childline actually helped me understand what was going on and like talk about it. It was a huge weight being lifted, so that was an amazing feeling. One piece of like practical advice Childline gave me was writing things down. I started writing letters to myself from then, sort of like explaining what was going on, so I wasn't like bottling it up anymore.
Hello, you're through to someone you can talk to.
There was an opportunity to volunteer with Childline, and yeah, it was a massive step, but I took it. Being able to train as a Childline counsellor myself, I literally don't have words for it. It's amazing, because I think having that kind of little bit of insight is just really special, because it means I can sit there and be like, you know, I want to help you, I want to kind of help you get through this like they did with me.
I'm helping with new campaigns and different things that NSPCC do. So that's been like amazing. Like I was someone who's contacting Childline, and now I'm like helping to get the message out to other people.
Running it is such a good image of how Childline supports young people, and that, you know, there are hurdles to overcome and still kind of difficulties on the way, but you've got that kind of crowd cheering you on, and there's that finish line in sight.
I mainly just hope that my story encourages people who haven't contacted Childline to contact Childline, and those who are contacting Childline to continue, and those who have to possibly like volunteer or like try and donate money and just help NSPCC carry on what they're doing.
Doing it to raise awareness of Childline and to celebrate its 30th birthday, I think is such a good way to celebrate it and be like, this service really changes lives.
Well, I'm joined now by the woman whose brainchild it all was, Dame Esther Rantzen. 30 years, Esther. Can you believe that Childline's still going, still flourishing, and still so relevant?
I'm afraid still being challenged. You know, we're only answering 3 out of 4 kids that need us desperately. So this marathon is going to make a huge difference to us. And I'm so moved by it, because this is, in my 75 years, this is the first time I've actually come to the marathon. I've watched it on television, of course, but I'm amazed by the atmosphere and by the selflessness of the people who are running. Obviously, you know, there are the professionals, but the crowd is applauding, thrilled with it. The actual amateur runners are knocking themselves out for this, and usually for a cause, infinite number of causes. It's so
uplifting,
and it reflects the best things about humanity.
You'll be down here every year, I think. It is a real energy giver, isn't it? Just standing, watching these incredible people, and a lot of them are out there running for the NSPCC and for Childline as well. We've heard some of the stories and how people have been touched and helped in many different ways. And challenges for young people are different to 30 years ago, but just so relevant to your charity.
They are. I mean, in some ways, I think the world is an even more dangerous place, because alongside the abuse and neglect that we've always helped protect children from, there are these new dangers of cyberbullying and sexting and grooming. So we've got so much work still to do, and that's why I get very upset when I realise that 1 in 4 kids that needs us so badly still can't get through to us, because we haven't got the resources. So this is going to make a huge difference. And I want to thank all the runners who are espousing such important causes, sometimes personal challenges that no one else knows about, but they're using this great event to draw attention to it and to challenge themselves, and I think they're wonderful.
You mentioned your age, so I can bring it up. At 75 years young, you certainly don't look like that standing here. It looks like you might be into a little bit of Keep Fit. So there's an 80-year-old out there on the course, 88-year-old actually as well, Ivor Barr. So if you're, thinking about a bit of marathon running, we've got a few experts here on the team. Steve, Paul, I'm sure they could give you a programme.
Yes, well, I shall certainly think about that. But yes, age is no barrier, of course, to ambition. That's true. And for people who can do this sort of thing, but if you ever saw me on Strictly, Gabby, you will be aware that muscle memory and fitness are not quite my bag. I only lasted 3 weeks, so I don't know how long I'd last in the marathon.
Well, we need to get you back down here every year as an avid supporter of what these incredible people are doing. And I'm so glad that Childline's benefiting this year. Thank you so much for coming down and telling us.
My pleasure, and good luck to everybody. And keep smiling. I gather the last mile's the worst.
Yeah, well, the last 200 metres, though, or yards, looks actually quite easy, because they all come down here with such huge smiles on their face. You'd never know they just run 26 miles.
Springs in their step, I don't understand it. Supermen.
Incredible people, and they're all out there still on the course, thousands of them, hoping to post PBs, raising money for incredible causes, being inspired by things that have happened in their lives or things they're hoping will happen. Let's get out there on the course now.
Well, what a day it's been so far as we listen to the familiar strains of our old grandstand theme tune, because it has been a grandstand day today, hasn't it? Particularly in those elite races, but for many they're yet to see the finish line. And we've got your messages going across, and we've got lots of friends out there as well taking part. Brendan, I know there's one or two you'd like to mention.
Mike French, number 52,717, running for schistosomiasis, which is a tropical disease control initiative in Africa. He lives and works in Ethiopia. He flew in with Kenenisa Bekele, actually, but he did say I didn't bother him with any marathon questions because he had too much on his mind. Will Ellison, running for the NSPCC. Good luck to Will from the Milliners. Michelle Owen, number 41545, running for Macmillan, and Rachel Turner, a student at Liverpool University, running for Transforming Mental Health. Mary McInnes has come over from Hong Kong, running for the British Heart Foundation, and Abigail Mace for ME Research, number 21390. Emma Holmes on her third London Marathon. 2 ultra marathons coming up in May and June. She's running for Arthritis Research. Good luck, Emma. And Karen Robertson, running for Children with Cancer.
Well, everyone at head office, wherever that is, would like to wish all the best to Kirsten Stagg and Victoria Lawson. Victoria's raising money for Max, and Kirsten is running for Willen Hospice in Milton Keynes.
And Guy McClellan, Trudy Watts from Beaconsfield running for Children with Cancer. Ella Walker running for Anthony Nolan, and Colette Smith running for the Light Fund. Kirsty Gilchrist running for Parkinson's UK. Good luck to everybody out there.
Such a fantastic day. We've been treated to some brilliant elite races, and there are 36,000 or so other heroes or heroines. So many people that we have to say hello to. Chris Morgan, he's halfway through 3 marathons. He's done Tokyo, this is London, and he finishes off in Ghana. He's raising money for Pencils of Promise, a US charity building schools in Ghana. So he'll hope that he's going well. Sam King has been training in Gloucestershire around the villages of Maisie Hampton and Down Atley. She's hoping to come home in under 3:30, raising money for a charity called Special Effects, working with disadvantaged young people, trying to improve their lives with technology. And Ed King, he's raising money for Global Action Nepal. He said tomorrow is the anniversary of that terrible earthquake in Nepal, where thousands of people lost their lives and their homes. He too hoping to raise a bit of cash and come home under 3.5 hours. A magic day. And Tanny, The sun's even started to shine. Come on.
It's amazing, isn't it? Well, good luck to Emma Boggess, who's got a grudge match with her husband. If I mention her name, she'll get an extra donation. And also Steve Wilson, who's raised over £1,000 for the Teenage Cancer Trust.
Well, there are lots of different people out there. I want to say hello to all of the mums out there, particularly the Durham mums on the run. They're running for Blind Children UK. That's Kate, Fiona and Catherine. Well done.
And number 50,265, Jim Radcliffe from Ineos, running with his friends, family and work colleagues. They're running for Go Run for Fun Foundation, which is getting kids active. They've had 116,000 children participating in the last couple of years in over 200 events. And as I said earlier, John Mayog, the fastest 1,500-metre runner in the field, trying to run 3 hours 31 minutes to beat his time of 3 minutes and 31 seconds that he ran for 1,500. Well done, John. He's out there with a good colleague of his, Liam Hayeskirk, who's running with John. He ran in Barcelona, Rome and London recently. His third marathon in 5 weeks. Well done, Lean.
Dave, easily the best costume I've seen all day.
Thank you.
Who are you going to call? It's got to be Dave.
It's got to be Dave, yeah, without a doubt, without a doubt. Running for Macmillans. My brother-in-law's got cancer at the moment, and however hard this is for me, I can set this pack off in a couple of hours' time or so, and he can't do it with us, so this one's for you, Graham.
You got to bust this thing, right?
Yeah, without a doubt, without a doubt. Best race that I've done, this one.
13 miles, you go for it, son.
Yeah, 15th London, and my first time in fancy dress, so it'll be a PB. Lovely.
If you don't want the outfit afterwards, I'll have it.
No, I'm sorted for every Halloween now, you know that, don't you? That's it. Bust a few ghosts now over on Tower Bridge. Lovely meeting you. I ain't afraid of no ghosts.
You told me you'd never do this, and here you are looking so easy. Ah! Oh my God! I've got to keep my music on just to keep my head calm. It's so amazing. Relax. Thank you for helping me out. You've got a great reception so far. What's it been like? Oh, it's been amazing. It really has. I think that I'm trying to keep really calm. So when I've got a slow song, that reminds me to breathe. Well, you're running for a good pace. Best of luck, Cal. No, you're on your own.
Dave, Michaela, you can't really miss you guys. This is an important one to you, right?
Very important to us, yeah. Royal British Legion Poppy Peel, fantastic charity. A lot of meaning to us both, so yeah.
And Michaela, tell us what it's like running with your husband.
Oh, amazing. Just amazing, yeah.
You're supposed to say that.
Well, I would say it anyway. It's just amazing. We're really, really proud to run for the Poppy Appeal, and I'm proud to run with him as well.
And how much have you been enjoying this, Dave? I mean, it's just so special.
Yeah, the crowd's spectacular as ever, brilliant, and I'm looking forward to a beer at the end.
I can see you picking up the win, Dave, yeah, so I'll let you get back into it.
Thank you. Cheers.
See you guys.
Cheers, bye.
We're going for about 3:45. I'm running a kids' cancer charity. They rely solely on donations. Everybody's watching just to make the proud to be in Balfour and Just Give In. They make a difference.
Brilliant.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, Holly Lewis. Happy birthday, Tilly. Good luck, everyone at 3Ms.
Woo! This is my 130th marathon today. Yes, 130.
How's it feeling?
Brilliant. And then I finish. I raised 15,000 for charity. I did 10 in 10 days.
Oh my goodness, that's
for vulnerable children.
Yes.
And today is my last one.
Oh
I retire.
Oh my.
130.
So this is a victory lap.
Yeah, one lap of honour. Yeah.
Keep it going.
I'm gonna get my friend.
Keep it going.
Well, the London Eye keeping an eye on matters down on the embankment. And we're just watching, and Paul and I have got this computer in front of us, and both of us are keeping an eye on the likes of Kelly Holmes, who's doing well. We saw Kelly there being interviewed by Denise, trying to keep up with her. But we think Kelly is not going to be that far out, 3 hours. There's Big Ben, 2 hours 45 so far. Just one, we'd always talk about marathon runners, you know, judging it well. Going back to Callum Hawkins, who's run himself in the Olympic Games. For the first half of the race, he ran 65 minutes and 27 seconds. For the second half of the race, he ran 65 minutes, 26 seconds. That could not be more perfect judgment. He ran a perfect race today. Well done, Callum.
Roger Backhouse and Team Blind as a Bat are taking on this marathon challenge to raise cash for RP Fighting Blindness. Roger has retinitis pigmentosa, a genetic disease that causes problems with vision. He's accompanied today by a 24-man team of guides, including Lord Sebastian Coe's son, Harry. 41-year-old Londoner Sunil Dugal is running for daughter Marigold, who was born with a rare chromosome disorder, so rare that doctors had no data with which to provide a prognosis for his child. The family was referred to a charity called Unique, which has provided them with support and information and introduced them to others in similar situations. In July last year, Natasha Greenway experienced difficulties while giving birth to her daughter Penny. The baby was placed on life support, but tragically there was nothing doctors could do to save her. Natasha, who's 32 from Caerphilly, is racing today to raise money for the Lullaby Trust, a charity that helps families through difficult times after the death of an infant.
And there are plenty more inspiring and wonderful people running for incredible causes out there. 33,000 runners still out there pounding the streets of London. Amongst them, some faces you might recognise. So here's a selection we've put together in what we're calling the Face Race and the times they're aiming for.
These are the stars of the Face Race today. Dame Kelly Holmes won double gold at the Athens Olympics. 3.5 hours is her golden goal today. If Nadine Mulcahy can handle being part of the McQueen clan in Hollyoaks, she can certainly tackle the marathon in sub 5 hours. Game of Thrones actress Natalie Dormer hopes her latest blockbuster hit is a marathon finish of around 3 hours 45. Former footballer Clark Carlisle has tackled Countdown, Question Time, and now this. 4.5 hours is the goal. BBC newsreader Sophie Rayworth hopes Seventh Heaven comes in her 7th marathon, courtesy of a sub 4-hour time. Radio 2's Chris Evans won't exactly need to be in top gear all the way round to reach a 4.5-hour target. An early start's not a problem for Good Morning Britain's Ranveer Singh, who has sub 5 hours in mind on a marathon debut. TV judge Robert Rinder has some marathon pedigree, thus his 3-hour target. The Gogglebox gang will be glued as Basit Siddiqui makes his London debut, aiming for a 4-hour finish. Distance is no object for British astronaut Tim Peake, who'll become the first man to run a marathon in space using a treadmill on the International Space Station. And these are the Face Race runners to watch today.
And good luck to all of them. And there he is in space, Tim Peake. He got everyone going this morning and he's doing well at the moment. 2:48, and I think it's 70% of his body weight that he's putting through that treadmill there. Still a magnificent effort. And if you've been inspired to enter a marathon yourself, maybe even this one, well, the public ballot for entry for the 2017 Virgin Money London Marathon will be open to all applicants on Monday the 2nd of May 2016. Put a date in your diary at virginmoneylondonmarathon.com, and the ballot will close at 5 o'clock on Friday the 6th of May 2016. It's open to everyone. That includes you. Yes, you, sitting there on the sofa right now. And if it's inspired you to take up running full stop, and maybe not the marathon just yet, it's never too late to start. Anyone can give it a go.
And if you've been inspired by the runners here today, why not start small by downloading the Couch to 5K app using the BBC's Make Your Move website. In just 9 weeks, with a mixture of walking and jogging, you can build up to running 5K 3 times a week. You can even choose a famous face to help you, like Michael Johnson, Sarah Millican, Sanjeev Kohli, or even me, Joe Wiley. Go on, give it a go. Welcome to week 1 of the Couch to 5K plan. It's all about achieving your goal. 5 kilometres is what you're going to do.
Couch to 5K is part of a BBC Get Inspired campaign called Make Your Move. The aim is to prove that being active doesn't have to feel like exercise. There are 16 physical challenges spread over 4 categories: strength, movement, balance and flexibility. They're all free. They can all be done on your own or with friends, and the choice is yours. So go to Make Your Move page on the BBC Sport website to find out more. And just to give you an added bit of incentive as well, if you're thinking of taking up running, I've got a rather knowledgeable coach for you here in the shape of Paula Radcliffe, world marathon record holder, a woman who owned this course for many years, but now, of course, lend your experience to us in the commentary box. First of all, have you loved what you've seen today in the elite races?
Yeah, I think it's been a really, really exciting day watching those races unfold. I think particularly the men's race, to see them go out so fast and everybody's saying, oh, they're not going to be able to keep this going. There's going to be a lot of casualties. There were a lot of casualties, but there was very nearly a world record on this course. And I think Eliud Kipchoge will go away very, very happy with his run, very happy with his personal best, but thinking, maybe I should have just checked the clock a little bit more over the last 800, 600 metres, because he was really close.
When I asked him, he said, yes, I looked at 6K and we were running well. So I don't think he was really aware of the time, just how he felt, obviously. Nevertheless, a fantastic race and brilliant runs from the British, especially Callum Hawkins as well, securing his place in the Olympic team. But let's talk about grassroots, going back to not people like Callum and Eliud as well. People who are sitting there now thinking, I'm not a runner though, look at Paula, she's a runner. Tell them that they are and that anyone can do it.
Well, anyone can be a runner. I mean, I think that's what's so amazing and that's what's so special and unique about today, about the London Marathon, about marathon races, is that everybody out there is a marathon runner today. Everybody's in that same family. The 1 millionth finisher is going to cross the line. 1 million people in that family in London, and they've all gone through the same experiences. Eliud Kipchoge will have gone through rough patches in that race today. We know that some did because she banged her head on the floor. So we definitely know that people will go through those tough times, but you'll come through them and you'll get through it by the magic of the London Marathon, the support of the crowd and the support of the other runners around you.
Get to marathon level in terms of the distances, but just the freedom and the expression that you get from your body running 5K is worth it, isn't it? You start off small, start off with a K, start off with a walk.
Well, that's the great thing, you can make it, adapt it to what you want to get from it. So whether you want to just go out for a 1 mile jog and just clear your head, just get a little bit of space for yourself, thinking time or not thinking time, just switch off from everything else, or exercise with your family, exercise with your kids, get the family out there having fun together.
It's free. All you need is a good pair of trainers. That's the beauty of it, isn't it? So, Paula, this time last year, it was quite emotional with you, wasn't it? We were here on the Mall. You'd finished your last competitive marathon, and we were all celebrating what had been your glorious career. But you're back here now with your civvies on, commentating. Does it always, when you come back here, does it always feel very special and fill you with emotion?
I think it does, because it's the stories around the day and it's the history of the day. And for me, it was my memories right back to coming down in 1985, 1986, watching my dad run around, watching Ingrid Christensen set a world record, and then to finally make that step to be able to run it myself and to be at the front of the race, getting the support that I was getting, and then to get the chance to come back last year and just say goodbye on my own terms, but still be very much of a part of it. And if I can't be out there running, then the next best place is to be watching it from a prime location.
I've just seen there someone who's not just enjoying his running but throwing himself down into a few push-ups as well. But look at that fantastic sea of wonderful, inspiring runners doing it for many different reasons, many different causes. Well, if you have been inspired, then you might fancy a bit of a shorter distance to start off with. The Great Manchester Games is happening in May, Friday, May the 20th, and coverage starts at 6 o'clock on BBC Two. And then the Great Manchester Run, well, it's 6 miles, is it 10K? Yeah, and that is still available for you. Entries are still open. You can go online for more details, and coverage there will be on Sunday, the 22nd of May, BBC Two at 11 o'clock. I can tell you having to think about it. Go on. Go online now and register yourself. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Let's get back out there, though, and see what's happening on the course.
Thanks so much. I recognise that tune. Brendan?
Newcastle United 4, Sunderland 1.
Now, you see, we've done really well up to this point.
Well, it was the grandstand music that set me off, and I was thinking about when David Coleman used to read the teleprinter, and it used to be...
But isn't this the Athletics theme tune?
No, this is grandstand, isn't it?
No. I think this is the old Athletics theme tune, yes. But anyway, you used to do that as well, and you were probably thinking about the football during that anyway, but yes. Yeah. Newcastle did very well yesterday. I guess it's over to Sunderland today, and Sunderland strollers got off to a great start. Ali Dixon flying the flag in the women's race, the first British athlete home, heading off to the Olympics with Sonia Samuels, and who knows, Charlotte Purdue will maybe join. I have no idea what team she's for.
Well, I was staying in the hotel I was staying at. The Everton team was staying there yesterday, and then one of the coaches came up and he said to me, "Is it you or your mate that supports Sunderland?" I said, "That's an insult. It's my mate."
Yeah, well, some nail biting to be done for those of us supporting teams at the bottom of the Premier League between now and the end of the season, and hopefully not too much nail biting. If you're watching somebody out there, of course, there's usually always different ways in which you can follow. I'm sure that many people are getting reports using because all of the athletes wear transponders. You can usually go on the website, see how they're getting on. I'm sure many people run with phones, etc. these days as well. And just another name to wish luck to, Nikki Kay. She's number 2,500. No, even 25,000. I can't even read. 25,378 out there. Good luck to Nikki.
Cheryl Gibson running for Children with Cancer. Nicola Burnett, number 5482, running for the Macmillan charity. And Dina Mazzoni from Ramsey in the Isle of Man, running for breast cancer, as well as Peter Butler, 46,653, running for Save the Rhino. And 12 runners from Barnes Runners: Claire Tunnicliffe, Josh Ord, Liam Whelan, Jenny Cunniff, running for in the Good for Age category, Pete Woodruff running for Alzheimer's, and Paul Cheatham on the elite start today.
Dana, I know that's your name. Does this have a name?
It does. It has Puff the Asthma Dragon.
Tell us why.
I'm running for Asthma UK in memory of Cameron Brown, a young lad who aged 2 years who died aged 2 years, 8 years ago. I've got asthma.
And how have you been feeling the last 13 miles?
I was all right till you stopped me.
I'm so sorry. Okay. Go on, you and Puff, you've got a long way to go. Keep it up.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
You seem so excited.
I am, and now I'm crying. So sorry. Yes, I am. I'm very excited. It's absolutely fantastic. The atmosphere is amazing. The support's wonderful, and it's just, it's mind-blowing.
And tell us who you're running for.
I'm running for BEAD to support eating disorders and raise awareness for that. And I'm running primary school as well, because I'm the co-head teacher there.
Fantastic. Lulu, keep it going.
Thank you so much.
Are you doing well? That's the most important thing. I got back from the Marathon des Sables on Monday. I come in, I'm trying to break a world record, but I'm cooked. Just want to get under 3, man. It's all for charity, MS UK. I've raised 12 grand across the desert. Please get behind me, justgiving.com/Popey, MDS 2016, come on, go for it!
Aaron, I don't know how close I want to get to you in case you start smearing green on me.
Okay, we'll step back.
How are you enjoying it?
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. I'm really enjoying it. I'm a bit tired, but the crowd's getting us through, so it's brilliant.
Just tell us, what is it about this crowd that keeps you going?
It's just the togetherness. I mean, I live in London, and you don't really see people unite, and everyone's helping you, supporting each other. No matter what charity, where you're from, everyone's pushing each other, cheering you on. It's fantastic. I mean, it's the second time I've done it, and it's amazing. It hurts, but it's so amazing to do.
And NSPCC is such a great charity, right?
Oh yeah, fantastic. As part of my raising £100,000 for the NSPCC, and me and my little brother. So inspired by the cause. There's fantastic staff, especially the Childline Service. Giving hope to young people out there. I'm in love with it. So I'd run 1,000,000 miles to reach that goal. So yeah, it's fantastic.
I'm sure you're picking up a lot of fans, and thanks for not smearing your green paint on.
That's right. Thank you so much. Take care.
Well, we're just 30 seconds away from 1 o'clock, and here at the finish line you can see people desperate to get under that 3-hour mark, and pushing their bodies, pushing their minds, quite literally, to the line. And there it is, the great looming tower of Big Ben, about to strike 1 o'clock. So 3 hours have gone. So many hours, though, until the final runners are expected to cross the finish line at the Mall. 6:30 this evening, we're expecting the last bodies to push themselves over the line. Everyone aiming to finish, though, out there on the streets of London, all running for many different reasons, being inspired by many different people. All of them inspirations in their own right.
Can swing. Though nothing will keep us together. We can beat them forever and ever. Oh, we can be heroes just for one day.
What a track, the late, great David Bowie and Heroes, a wonderful piece of music, so fitting for today. And if you've been inspired to run the marathon or start running, or you want to find out how you can get involved in a whole host of activities and sports, go to the Get Inspired page on the BBC Sport website. It's got all the details for you, including clubs and initiatives. And don't worry, if you've never run before, it doesn't matter, just give it a go. 35,000 people all started somewhere, and they started here today, their marathon journeys. So all the info is there if you want to run a marathon, but how would you approach running 401 marathons in 401 days? That's a tricky one. Well, one man from Bristol is doing just that, and he is definitely a hero. His name is Ben Smith. This is his story.
The challenge, I suppose, is quite simple. I'm running 401 marathons in 401 consecutive days, and I'm doing it to raise £250,000 for 2 anti-bullying charities. I went away to school at the age of 10. I come from quite a close-knit family and went into an environment that was quite cold. I became quite shy and quite reclusive, and I became quite a prone target for bullying. The bullying was very mental, was quite physical as well. I was beaten up. And then that turned towards an attack on my sexuality. And I didn't know that I was gay at that time. But when I did figure it out, I was scared. The bullying got so bad while I was at school that at the age of 18, I tried to take my own life. And it wasn't a cry for help, I just genuinely didn't want to be here. When I was 29, I suffered from a transient ischemic attack, an incompleted stroke. I was a bit overweight, I wasn't very happy, I was depressed, and was in this state thinking, this can't be my life. And then it was a mate of mine that actually dragged me along to my local running club, and I fell in love with it. This project started to grow about 2 years ago. I thought, let's raise some money for 2 anti-bullying charities. It just seemed like 2 perfect things to put together to make what's happening now.
Hello Ben, 401 marathons in 401 days. Good luck to you.
So good luck for London, Ben, and the next 164 marathons.
So up to London, I've done 237 back-to-back marathons, which has taken me all over the UK. Total miles for the 401 challenge is 10,506.4, which is actually the equivalent distance between London and Sydney. The first 5 weeks for me were complete hell. My left knee swelled up to twice the size. I had severe tendonitis in my left shin. I lost the feeling in my left foot. I had a stress fracture in my big toe on my left foot. Everything that could go wrong went wrong.
We love you.
It's been epic. I've met some amazing people. I've had people, complete strangers, offer me a bed for the night in their house or a meal. I've ran with over 4,300 people over the past 237 days. That's insane.
Day 192 and I'm about to cross the Scottish border. And look! They brought a paper.
And then I've got all the storms that I've been through. They've been pretty memorable.
So, I found the flooding.
I'll never forget memories like those. I engage quite a lot with the people that I run with, so I'm always chatting. Can't shut me up half the time. I think they just can't wait to get away from me at the end.
Oh, you've done it!
Food.
Where did you get chips from?
It's literally get my hands on whatever I can eat. So I kind of roughly go with about 6,500 calories a day. We'll only have 6,000 calories to eat after this. And we've done over 50 school visits now.
Hello. Are you Ben as well?
Oh, wicked. They're the best thing that I look forward to.
Do we think bullying is good or do we think bullying is bad?
It really fills me with faith that our kids are now being brought up in a way which gives them the opportunity to be who they want to be. Do my legs hurt? Yeah, every day. Running gave me back my confidence and it gave me back my self-esteem and it helped me deal with a lot of the stuff that had happened to me in the past. And without it, you know, I wouldn't be here. And I'm grateful for that.
The amazing Ben Smith is out there somewhere. He said to us this morning he didn't really care about the time. He just wanted to have a good time. I'm pretty sure he'll be absolutely loving a bit of company. All these marathons, he's running so many of them. There's only a few of them pounding the streets, but he's out there. We'll catch up with him if we can a little bit later on. I also caught up with this man this morning ahead of the marathon. Chris Fiddle here is one of the ever-presents. Only 12 men have completed every London marathon since the very start 36 years ago. Chris, you did it. You said you'd do it in under 3 hours. Go on, what did you do?
I ran 2:56, so I'm absolutely delighted.
You started the day chatting to me with your son Nicholas. Any sign of him?
No sign yet, no. I think I've got bragging rights at the moment.
He's got another hour or so, Nicholas.
About
yeah, you'll be in your shower.
I'll be in the pub.
With a pint ready for it.
Completely, yes.
How did this one compare to the other 35?
It was a very controlled race. I went out about 2:53, 2:54 pace, and just to be safe with the 3 hour run, I eased down a little bit in the second half and came in with 2:56. So I'm absolutely delighted, and it went according to plan.
You're a bit of an ultra runner, aren't you? So you were telling me you go up to 100 Ks?
It's actually worse than that. I've run across America a couple of years back, but it was all tailored to make sure I didn't miss the London Marathon.
Wow, okay, so this is it's quite literally a warm-up.
Well, I treat it with an enormous amount of respect because a marathon is still a long way to run, and I need to be very careful about the distance and the speed to make sure I come in sub-3 as I have done today.
It's a silly question. I know we're going to see you next year, aren't we?
You absolutely are going to see me next year, yes, for my 37th.
Well, if you're an ultra runner running across America, running over 100k is nothing to you. You have to start somewhere, don't you? And this morning, some of the kids were out running the mini marathon, which is a 3-mile race. It finishes here on the Mall. It's a wonderful sight, and Blue Peter's Radzi Chinyanganya was out there to see them do it.
The mini marathon, over 1,500 athletes, all aged between 11 and 17 years old, run the last 3 miles of this famous marathon course. For some of them, it's their first time, and for others, they're very experienced. But how are they feeling? Let's find out.
I'm looking forward to the finish because it's quite a cool atmosphere and you get like a goodie bag and medals and stuff.
Really looking forward to it. It should be a good atmosphere, it always is, so it should be good.
Feeling good, but then the thing is we have to get up really early to get here because then we have to wake up. I woke up like 5 o'clock to catch a coach at 6:15.
Well, Mariam, what can Zoe expect from the mini marathon?
Well, it's a great experience and you get to see all the sights.
The 11 regions of England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland are all represented today, including the 33 boroughs of London. The wheelchair races have a record entry level, and for the very first time, it will see the mini ambulant race. Girls, seconds before the race starts, how are you feeling?
Nervous.
And who are you representing?
West Midlands.
How are you feeling?
excited.
I'm feeling fine. Hopefully just get a good time. Hopefully do as good as I can.
Really nervous, but excited at the same time.
It's going to be a hard race.
Looking forward to it?
Yeah.
If you were going to be racing, what are we going through your mind? What would be your tactics?
It's to set yourself goals. That's my most important tip that I always give, is to set yourself goals. Make sure you do your best. That's it, and just enjoy it. Go out there, enjoy the experience. You're in the middle of London, and have fun, really.
Well, that is the last of the races underway, but who will be the first across the finish line? Well, I don't have long to get down there and try and catch some of them up at the finish line. The races were a display of true grit and determination. The event even showcased some stars of the future. The likes of David Weir, Hannah Cockcroft, the Brownlee brothers and the great Mo Farah have all competed in the mini marathon over the years. But one thing which hasn't changed is their effort shown. Jack Agnew came all the way from Northern Ireland to win the boys' wheelchair race. Tom Mortimer won the Battle of the Sprint finishers for the under-17 boys, whilst the prizes for the best celebrations went to Sabrina Sina for the under-17 girls and Faye Ireland for the under-15 girls. What was that sprint finish like?
Oh, it was so tough, yeah. Whenever I was coming around, it said 365 yards, and I was like, how long's that again? And then I seen 200 metres, and I was like, crap, come on, let's go, keep pushing. So I was like really tough at the very end. My shoulders just got dead straight afterwards.
And you crossed the line in first place. What does that mean to you?
It means everything, you know. I've been training really hard for this competition, and just knowing that the hard work's been paid off, it's pretty good.
What is next for you, Carrie?
Well, I'm going to go to Switzerland for an international meet, and hopefully there I'm trying to get qualification times for the Paralympics.
So we might see you at the Paralympic Games?
I'm hoping, yeah, that's what I'm going for.
What was the run like?
Hard, yeah. It was sort of fairly steady pace most of the way, and then at the end it got quicker. Thought Jacob got away from me, but yeah, just managed to claw back at the end and yeah, end in a sprint finish, which usually isn't my strong point, but I managed to pull it off this time, which was a piece of luck.
What is it like seeing the sights of London as you're running?
Well, this is my hometown, so it just makes it more special, and especially the crowds are amazing. They're really supporting us, like not being the real marathon, and it's really inspiring to kind of get that atmosphere that even if we're the mini marathon, that people still support us.
So here are the results. In the under-13 boys, Harley Norman took the win with Amelia Kane crowned the under-13 girls champion. In the under-15s, Joshua Calthwaite and Faye Ireland topped the pile. Tom Mortimer and Sabrina Sina won the under-17s race. In the under-14 wheelchair races, Zian Zhu and Shauna Bouquet made their mini marathon mark. And finally, the under-17 wheelchair races were won by Jack Agnew and Kari Adenike. Well, just a few moments ago, Dame Kelly Holmes made her way regally down the Mall to finish her first ever marathon. She said it'll be her first and last. She was set to raise £250,000 for a clutch of charities close to her heart. She looks remarkably bouncy, doesn't she? I think she's run the whole thing kind of on her toes, like the sprinter that she can do at the end of an 800 or 1500 metres, but hopefully we'll be catching up with her in a few moments' time and find out whether it was as easy as it looks at the moment, but certainly I'm sure she'll be delighted with that time, coming in just under 3 hours and 10 minutes, and obviously a good team of runners around her there, or they just all want to have a piece of Kelly and shake hands and give a hug to the double Olympic champion of 2004. Well, from one Olympian to another, Max Whitlock, you saw there at the mini marathon this morning. He's hung around to enjoy this. What have you made of this? Is it your first experience of London Marathon Day?
Yeah, it's my first time being here. It looks amazing. It makes me want to come in and join in as well. And the kids marathon, you know, getting kids involved in sport is what it's all about. It's great to be a part of it and be at the start line.
From my experience of male gymnasts, you don't do a great deal of long distance running.
Not long distance, no. We do once a week, we do running, but long distance is a different thing. But, you know, maybe after I'm retired, I could give it a go.
OK, well done, first of all, on the recent British Championships. You're world champion in Olympic year. You know, we've never had a male world champion heading into an Olympic Games. You're the poster boy for British men's gymnastics. Is that weighing heavy at the moment, or are you trying to just focus on what you've got to do?
Mainly just focus on what I've got to do. I've got, in just over a month's time, I've got the European Championships coming up, and I'm literally taking it a step at a time. You know, like you say, the British Championships was a brilliant step in that right direction, and hopefully I can keep it going all the way to Rio.
So a few months to go, obviously. You mentioned the European Championships. Are the routines set now? Is it all about perfection and repeat of those elements?
Yeah, I added in a few new skills at the beginning of this year in the Glasgow World Cup. That was my first competition to start the year off, and that was a success. And now I'm literally keeping the same routines, trying to get the numbers in, and hopefully be at peak condition by the time Rio comes, and hopefully have those routines as consistent as possible.
Of course, the men won the bronze in the overall team in London in 2012, and you know, it was one of the great medals of that Olympic Games, and showed how far gymnastics had come. As a team, can you go one better or two better?
I hope so. We proved it last year coming to a silver. The potential's there. It's about doing it on the day, and hopefully we can.
Well, look, there's somebody next to you there who can give you a few tips about gold medals. Dame Kelly Holmes come in. We're just chatting about Max's Olympic year, but first of all, huge congratulations,
thank you.
Kelly. What was your exact time?
I've no idea.
Sometime just
3:11ish, I think.
Sometime just over 3 hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
How did it feel?
It was amazing. I was literally in a daze the whole way round. I think I zoned out. It was so weird, you know, it's so much music and everything. And actually, at 9 miles, I had Prince, Purple Rain, going on there, and then I was like going through, and I could hear all the crowd, but almost I was like switching off. And then about 19, my legs were thinking, this is it. My feet are burning. I don't take my shoes off, and my hips are just thinking, just run. You know?
Well, you came down the mile there and you looked like you'd almost done the whole thing on your toes. You were absolutely bouncing. Your legs were bouncing. The face is showing a little bit of strain.
Ooh, it was hard. Yeah, I mean, I wish he was here. This guy called Ben, like, helped me literally the whole way, because at the beginning, I said, I've got to go slow, and he was saying, slow down. And without that, I'd never have done it. Look, I actually got a medal. London Marathon. I'm amazing.
And that medal's going to sit next to some big G's from 2004 now on the mantelpiece.
So is, honestly. And it was so great because there was, you know, so many people were there, and you could see some people struggling, give them a bit of a shout, they come back, you know, they're helping you. I was just, honestly, it was awesome, but I feel like a bit zoned out.
I'm sure Ben will get in touch via social media maybe
later on. No, he's here somewhere.
Okay.
I know he's here.
We'll catch up with him.
Yeah.
What piece of advice have you got for this guy as he heads into a very important Olympic year then,
Oh my
Max
gosh,
Whitlock?
I mean, the thing is, you're so great anyway. And I'd have to say, you know, just do not panic. You can't focus on it until it's there. You know that. You've done it on your championships. It's like this. I could have to not think about it till today, because otherwise I just get so nervous. And it was the same all the Olympics I went to. You have to think at the moment, because you're dealing with everything. You know, the training's got to be right, you've got to stay injury-free, so you'll do it. I mean, you're such a star.
Thank you.
Good advice.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Max Whitlock, for hanging around. And Kelly, you've got way too much energy for somebody who's just run your first marathon.
I can't believe I got it, look.
I don't think this will be the last of Kelly Holmes' marathon running. I think we're going to do it'll be a regular date, isn't it, here? Let's get back out there on the course. Thousands have still got to cross the finish line.
Yay. Thank you.
We can talk on this. Well done to Kelly Holmes. Also well done to our colleague from Radio 2, Vassos Alexander. The sports correspondent Chris Evans showed on 2 hours 59. I wouldn't want to be in that studio come Monday morning, because Chris has got a long way to go still. But well done, Vassos, inside 3 hours. That's excellent running.
Well done to Pete Harrison from our office, 2 hours 55. Beating John Mayok, who's en route to 3:37. The fastest 1500 metre runner in the field today is not going to be this 1500 metre time today. And also Rob Borthwick, number 56,243, who's running for Neuroendocrine Unit at the Royal Free. His dad's been there, being treated there, and Rob's running for that great cause. And Alan Lawrenson running for Hearing Dogs for Deaf People. Last week he finished the Marathon des Sables. He's running 10,000. So Marathon des Sables for Hearing Dogs for Deaf People, and here today on his marathon.
Well, if you're watching these images, Canary Wharf here, the roads are still pretty full. Don't forget, this year the 1 millionth finisher will cross the line, probably towards the back end of the field, and that's why we'll be finding out in a couple of weeks' time when the organisers announce exactly who that will be. With us here in the Mall, it's just starting to get busy in the Mall, as you can see there, about a mile from the finish at Big Ben. The road's starting to fill. So many people out watching this year as well. The weather's been kind to the runners. Bit of a breeze down on the embankment, but keeping them cool in these latter stages. Lots of people, thousands and thousands, tens of thousands out there cheering them on right throughout the route, but particularly in these last few miles.
Yeah!
And do not underestimate how much that helps.
Well, if you're watching these images and you feel inspired, but you're a little bit intimidated by 26.2 miles, well, don't be, because as you can see, it really is a case of all shapes and sizes, all ages, all abilities. Every 1,000-mile journey starts with a single step. There are so many guides online. If you can't even run for your bus, doesn't matter. Walk 5 minutes, jog 5 minutes, repeat, repeat. And little bit by little bit, you can start jogging. You do a 5K, you do a 10K. It really doesn't matter how long it takes you. You genuinely, even if you're sitting at home and you say, I could never do that, you're not right. Please go online, have a look at some guides. Anybody, and I do mean this, anybody can run a marathon if they really, really want to, with enough training and enough belief. And these people are the clear evidence of that statement. Please come and join. This is a brilliant, brilliant event. Come and be part of it, even if it's going to take you 7 hours next year. Come and join London's #1 party every year.
Well, we've been following many of our celebs out there. A few of them have already crossed the line, pretty super fast runners. And it's a special year, of course, football-wise. 1966, England won the World Cup, celebrating that anniversary this year. And wearing that number, Danny Mills, and we're expecting Danny, he's very close to finish. We'll be keeping an eye out for him in the home straight, running for the Bobby Moore Fund. Quite a few footballers out there, ex-footballers, shall I say. It's great to see so many ex-sports stars as well want to come and take part in that, the likes of James Cracknell, etc. And you can just see, even there on the screen, everybody out there to help each other. Doesn't matter who you are, how famous you once were, the marathon is a great leveller.
Your Majesty, on behalf of the whole country, congratulations on celebrating your 90th year. Are you enjoying the day?
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I thought all my subjects were doing it. It's about time I come out and do it at 90. So,
John, I think we can reveal the identity.
Okay.
Come on, let's see if you really are. It's
right.
John, everybody.
Right. To say thank you to all family and friends and everybody supporting me. Thank you.
John, you've got a great outfit. You've got a great attitude.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're looking nice and fresh. How are you feeling at this point?
Okay, not too bad. Ahead of time.
Ahead of schedule.
Ahead of schedule.
And who are you running for, Phil?
Cystic fibrosis. Good friend of mine's little boy was born last year and diagnosed with it. So we're raising money for him. I'm currently, this is event 3 of 6. I've got the other ones here. And yeah, it's going well.
And how much are you looking to raise?
As much as possible. There's no target. It's just as much as we can to raise awareness. That's all.
Brilliant. We wish you well.
Thank you very much.
That is a great outfit today. Tell me, you've got to be doing this for a good cause.
I did it for Cancer Research UK.
Excellent stuff. And how's it been? Great support along the course?
Oh man, it's so hot in here I can't even see or breathe. So I'll be happy when I see Buckingham Palace.
And where are you from?
I'm originally from Australia.
Brilliant stuff. Is it not your first London Marathon?
No, this is my 5th one, but you know, I think next year I'll do without the costume.
Well done. Continue. You're not far from home.
Well, there have been many People who you might recognise out there on the course today, the celebrities in the face race. Some have finished and crossed the line, some are still out there, and still some up there, and that's Tim Peake. He's almost there, he's getting to the end of his space marathon. He's the equivalent of being, we think, just on the mile. He's coming down, if you can imagine it, towards the finish line. He'll be getting in under 3.5 hours, and look, he's there checking his route. But here are those who have already finished on the mile. A familiar feeling for America's Tatiana McFadden. Here she is being crowned London Marathon champion for the 4th consecutive time. Marcel Hug spoiled the home party by taking victory in the men's wheelchair, leaving Britain's David Weir to have to settle for 3rd place. Kenya's Jemima Songong was a surprise winner in the elite women's race, beating Ethiopia's 2015 winner Tigisa Tufa into 2nd place, and that after a fall as well. Eliud Kipchoge has now claimed back-to-back London Marathon victories. He was less than 10 seconds outside the world record as well. Prince Harry reminding of that there. Ali Dixon and Sonia Samuels were the first 2 British women home, securing their spot on the plane to Rio for this summer's Olympics. Callum Hawkins and debutante Tewelde were celebrating for the same reason in the men's race. They're both definitely Rio bound for Great Britain. So fantastic elite races, brilliant conditions for those runners. Coverage almost coming to an end here now on BBC One, but we will continue on BBC Two in a few moments' time to meet up with and see so many more inspirational people running the London Marathon. Some have finished, but the majority are still out there, and we are with them every step of the way as they aim to reach their ultimate goal, the finish. We'll see you shortly on BBC Two.